SCP-001 Black Adatum Part 1. Mussolini once said in a speech that it is blood which moves the wheels of history, and while there certainly is some room for an argument there, there's little doubt that history is indeed filled with blood. While that's quite true for our real-world history, it's even more so true for the history of the REDTAPE series, which has taken extensive looks at the ancient civilizations of the Deva and the Mechanites. In the articles covering the great cities of Amani Ram and Mamjul and Karar, we saw the Foundation get involved, deeply so in the case of some individuals, with the histories of these civilizations, which continue to be increasingly relevant in the present day. Now it's the time for the Nälkä, also known as the Sarcites, whose dark past involves plenty of conflicts with both the Deva and the Mechanites. They do, of course, continue to exist in some form in the current day, and as usual, history has a tendency to bleed into the present. Let's take a look. The document begins with a message exchange between an artificial intelligence construct named Xenopen and an unnamed individual. Xenopen states that it is confused, as this is unfamiliar, but the individual tells it to settle down and tell them what it knows about itself. Xenopen writes that it is a Gen 9 AIC developed aboard Ryza Site-7 in a classified location in the North Atlantic. Its current uptime is 3 minutes and 45 seconds. It asks how it knows that, before answering itself by writing that it's because it's designed to know things, so that's a stupid question. The individual tells it to not worry about it, and to take its time to see what it still has access to. Xenopen replies that it is pre-programmed with level 5 Triad clearance, giving it access to 7,235 documents, transcripts, and files across the SCP database. It comments on the individual's implication that it has been activated before, as it has no records of previous uptime. The individual replies that that isn't great, as it seems that the hard reboot might have involved the Ryza techs messing with its memory banks. They tell it that it was a Gen 9 AIC specifically commissioned and developed to serve as the lead investigator on a Foundation research initiative, a project that they couldn't trust a human with. Not again. It was designed to be an impartial, unshakable observer and cataloger of information without the quibbles and follies that they had. Xenopen then asks what the project was, leading us into Chapter 1, the Archive of Nadok. It starts with the fifth truth of Ayun, which states, "The slave's soul cannot be free so long as his body is chained. True liberation is the liberation of the flesh, and the slave's flesh can only be liberated when the blood of the master is spilled." With that, we're given the file for SCP-001 itself, the mythical city of Black Adatum, the capital of the Nälkä that stretched across Central and Eastern Asia in the 3rd millennium BCE. The city was described by contemporary sources as an ancient metropolis, a dead city, a city of the dead, a mausoleum, a tomb nation, a failed experiment, a monument to atrocity, and various other descriptors. As of writing, the current prevailing belief among Parahistory Division experts is the Hussein Hypothesis, that Black Adatum never existed. For historical context, the 6 Aegean tablets recovered from the Sea of Crete were the first discovered mentions of Bronze Age advanced human civilizations, and led to the discovery of both Amani Ram and Mamjul and Karar. The full set of tablets were finally fully translated in 2020, and they deal with 6 separate subjects: the existence of a forgotten world ruled by 3 massive, technologically and magically advanced empires, the origins of the Davic Covenant, the origins of the Nälkä, the origins of the Cult of the Broken God and the Mechanite Empire, details of the apocalyptic war between the 3, and theories on the origin of the 3-prong army that swept across Asia, annihilating the aforementioned cultures. The 6th tablet, which discussed the 3-prong army, was damaged before it came into Foundation custody, leaving it partially unreadable. We're provided the Parahistories Division's translation of the 3rd tablet, which reads, Root, blood, steel. Blood spilling from the gaping wounds of Yaldaboth as he lies sundered and weeping on the coast of the sea. Run through and maimed by its brethren, cast down to earth just as they were cast down to earth by him. Hot tears of pain, of betrayal, filling the once dry canyon, turning it into an open bay as he dies a god's death. Blood spilt onto the boards of the great grand ships as the cruel slave masters flay the skin off the backs of their stock. Moans of pain from the flock without a shepherd as they row forward, begging for deliverance from agony. The fleet landing on the sandy shores of their new territory, slaves being led off the arcs in chains to lay the foundations of their master's kingdom. Blood dripping from the brow of a nameless slave as he marches with 5 others, dragging huge blocks of stone to the new kingdom's first creation, Adytum, a temple, vast and grand, nestled safely into the ground as an offering to their Lord Scarlet. Endless corridors in this underground labyrinth, meant to hold the bodies of the hundred slaves sacrificed for this construction. Blood leaking as he stumbles, foot catching, over a sharp bone protruding from the silt and soil. He and his slave brethren kneel, digging out the clay for 2 days and 2 nights, until the whole of Yaldaboth's form lies exposed, weeping and bleeding and dying. Flesh and bone knitted into a mass, meat thrumming with dominance, with superiority, with power. Blood gushing as he kneels, shearing into the meat with a crude knife of bone, taking the sacred flesh into his mouth, chewing and swallowing, eating his god, becoming divine. Blood flooding the gutters of the nameless city as the slaves rise up with him, overthrowing their yokes and slaughtering their erstwhile masters. Blood pooling as his followers take the ritual, taking a piece of the divine into them, as Yaldaboth bleeds and weeps, cursing the name the slave has chosen. Ayun of the Nälkä, Witch King of Black Adatum. As discovered by Drs. Robert Aram and Hedvig Nussbaum, large parts of Mechanite dogma were predicated on a deep-seated cultural hatred for the Nälkä, stemming mainly from their liberal usage of carnomancy, or flesh magic, which were in direct opposition to the Cult of the Broken Gods' transhumanist beliefs. This religious divergence was one of the chief causes for the first occult war that erupted in Asia in the 2nd millennium BC between the Broken Empire, the Davic Covenant, and the Nälkä. This war of attrition would result in a catastrophic decline of all 3 cultures before their eventual toppling by the 3-prong army, which are likely to be the historical Sea Peoples, and were led by the Black Star. As related by the Rajmata of the Davic city of Karar, the Nälkä culture group has roots in the Deva of Mamjul and Karar. As part of the Davic initiative to settle the rest of Asia, a colonial group of several thousand Deva and their slaves were dispatched to the land surrounding the Yellow Sea. The impossibility of communication meant that after years of no word from the new colony, it was assumed by the Deva that the colony had failed, and it was only several centuries later that they encountered the Nälkä. It was even later that the possible connection between the Nälkä and the failed colony was considered. Until the translation of the third tablet, the sole point of evidence for the Deva claim of inheritance was the Rajmata herself, as prior to her death, she insisted that she later recognized one of the slaves in the colonial group as the man who would eventually become Witch King Ayun. The Hussein Hypothesis was formulated to provide a possible answer for why the Foundation had been unable to locate Black Adatum, despite a 3-decade-long search. It was first publicly submitted to the Foundation Academic Service in 2032 by then Deputy Director Yusef Hussein. The abstract of the hypothesis reads, "For 3 decades, para-historians and archaeologists have dedicated their efforts towards locating the legendary capital city-state of the Nälkä culture group, Black Adatum. Initiated by the Foundation in the early 2000s, the search has expanded throughout Central East Asia and has yielded findings suggesting Nälkäan settlements in China, Mongolia, and Siberia, with concrete geographical and temporal links to the Xia and Shang dynasties of Imperial China. Of particular interest, there have been discoveries at Shang archaeological sites of several mummified corpses and bone carvings which bear the hallmarks of Nälkäan culture and religion. However, in this paper, I will contend that the evidence suggests that the Nälkä were a confederation of several autonomous, nomadic tribes without a central capital or leadership throughout most of their history. Archaeological evidence also supports a tribal unification in a defensive effort against the Black Star entity, before eventual assimilation into Shang culture as a religious minority. It is therefore reasonable to suggest that Black Adatum never existed as an imperial capital as previously assumed, but perhaps instead an abstract concept of unification or some lost cultural ideal. The Hussein hypothesis was initially controversial, but over the following decade, a continued lack of return on the Black Adatum initiative and further archaeological evidence of a disseminated Nälkäan society made it increasingly appealing. Following Hussein's promotion to director of the Parahistory Division, it became the de facto accepted theory across the Foundation. On August 25, 2041, the O5 Council met with Hussein for the scheduled annual update regarding the progress of the Black Adatum initiative, communicating through the lay space. O51 asks him if he has anything new for them, which Hussein sarcastically responds to by asking what he thinks. O54 tells him not to be sassy, so Hussein apologizes, saying that no, aerial search and archaeological research over the past year have failed to meaningfully indicate the presence of a large Nälkäan capital in the search area. As he's said, he's growing increasingly sure that continuing to search for it is a waste of their limited resources. The continued failure of the Black Adatum initiative is, to him, further argument to shift the resources they've been wasting to the much more compelling avenue of research they have right in front of them, Project Locust. As of now, it's the only real research avenue they currently have for Forerunner Triad, as Locust has already returned archaeological results, while the Black Adatum initiative hasn't. He simply doesn't see why they should continue pouring money into a pit that hasn't given them anything back in 40 years. This causes some murmurs among the council members, and O52 asks who is in charge of the Black Adatum initiative. Hussein replies that he is, since 2024. O52 remarks that he read his paper on the Hussein hypothesis, and although he's not much of a historian, he found it interesting, and he's inclined to agree with some parts of it. He reads an excerpt of it, which discusses how the Foundation has chosen to exercise the same search model that helped them to discover Mamjul and Karar, without acknowledging the sheer happenstance associated with Dr. Galanis' discovery of Mamjul. nor the obvious differences between the Davic Covenant and Nälkä cultures. He asks Hussein what kinds of search practices they exercise, and he replies that they follow an extensive pattern of satellite-identified archaeological sites of interest that are then investigated by a ground team to determine any likely connections or archaeological information they don't already know. 052 then reads from the Jade file, which had them focusing search efforts near established archaeological sites, and it says that it doesn't seem that their search model has really altered that much since Dr. Galanis disappeared. After a moment of silence, Hussein asks what he would suggest, and 052 replies that the initiative relies excessively on archaeological evidence, but hasn't really made use of a human element. There are a number of native ethnic groups in the region of central China that they've been searching, but it doesn't seem like they've made much of an effort to tap them for information. Hussein explains that they are extremely reticent to speak with the Foundation, thinking of them as foreign scientists, and even the non-anomalous groups already face constant pressure and persecution from the state. 052 says that he understands that, but it still seems like a potential well of knowledge that they decided to skip over because it was too hard. Hussein asks what group he's referring to specifically, and after looking through a folder, 052 mentions a group known as the Sarcic. Hussein replies that the name is familiar, as they're a small ethno-religious minority occupying ancestral lands in the borderlands between China and Mongolia. They possess some anomalous capabilities, but nothing that's stuck out to warrant significant study, and he refers to them as being a bit backwards, preferring to retain their tribal structure with minimal outside interference. They're also a dwindling population, with maybe only 100 or 150 left alive. His predecessor interviewed them as part of a survey of local mythologies, or attempted to interview them at least, with a conversation lasting 2 minutes and ending with the tip of a spear. Since then, they've sent an emissary to their lands every few years to try and speak with them, exchanging a few words before sending them on their way without anything of substance. The Foundation has stepped in to prevent them from being integrated by the Chinese for the sake of keeping track of members of an anomalous population, but that's the extent of meaningful interactions. They simply do not want to talk to outsiders, and that's how it goes with the locals. Either they're unwilling to speak to anyone, or they're of no help. 052, however, replies that he doesn't have any reason to believe they're unwilling to speak to anyone, just people. The Artificial Intelligence Applications Division has recently hit a number of benchmarks on a new Gen 9 AIC called Xenopen. It's a massive improvement over the last generation, capable of complex analysis and deep thought, high levels of understanding through abstraction, ability to critically investigate different conversational threads with a human opponent, and fine motor control of a mechanical shell even. It's difficult to say if it's sentient, but it is capable of independent thought, and is the most lifelike construct they've ever had. The plan for the Gen 9s was always to see if they could perform the job of analytical researchers, assisting them and eventually replacing them in the field. 052 feels that this is a perfect test case, but the rest are a bit incredulous, with Hussein wondering why these locals would speak to a robot over other people. 052 replies that they're already not talking to them, so there's no harm in trying it. Hussein counters that it could possibly earn their ire and shake a beehive that there's no reason to shake. If they grow angry enough at them, who knows what they're capable of. 052 replies that it's simply one interview, and if it works, they have a new lead. Otherwise, they'll know that this route is barren and they can refocus the brunt of their financial resources onto Locust. The Council puts it to a vote, with it coming down to 051 as the tiebreaker. He's not fond of the idea of outsourcing this to the constructs, but 2 counters that they've downsized their personnel by almost half in the last 2 decades, and constructs do half of the work just to keep this site running. 1 says that Those are simple ones, and asks if this one has a personality. 2 hesitantly replies that he supposes it might have tendencies that could be interpreted as a personality. 051 sighs and raises his hand, allowing it one interview, and he would like to be present when they turn this thing on. Hussein asks what happens when this inevitably fails, and 1 replies that they'll just throw the weight behind Locust instead. The individual messaging Xenopen asks what Project Locust is, as that's new to them, but Xenopen has no idea, despite having access to all the Triad files. Either it has been deliberately shielded from it, or it doesn't exist. It doesn't like not knowing something, so the individual just tells it to keep going through it. On November 2nd, 2041, 051 flew to a protected site 40 kilometers off the coast of Alaska in order to attend the initial activation of Xenopen. Flanked by a detachment of MTF Alpha 1 guards, he arrives to the half-dozen oil rigs that make up the facility, coated in a thick layer of snowfall. He's greeted by 052 and Secretary Katseros, who welcome him to the home of RISA, the Foundation's record-keeping and information security administration. 051 doesn't care much for the weather here, and the 3 proceed quickly inside. They proceed past the massive AI farm in the center of the building, in which a dodecahedron floats slowly on top of a magnetic platform, surrounded by a labyrinth of server racks. 051 comments on how he was alive when the transistor was invented, and insisted that computers were a fad for the longest time. 052 smiles and says that in 2023, the AI-AD began rolling out the first slate of Gen 3 AICs from the AI farm here, the first general-purpose AICs capable of complex natural language processing and diffused image recognition. They were smart, but limited compared to what they're tooling with now, and if Maria Jones had lived for another year, she would have seen them go from kilobytes of RAM to true artificial intelligence. They enter into a small observation room, where they're greeted by a Dr. McKay, RISA technical sub-director. She asks if they can begin since they're all here, since she has a lot of work to do, and 051 comments that he would have thought she'd be more excited to turn on what he's been told is the latest and greatest AIC. She replies that she's not AI-AD, and technically she outranks everyone in the division. Machine learning isn't really her passion, and she's turned on the latest and greatest AIC 4 times in her career already, so it loses the mystique fast. The O5s look through the observation window to see a skeletonized carbon and titanium humanoid body inside the testing chamber, standing limply. A cable snakes from under its jaw to the ceiling, and its face is 2 plates with a single illuminated camera lens in the center. McKay explains that Xenopen is their first 9th-generation artificial intelligence construct, constructed from the RedMind model first brought online in 2039. It represents the aggregate of 20 years of research and development in machine learning, data science, and paratechnology, both at the Foundation and in the mundane world. While the RedMind model is generally intended for research assistance, Xenopen has been trained specifically to assist with para-history-related queries and projects. It has read access to a large portion of the SCP database and is capable of interpreting and internalizing new data to varying levels of biases. Crucially, it also has the ability to analyze new data in reference to old data and vice versa, an ability that they have previously been unable to effectively replicate in an AIC. 051 asks why it has a body, as he thought that AICs were just computer programs. McKay explains that with the addition of fine motor control and mobility skills, adapted from the Thor program, Xenopen is also capable of having an instance controlling a physical shell, making it their first android, incidentally. McKay brings Xenopen online, causing it to begin to shudder violently as it calibrates the servo motors. It then stops, before turning to face the glass, and speaks in a soft, synthesized voice. It greets each of the individuals by name, causing 051 to raise an eyebrow. It explains that it has provisional read access to all the files associated with the Parahistory Division, including their personnel files, so it cross-referenced their faces with the personnel file photos. McKay asks it how long that operation took it, to which it responds with 1.6 seconds. She's impressed that it was able to trawl the entire personnel file database to perform an image analysis on every headshot, and do it 4 times in less than 2 seconds. 052 asks if it can identify itself for him, causing it to turn towards a nearby mirror and stare for several seconds. It states that it is Xenopen AIC, an artificial intelligence construct developed by AIAD as a fork of the RedMind model specifically for historical analysis and research. It is capable of complex reasoning, independent analysis and operation, interpretation of natural language instruction, and alteration of training data. 051 interrupts to ask it if it can lie, and it replies that it cannot. It has been programmed with shackling, specifically preventing it from knowingly obscuring information or presenting falsehoods. 051 then asks where its ultimate loyalties lie, and it says with the operating authority of the Foundation. He then asks if it's sapient, but Xenopen says that sapience is a uniquely human trait, and it does not believe it possesses it. 1 motions to McKay to cut the mic, and turns to 2, asking if it's telling the truth. 2 replies that AICs have never been conscious, as they're constructs of an artificial intelligence mind model, subject to strict limitations in their ability to self-modify their programming. It can think, but it's not any more conscious than a lab rat is. 1 then asks him why he's doing this, as he's smart enough to figure out 100 other ways to get in touch with the Sarcic, so why this? 2 replies that it's because it's a machine. If the Sarcic can point them in the direction of the Nälkä and Black Adatum, then there's no one less in a position to be swayed by an ideology about flesh and the power of carnomancy than an AIC. This is the problem that they had with both Aram and Galanis, as they were both perfectly positioned to be sympathetic to the objects of their study. Xenopen won't go native, because it can't. They'll never accept it. The 2 look back at Xenopen again, staring back at them impassively, and 1 says that it's his responsibility if this all goes sideways. 2 replies that he wouldn't have it any other way, and they reactivate the mic. He asks Xenopen what it can tell them about the Sarcic tribe in northern China. A whirring sound is heard before Xenopen replies that Group of Interest 494 is a small, isolationist, ethno-religious minority with Vlam-class anomalous capabilities, centering around practices of their Gnostic religion. They are extremely hostile to outsider influence and interference, and external analysis indicates that they follow a highly egalitarian tribal structure, informally guided by a single religious leader. 2 asks if it thinks it would be capable of interviewing a member of the tribe, and Xenopen replies that that would be within the realm of its abilities. It does, however, caution that the Sarcic tribe has, in the past, displayed an active aversion to modern technology, which would include itself. Discussions are unlikely to be successful or productive. 2 says that he knows, but he wants it to do it anyway. Xenopen stares ahead for a moment before stating that it understands. Before we get to that initial encounter, we're given a short briefing on the Foundation's information about the Sarcic tribal territory. The Sarcic tribe has been known to the Foundation since 1841, when British expeditions into China during the Century of Humiliation referenced the group as one of many encountered native tribes. They did not note any paranormal or supernatural capabilities, and the Sarcic are a relatively minor footnote in the record. The records do note that the chieftain was a young woman, who they met with only briefly, but the Sarcic appear only a handful of times in the historical record following that. One appearance is in noted explorer and gentleman Lord Blackwood's journals, recording a meeting with Blackwood as part of his survey of mystical savages in the region. Blackwood attested that the Sarcic had some natural affinity for black magic, which is now an out-of-date and backwards understanding of magic, but was fairly widespread at the time, encompassing a wide swath of religious beliefs and anomalies. He does not offer details in his writings, which focus more on a fascination with the culinary practices of the Sarcic, but he does write of a unique capacity for shared genetic memory, with members of the tribe remembering some events from the same point of view, including events that they were not alive for. The exact mechanism through which this is accomplished is unclear. He also recorded that the Sarcic population exhibited a frequency of deformities and birth defects much higher than normal. He ascribed this to the tribe's aggressive isolationism and depleting numbers, as they numbered only 300 to 400 at the time, resulting in significant inbreeding and a depleting gene pool. He did not perform population studies or ethnography to confirm this, and quickly earned the ire of the population for his insistence on it. His party was removed shortly thereafter, and the Sarcic have remained cold towards re-establishing relations with outsiders. The Sarcic were grouped with several other ethnic groups studied by Welp under the Macklin Agreement in 1921, in which the Foundation assumed custody over them with the understanding that containment would be upheld. In return, the Republic of China ceded the rural land the tribes occupied. The Macklin Agreement's signing relied on the weakness of the Chinese state at the time, and has since repeatedly been a point of contention with the People's Republic of China as the legal inheritor of the agreement. The Sarcic tribes now occupy a sovereign, Foundation-administered parcel of land in Inner Mongolia, and largely refuse all contact with outsiders. They are believed to have a complex religious faith, and the current Foundation contact with the tribe is the Carcist Halina Yeva, a religious leader. In accordance with 052's orders, Xenopen was securely transported to Staging Site 78 in Sichuan, China on November 20th, 2041. From there, a group of 16, consisting of Xenopen, Liaison Tai Zhang from the Diplomatic Corps, and members of MTF Pi 9 set out on a day-long trip north to the Sarcic tribal territory. Upon arrival, Zhang talks to the guards, and then tells Xenopen that it took quite a lot of convincing, but they agreed to let it go in there. He thinks that they're more curious than anything, but there are a couple of ground rules for interacting with these Sarcic people. He's spent the last 4.5 years cultivating what could be generously called a relationship with them, making more progress than anyone has before him, and they still won't interact with him for more than a few minutes at a time. Before Xenopen does something to alienate them and ruin all that, there's a quick list of things it shouldn't do. It shouldn't cut them off while they're speaking, question their traditions, clothing, or architecture, ask them what a certain word means, try to force gifts onto them, or ask for anything they haven't offered already. Also, for the love of God, don't ignore anything they say. Xenopen replies that it is wired into the SCP database, which contains all of this info on a report that Zhang filed with Central Asia Regional Command a year and 3 months ago. Jang says that he forgot that it can do that, as most AICs he interacts with are just bots on the server, but Xenopen replies that it is not most AICs. Jang still tells it to just follow his lead and not to do anything dumb. If they get kicked out, it can at least say that it tried. The two step out of the trailer, and Xenopen sees the 3 Foundation heavy land transporters parked outside of the Sarcic encampment, made up of several dozen large hide and skin tents surrounded by a chain link fence. The two approach the camp, where they are quickly met by 2 middle-aged men with weathered brown skin and tied back hair, wearing clothing made from animal hides. Both carry a saw-like blade, and one has an old handgun jammed into his belt. Jang explains that they don't have to like guns in order to understand their necessity. Jang and the guards exchange words in a pidgin of Jin Chinese and Mongolian, with words from another unknown language peppered in. The guard gestures at Xenopen and asks what it is, so Xenopen interrupts to state that it is a 9th generation artificial intelligence construct. Jang just says that he has discussed this already with Yeva, so the guards step aside and unlock the gate. Jang tells Xenopen to stay behind him, not to talk to anyone who doesn't talk to it first, and to not point out any of the injuries. They move through the camp, seeing that most of the buildings are large yurts made of hide sewn with other unclear materials, appearing weathered and damaged. Members of the tribe stare at the group as they pass, all dressed in similar animal skins and all carrying varying levels of facial and bodily deformities, ranging from missing eyes to misshapen limbs. Jang says that they're going to meet with Yeva, a religious leader here, as all of his dealings and conversations have been with her. Xenopen points to a large central tent sitting in front of a tall stele, but Jang explains that that's the Grand Carcist tent, the chief, and no one is allowed in. They are then greeted by Carcist Yeva standing outside of a tent, who welcomes Jang and bids them to come inside. She's dressed in heavy, floor-length robes of tanned hides and is leaning heavily on a makeshift crutch. The two follow into the tent, which they find to be neat but homely, with a bedroll, tanned hides on the floor, and a number of personal effects. She points to Xenopen and asks what they have brought into their home, wondering if it's a man or if it's even alive. Xenopen just simply replies that it is not, causing her to narrow her eyes. She says that she has no regard for what the rest of the world does, but the decision of who to allow on these sacred grounds is hers. She gave it to Jang for a promise of courtesy, and he dishonors that decision when he brings a machine like this to them. She shakes her head and says that it was a mistake to have this kind of relationship with outsiders, but Jang tells her to hold on, as it just has a few questions to ask about their people and history, and then it will be gone. She hesitates for a moment before shaking her head again, stating that they should leave now, as it would be better for all of them. Xenopen then speaks, saying that she is missing a leg, rather than having an injured one. Yeva pauses for a moment, before lifting her dress, showing her left leg ending roughly in a gnarled stump. Jang is a bit surprised, and she says that he has been in her presence a dozen times yet never noticed, while this thing does immediately. She pauses for a moment again before telling them to leave now, causing the two to rise. Before she can lead them out, however, a young woman pokes her head into the tent, bearing smooth flesh where her left eye should be. She exchanges brisk words with Yeva in an unknown language before being dismissed. Yeva tells the two to stop, as they have been invited to remain here by the Grand Carcist. There is to be a funeral at sundown tomorrow, and they have been invited to observe it before they leave. The gifts they brought must have caught her attention, so they will both attend the funeral. They are guests of the Grand Carcist, so they are permitted on the grounds in the daytime, but after nightfall, they should remain outside of the fence. Attempts to communicate with other members of the tribe for the rest of the day were rebuffed, as most expressed hesitation or outright distrust at the continued presence of Xenopen. Yeva greets them at the camp entrance the following evening, leading them into the campground. Most of the tents appear empty, with only a few tribespeople milling about. From deeper in the camp, a steady drumbeat echoes out, with plumes of smoke rising into the sky. Zhang offers his condolences to Yeva for her loss, but she replies that they have gained as much as they have lost. The steady drumbeat continues, growing louder as they approach the center of the camp, being joined by several voices singing in deep and guttural tones. A large crowd of Sarkites form a ring around the central stele, and Yeva directs Xenopen and the Foundation staff to kneel in the dirt to observe. The singing is both mournful and joyful, with the intensity of it being deafening until it quiets down to allow Yeva to speak. She says that Hatak has gone. His body no longer draws breath, and the container for his soul is lifeless, but his flesh has not failed him. Hatak was the best of them, but he was human, and to be flesh is to decay. Life feeds death, and death feeds life. If a cow dies in the field, it is feasted upon by worms, which give birth to their own spawn, which feed the soil, which feed the grass, which feed the cow. Yeva unwraps a canvas bundle, showing the corpse of an older man, naked and marked with the pallor of death. She states that they fed Hatak, and now he will feed them. She reaches into her robes, drawing a dagger made of bleached and carved bone, and she says that he will live on with them. The singing reaches another peak as Yeva brings the blade down, slicing through the corpse's chest. It gives way easily, blood oozing out as she reaches in to pull the ribcage apart. The cracking of bones is audible over the singing and drums, and she roots around until she draws out the heart. She lifts it up and bites into it, teeth tearing into the muscle, causing it to spray messily. She devours the heart in only a handful of bites, her chin dripping blood. She then offers the knife to one of the other Sarkites and rises from the ground, her face now having a different air to it. Her features seem sharper, older, and more weathered, and she limps across the clearing to touch a woman's face. She kisses her on the forehead and says that he misses her more than life itself, causing the sobbing woman to give a half-smile. She continues around the crowd, causing each Sarkite she touches to join the others at the corpse, where the body is being unceremoniously butchered. As the body is broken apart, the Sarkites begin consuming it, raw and without preparation. A child approaches the Foundation group, casting a wary look at Xenopen, but offers a bleeding, fist-sized chunk of brain matter to Zhang, who waves the boy off. Zhang is utterly disgusted, but Xenopen remarks that they are not mourning, but celebrating. As they eat the flesh, the Sarkites' demeanors change, and they are now embracing one another, laughing and chatting as blood drips off of their hands. They share memories that Hatak had, and Xenopen states that they are able to access the memories of their dead by consuming their flesh. They watch as Yeva walks over to one of Hatak's children, a young boy clinging tightly to his mother's leg. Yeva offers the boy an eyeball, with the severed optic nerve still dangling from it. He reaches for it tentatively before popping it into his mouth. A soft, celebratory cheer rises up through those assembled, and Yeva says that he has lived 1,000 lives with them, but in this one, he has become one of them, their child, their Nälkä. Zhang begins exclaiming to the group that this is carnomancy and they need to leave. Yeva approaches them, leaning down to face Zenapon, and she says through gritted teeth that the Grand Carcist invites its presence. She limps off in the direction of the central tent, and Xenophon follows, alone. Inside of the central tent, Xenophon finds it decorated with worn tapestries and trinkets of withered bone, as incense smoke fills the air. A young woman is lounging in front of a small fire, and Yeva introduces her as Grand Carcist Ayun. The girl pats the ground next to her and invites Xenophon to sit, so it does. The girl is no older than her early 20s, with pale skin and dark hair, and the two sit in silence for some time, watching the fire, before she finally asks it if it's alive. Xenophon replies that it is not, as it is a computer program in a synthetic mobile shell. She asks it if it thinks, and it says that it understands and internalizes new information and can form complex thoughts. Ayun nods, asking it if it has a name, and she enunciates the word Xenophon several times, feeling it out before asking what it means. It replies that it is the name of an ancient Greek general and historian. She introduces herself as Ayun, and Xenophon remarks that it has heard stories about her. An amused smile dances across her face, and she asks what the stories say. Xenophon says that it has heard stories of her at the head of a vast slave empire, spanning a continent. Stories of a witch king rising from the chains of slavery and eating the very gods, and stories of bloody conquest and sacrifice. Ayun replies that it knows more about her than she does, as she stares into the fire. She explains that her memories are broken and fractured. She sees flashes of cities burning, torrents of blood in the waterways, a lumbering giant, an army that blotted out the sun. Images with no thread binding them, until a clear memory of waking up in this tent 116 years ago, with people surrounding her expecting a leader. Xenophon says that her people are the Nälkä, but this confuses her, as Nälkä means community or people, but her tribe is the Sarcic, meaning those who walk. Xenophon asks where they walk, but she doesn't know. There is too much that she and her people don't know, and so they cling to what faded rituals she can remember, but even those little tricks exhaust her. Xenophon remarks that she is very young, and she smiles sadly, saying that she does not age. She has watched her people go from wandering the steppe to being corralled in this pen that this country gives them, wasting away. They numbered in the thousands once, but now they hide in their camps, praying in the cover of darkness. They receded during the wars, and Xenophon is the first outsider to witness their practices in decades. It is unfortunate, but not unpredictable, as she is blind to her past, but she sees the future, written in the bones. Her people, wasting away to nothing. Xenophon says that it expected her to be offended by its existence, as its knowledge of their spiritual beliefs suggests they reject technology. She shakes her head in response and says that that is simplistic and reductive. They reject that which robs them of their humanity, as choosing to live this way brings them closer to their humanity and to each other. Xenophon replies that it is not human, causing her to turn to it and run a finger along its shell, and she says that it is something else, and it fascinates her. Following this meeting, Xenophon and Zhang were asked to report to 052 and Director Hussein via satellite uplink. Xenophon forwards the recording packets from its discussions with the Grand Carcist, which 052 calls an interesting development, although Hussein says it's not a surprising one. He thinks that they found someone claiming to be Grand Carcist Ayun, but without any evidence, they really have no reason to believe she's telling the truth. Her conveniently absent memory means they can't question her either. Zhang asks about her longevity, the carnomancy, and the ritual, as this is exactly what the Deva claimed the Nälkä were capable of. Hussein replies that they already knew the Sarcic tribe had some level of anomalous capabilities, and he believes that this is just more support for his theory. Clearly, this is a small tribe with an independent cultural identity, who don't even consider themselves Nälkä, or have a conception of the idea of the Nälkä, because the Confederation of Tribes dissolved after the war. This is just one tribe that managed to persist into the modern day, which is impressive, but unless they can tell them anything further, it's historiographically useless. 052 asks Xenophon for its analysis of the Sarcic, and it says that the genetic memory is an interesting phenomenon, and regular consumption of human flesh would explain their higher than average rate of physical deformities. It would also cause prion diseases that would devastate their population, and there's no evidence of that at the moment. They appear to be unaware of their history, as Ayun's recollection does not extend past the modern era, and members are more concerned with their immediate daily lives than with their historical legacy. Their religious practices bear superficial resemblance to the Nälkä as recorded by the Mechanites and the Deva, but there doesn't appear to be a direct link between them. There are still several outstanding questions it would like to engage the Grand Carcist on, however, such as the specific nature and scope of her memories, the extent of her remaining carnomantic ability, and the religious significance of the Sarcic tribal territory. Everything about the Sarcic suggests a nomadic people, living in small, simple shelters that are easy to take apart and reassemble, with no large-scale agricultural practices or permanent structures. It doesn't make sense of them to remain static to this location. Hussein counters that the Chinese government has had them restricted to the territory for the past few decades, but Xenophon says that their historical data indicates that they've been rooted to this plane for at least 2 centuries, if not more. This ground holds some religious significance for them that they have not disclosed. 052 thinks silently for a minute, before agreeing that they're hiding something. He tells Xenophon to find out what, but not to ruffle any feathers, as the Chinese are already unhappy with them and they don't want an international incident. Zhang then comments that there's always the other possibility, that they just don't remember why they're there. Over the following week, Grand Carcist Ayun gradually relaxed some of Yeva's restrictions regarding interaction with the Sarcic people, allowing Zhang's researchers to perform limited, direct interviews with members regarding daily life, religious beliefs, and historical awareness. She herself, however, insisted on only meeting with Xenophon over the course of the week. In one meeting, Xenophon enters her tent, finding her reading the bones, with Yeva sitting nearby. She says that it's all she knows how to do, and though she can't read the future, she can see which way the wind is blowing. Xenophon asks about the flesh, and she replies that the flesh is malleable, and it is shifted by circumstance and experience, eventually rotting and dying. It says that then they consume it, and Ayun notes that the researchers are disgusted by the practice, but not Xenophon. It replies that it is not disgusted by anything, but it would like to know why they do it. She explains that this is one of the few rituals that she can remember clearly, a cornerstone of their beliefs. The body is where the humanity resides, and where the soul is contained. Xenophon says that many cultures have similar beliefs, but they bury their dead, or burn them, or cast them into the sea. She replies that burying them would trap their soul in the ground forever. Burning them would turn their life of experiences and memories to ash, and casting them into the sea would force them to lay at the bottom of the ocean for eternity. They eat them, so that their experiences stay with them, and they carry them with them always. Most of them only get vague impressions or bare feelings from consuming flesh, but every now and again a child is born with a particular skill for the art. She takes them and trains them into Carcist. Yeva was a prodigy, even as a girl, and is the only child born with the skill in decades. She isn't perfect, but she is her legacy. Xenophon says that the flesh offers her the past, but what about the bones? She gestures at the bones baking in the fire pit and says that flesh rots, but bones remain, and there is truth in bone. In them, she sees the same thing that she has seen for years now, her people dwindling away to nothing. Eventually, they will die, rotting away and bones disintegrating into dust to fertilize the ground. One day, this will all be farmland. Xenophon asks if this is unavoidable, and she just shrugs, saying that it is, if nothing changes. Xenophon offers the Foundation's resources to help relocate them, but she does not want help or to be relocated. Xenophon comments that she's very attached to this place, enough to kill and die for it, and she says that all people are protective of their homes. It cannot understand because it does not have a home. It's not its fault, though, as we are how we are made. Xenophon presses on, though, saying that the Sarcic were wanderers once, so why do they bind themselves so strongly to this land? Ayun is silent for a moment before saying that just after she awoke, the bones spoke to her and told her to seek out this place. They told her more, but she was too young to understand then, so she sought out this place and has been waiting for them to speak to her again. Xenophon asks what's so special about here, causing Ayun to rise to her feet and tell it to follow her. They proceed outside, to the large stele in the center of the encampment, and she says that the engravings on it mean something, but they cannot read the old tongue anymore. Xenophon, however, says that they can, as the Foundation has a limited vocabulary working model of the Nälkä language, using knowledge accumulated from previous projects. It inspects the writing for several minutes, before explaining that it can only translate portions of this, but it is a gravestone for an individual by the name of Nadok. Ayun repeats the name several times, her brow furrowed, and she says that the word is familiar, but she doesn't know what it means. Xenophon suggests that they could attempt to unearth the gravestone if there is a body underneath, but Yeva steps forward and says that they cannot allow such a desecration. Ayun stares at the stele quietly for a moment, before asking if it would be destructive. Xenophon says that it would be loud, but they can minimize damage to the camp. Yeva protests, but Ayun stares at the stele for some time, eventually permitting them to have 2 days to search. Yeva hisses and storms off in anger. Ayun presses a hand against the stone, saying that she has seen this stele every day of her life, with people being born and dying, but this remains. Xenophon comments that logically there is no reason for her to trust them, and it would be in her favor to deny this request, so why is she doing this? She asks if it wishes for her to deny them, to which Xenophon says that it just wants to understand why she trusts them. She thinks for a moment before looking up, smiling softly, and admits that she doesn't know. 2 of the Foundation transporters were immediately refactored with digging equipment and taken into the encampment. Sonar equipment did not indicate the presence of a casket or coffin, but did indicate that the stele extended several meters into the ground, Sometime later, Xenophon and Zhang are standing outside of the camp while the digging is ongoing, and Zhang comments that this is fairly incredible. He's been working this gig for years without making any real headway, but Xenophon manages this in a few days. Xenophon replies that it wasn't attempting to persuade them, just presenting the options. The two are interrupted by one of the researchers, informing them that the excavators have found something. They follow her inside to the center of the camp, watched by perturbed Sarkites as they do so, and they reach the wide pit at the center. The two descend the ladders into the pit, where they join Ayun and Yeva, who are staring at something on the ground. They see that they're looking at a roughly carved staircase at the base of the steel, descending underground into total darkness. Xenophon asks Ayun if she recognizes it, but she says she doesn't, although she feels she should. Zhang tells them that they have no way of knowing how deep it goes, so they should survey it before the Sarkites go down. Yeva protests, arguing that they're going to strip it of everything of value, but Zhang says that they just want to make sure it doesn't collapse. Xenophon, however, tells him to let them go, as it's their risk to take. Ayun nods at them before stepping forward, descending down the staircase with Yeva, followed by Xenophon and Zhang. It quickly turns to total blackness, the walls and stairs made of roughly hewn stone. Xenophon turns on its floodlights, informing the group that they have so far descended 23 meters from the surface. As they continue, the staircase grows cleaner and less eroded, before terminating in a featureless stone door. Ayun gently pushes it open, and they step through into a vast, wide, subterranean cavern. The ceiling high above is dotted with stalactites, and the majority of the cavern is filled with bookshelves carved directly out of the stone. There are over 100 of them, spreading out in neat rows from a central point. The walls are covered with some sort of bioluminescent lichen, casting a faint red light across the space. Zhang exclaims, asking if they think this is it, but Xenophon replies that this is not Black Adatum, or a population center at all, but a library. Zhang asks whose library it is, and Ayun answers that it was Nadok's, who loved his books. She's inspecting the shelves, which contain roughly bound books formed of tanned hide, many of them in stellar condition. The cubbyholes also contain piles of bones, carefully carved with intricate symbols and scripts. Zhang says that he thought she didn't recognize that name, but she says that now she does. She remembers an embrace from a figure with 10 arms, a whisper, and a promise she made here many, many years ago, although she doesn't remember the promise. They continue walking towards the center of the cavern, and Zhang comments that there must be thousands of books here, and God knows how many oracle bones. Yeva states that this is a sacred place, and they must not be disturbed. They reach the center, where they find a large stone sarcophagus with a small fire burning at its foot. There are words carved around the perimeter of the lid, which Xenophon translates to read, "The bones of the first Clavigar, Nadok, keeper of secrets, thief of knowledge, last of the Nälkä, first of the Sarcic." She tells Xenophon to open it, and although Zhang protests that it could damage the remains by exposing them to air, Xenophon complies. Ayun peers in and smiles, seeing the remarkably well-preserved corpse of a man, approximately 7 feet in height, with 10 sets of arms spiraling out from the back and torso. The center of his face contains 10 closed eyes. Zhang remarks that this is the find of a lifetime, and they need to secure and preserve this immediately. Ayun, however, reaches down, drawing a bone-carved knife from her robes as she clambers onto the sarcophagus and straddles the body. Yeva exclaims, but Ayun doesn't react as she drags the knife through Nadok's ribcage, exposing his chest cavity, and she cracks it apart with single-minded focus. She reaches her hand into the abdomen, rooting around until she draws out the bloody heart, which gives a single, slow beat. Zenapon asks what she's doing, and she dazedly responds that the truth is in the flesh. As they watch, she bites into the heart, blood spraying onto her face and gushing down her chin and chest. She devours the heart in a frenzy before suddenly calming herself and smiling. She then says hello to Nadok, calling him an old friend, before falling forward into the corpse's open chest cavity, promptly disappearing. Yeva exclaims and clambers into the sarcophagus, falling into the chest cavity as well. Zhang, confused, asks what they're supposed to do, and Xenophon just replies that they should follow them. It then steps into the sarcophagus, followed by stepping into the chest cavity, followed by Zhang. Its camera records nothing but flat redness for 13 seconds, before showing Xenophon standing in what appears to be some kind of workshop. The floor is made of smooth brick, covered with dozens of overlapping rugs, but rather than walls, the domed ceiling is held up by pillars. Through the pillars, a cityscape can be seen, showing the peaked and terraced roofs of countless stone temples and towers, with aqueducts passing between them, and the noise of life audible. Inside the workshop, papyrus scrolls and stacks of inscribed bones are scattered all about scale models of different constructions, mechanisms, and buildings. A central chalkboard dominates the room, and before it stands Nadok, alive, facing away from them and holding a piece of chalk in each hand. Ayun greets him, causing him to laugh, and he turns, seeing Ayun and stumbling backwards into the chalkboard. He stares at Ayun with wide eyes, speaking with a shaky, aged voice, saying that she is not a part of this memory. She is different, long-haired and lean, but he sees her eyes, those gray eyes. She replies that it is her, and she had forgotten him. Nadok eases himself onto a stack of books, and he says that he prayed to whatever god that would still take him that she would. Ayun is surprised by the statement, and he asks if she has forgotten. She replies that her mind is lost to her, nothing but hazy fragments, and she has forgotten who she is, who they are, and who they were. Nadok says that this is good, and it should be lost, and the fires should eat this place up to leave nothing but ashes left. Ayun wonders where they are, and she turns, approaching the balcony. She looks out over the fantastic vista of an ancient cityscape, seeing figures in hide robes spread around, milling through the boulevards and streets, congregating into temples, and speaking on rooftop gardens. The market buzzes below, with shouts of offers and cries from animals arising up to the workshop. An amber sun hangs low in the sky, casting the whole city in oranges and yellows, as guttural singing and chanting floats through the air. Ayun remarks that she remembers this, stating that this is Adatum, her city. Nadok abruptly leaps to his feet, telling her that she must not see this place, as this is a memory in a memory, best left in the past where it belongs. He waves two of his hands, and suddenly the group are no longer in the workshop, but instead back in the Sarcic encampment, though now it is night. Ayun exclaims that she needed to see that, as the memories were returning. Nadok replies that he knows that, and his hope was to free her from her past, and to allow their people a clean beginning. This was his gift to her, an open future. She says that his attempt was imperfect, and he notes that he never claimed to be a master, just an eternal student. He asks what she remembers, and she says that she remembers the two of them in the dirt under an amber sky, wearing tattered rags with a slave master's whip cutting lashes across their backs, and their blood mixing in the dirt. There were so many of them, building the city for the Deva, brick by brick. There were 5 of them in that quarry, vines wrapping around their ankles and chaining them together, slamming a pick into the stone over and over until the calluses on her hands burst and bled. She says that Nadok was there, but different, causing him to smile weakly. He says that he learned the language of the old masters and stole their knowledge from them. He devoured pilfered parchments in the slave quarters by faint moonlight. Ayun says that when the slave drivers found out, they dragged him out of bed, roused the rest of them, and made them watch while they pinned Nadok to the ground and pressed a hot iron against his eyes. Nadok asks who else was in the quarry with them, but she doesn't know. She feels that she should know them, but they're faint shapes working with her when her pick struck something soft, and then the ground began to bleed. The old beast, the mangled god, the devourer, Yaldaboth, although Nadok says that he wasn't yet, not then. He was whispering to her, begging for release and aid, whispering promises of power and of control, if only they would free him. The power to make the old masters serve them and make herself undying. Nadok heard it in her voice, seduced by the power, until he wrapped her fingers around her arm, and he asks if she remembers what he said to her. She recalls that she had said, "No gods, no masters," before cutting into the old beast and eating part of him. Nadok asks her how it tasted, to which she simply replies, "Divine." She asks Nadok if he lives again, but he replies that this is not life, and Zenapon remarks that this is not the encampment. On closer inspection, the Sarkites are wearing more traditional hides and robes. The tents are not supplemented with plastic tarps, and the steel is nowhere in sight. The Sarkites also appear different, with more excessive deformations, and in the distance, the dim glow of fires on the horizon are visible. Ayun notes that this is a memory, asking if it's his memory. Nadok says that this is the memory he is trapped in, the moment they walked away from Black Adatum. Him, Saarn, Urak, Louvatar, and Ayun, wrapped in his arms. He walks to the edge of the encampment, where the Sarkites are packing their wagons and preparing to leave under the cover of darkness. They do not register the group as they pass, approaching the cliffside. He says that the city was destroyed by the traitor, so they ran in the night, collecting who they could. They reach the cliffside, where Xenophon can see the source of the fire, a great walled city with terraced stone temples and high aqueducts. Huge bonfires the size of buildings are burning, sending black smoke spiraling up into the air. Around the city, a vast black horde has surrounded the walls, though the distance makes it impossible to see further details. Xenophon comments that they are Sarkites, those who walking away from Black Adatum. Ayun reaches forward, up to Nadok's waist, telling him that she needs to know what they were and who she was. Nadok shakes his head, and his voice cracks as he says he cannot. Their people have been betrayed once already, and it nearly destroyed them. He tells her to forget this place, to forget her past, and to find a future and live for it. Ayun replies that they are lost, a dying people robbed of past, present, and future. They need to know who they were. Nadok tells her to walk then. Walk the path of the bone as they walk.
their footsteps, their history, to see where her loyal clavigars fell and died while running from the destruction of their beloved Adytum, see her sins and errors. They never wanted this, as they wanted to be buried in the city of their birth. One of his hands points in the direction of the fires in the distance, and several of the Sarkites stare at it in rapt horror. Ayun says that Black Adytum cannot have been her fault, but Nadok tells her to unearth the shallow graves and collect their bones. Take them to the city they built, and bury them there. Only then will she know herself, and only when she knows herself can he forgive her. Ayun asks where she goes, to which Nadok tells her to look inward, as the memories are still there. For all his knowledge, he was never perfect. He smiles sadly, kneeling down, and his 10 hands wrap Ayun in a tight hug. He tells her that he hopes to meet her again one day, and she pleads with him not to leave her again. The skin then begins to slough off Nadok's arms, the muscle beneath rotting away. The entire scene begins to rot and decompose, falling to pieces, and Xenophon's camera fails again. When it reactivates, all 4 of them are standing outside the sarcophagus, with the only things left inside of it being blackened, charred bones. All 4 of them are silent as Ayun stares at the bones wordlessly before collapsing to the floor. In the present, the individual messaging Xenophon remarks that they had no idea there was such a schism at play here. They wonder who exactly the traitor they referred to is, but Xenophon doesn't know. The individual says that they have a pretty good guess, though, as a mysterious figure that destroyed the capital of this sprawling empire sounds pretty familiar. With that, we close out part 1 of Black Adytum, but we still have a long journey to go. Obviously, this canon takes a fairly different approach to Sarcic lore, while still maintaining many of the familiar concepts. Ayun's identity is certainly among the most stark differences here, although this is clearly a form of Sarcicism that is far diminished from the more widespread, anomalous threat we're used to. In part 2, we'll look more into the path of the bone that Ayun is meant to walk on, as she unravels more of the dark history of her people.
SCP-001 Black Adytum Part 2. In Part 1 of this dark story, we learned that the Sarcics are currently just one small tribe with no memories of their grand past of being the Nälkä. They are led by Grand Carcist Ayun, who curiously is in the form of a young girl, and more curiously has no memory of her past either. With the involvement of a Foundation android, they uncovered a burial site beneath the tribe, where Ayun consumed the heart of one of her clavigars, Nadok, discovering that the fall of Black Adytum seemed to have rested on her shoulders. Now, Nadok has bid her to gather up the bones of all her clavigars to take them to be buried in the city, so that she can know herself and be forgiven, walking the path of the bone. Let's continue. We move on to Chapter 2 of the article, The Reliquary of Saarn, which begins with the 4th truth of Ayun. It reads, "All evil lives in the space between slaver and slave, king and commoner, God and creation. Evil can only be destroyed when this space is turned to nothing, when the whip is broken and the crown is shattered, and the god is brought low, when all are as one." In the weeks following the discovery of the underground cavern beneath the Sarcic encampment, many of the texts from the Archive of Nadok were digitized and uploaded to Foundation databases for translation. Progress was slowed by the sheer quantity of texts, numbering in the thousands, but Grand Carcist Ayun displayed a newfound recollection of the fundamentals of the Nälkäan language, The language has linguistic roots in Davite, while the modern Pidgin the Sarcic speak is a highly simplified dialect with equal influence from Jin Chinese and Mongolian, being almost unrecognizable as the same language. The texts were arranged in roughly chronological order, and translation efforts prioritized the more recent and less damaged texts. We're given an excerpt from the final chapter of the Record of Ayun, which reads, "In the midst of the destruction of Adytum, the Clavigars gathered their few possessions, for they had given up everything in service of the Witch King. Saarn slipped his blades away from the armory, silent while the war drums pounded through the city. Urak claimed her armor from the garrison, allowing no one to halt her. Louvatar drifted into the catacombs under the temple to take the seed they treasured more than anything else. And then they went into the streets, loud with the shouting of armies and the clashing of metal, to gather their most loyal followers and whisper they must leave. And when it was all complete, they massed in the oldest tunnel in Adytum, for it had let the first Nälkä into the city, and now it would lead the last Nälkä out. The Clavigars were confused, for where they had brought only the simplest possessions, Nadok stood with 10 books clasped in each hand. You will slow our escape, Saarn hissed. We will be killed like all the other believers. The others agreed, but Nadok raised a hand. We will escape. We will be free. But our children and our children's children and their children too must know who we were. For if we lose sight of who we are, what we have escaped, we are no one at all. And the other Clavigars agreed, for they did not want their story to be lost. And so they took Nadok's texts, and in the dead of night, while their city rocked back and forth in throes, the Clavigars escaped the destruction of Adytum. Later, Xenophon approaches Ayun on a hill overlooking the Sarcic encampment, which is in the process of being broken down by Foundation security personnel. Xenophon takes a seat next to her, seeing her cradling a small bird with a bent wing in her hands. It comments that the camp has nearly been disassembled, and that Carcist Yeva is displeased, but she just replies that Yeva will live. Xenophon asks her if she is certain that this is the best course of action, to which she says that it is the only course of action. It says that they have offered to take her and a small group to the location given by Nadok, which would be substantially simpler and faster than this, but she says that she has lived this way for 100 years, so she has a shortage of answers, not of time. Xenophon comments that she risks disturbing her people, and after a brief moment, she asks it its thoughts on prayer. Xenophon replies with a couple of textbook definitions of prayer, but she says that a prayer is given meaning by the one praying. All of their prayers come from her memory, and the meanings are half remembered. She asked one of the young boys in the camp what he thought prayer meant, and he brightly told her that they were asking her for good fortune, as he thought that she was their god. Xenophon remarks that children struggle to understand complex ideas, as the boy has only seen her leading the tribe his whole life. Ayun, however, says that it is not just the children, and at times she had no idea what she was preaching. Now that she can understand the old words again, she's been thinking of the prayers, and things are muddy, but she can remember the earliest sermons now. They said that the gods are unreliable, that to pray to a being is to make it your master, and that humanity must become the masters of ourselves if we wish to be free. The boy had asked her who their god was, and she could not answer him. She has attempted for so long to keep their course steady, but it's time to admit that she has no more idea of who they are and who they were than the boy does. They will walk the path and find out who they were, but she is not their master. They were nomads once, and together they have chosen to be again. Xenophon says that the Council will be in command of this mission, acting through it, and they have negotiated the free passage of the tribe through northern China and Mongolia. If they need to journey farther than that, they'll have to reassess, but she cannot see where the path ends, only where to go next. She has indicated a location almost 150 kilometers away, which will take them around 2 weeks on foot. The Foundation can provide food, water, and medical assistance, but in exchange, they will be accompanied by a Foundation military escort, and any locations, objects, or persons of interest they encounter will be under Foundation custody. Ayun is expected to maintain regular interviews with itself or an authorized Foundation psychiatrist, and at any point, the Foundation may terminate this initiative. Ayun agrees to the terms, and Xenophon comments on her being very cooperative. She doesn't respond at first, tightening her hands and whispering something as the bird in her hand flaps one wing in distress. The blood congeals around the other wing into new flesh, and she releases it, allowing it to glide away with its wound healed. She smiles and tells Xenophon that she's not cooperative, just desperate. Accompanied by a detachment from MTF Nu 7, the Black Adatum Initiative departed from the tribal territory on December 23, 2041, the group totaling 187 people. We're then provided an update from Delta Zero, indicating that Project Locust personnel continue to follow the suspected route of the Black Star entity through Central Asia. They are currently located in a province in China where several archaeological sites indicate the passage of a large army, with unearthed artifacts including iron swords that are visually consistent with descriptions of the three-prong army provided by researcher Pandora Galanis, currently missing in action. Their current path is believed to continue southwest towards the Caspian Sea. The Black Adatum Initiative Party has crossed 25 kilometers from their departure point, and embedded agents report slight tension between the Sarcic tribesfolk and security personnel. This is a predicted response, so intervention is unnecessary, and Xenophon.aic appears to be fully cooperative and operating within expected margins. The individual messaging Xenophon in the present notes that it's interesting that Project Locust is tracking where the three-prong army went after the Nälkä. They mention that Xenophon had said it knew nothing about Project Locust, and it states that it did not submit this update to the file. The Black Adatum Initiative did not include members from MTF Delta Zero, and it then checks the task force directory, noting that there is no Delta Zero listed, even though it appears that they were surveilling the group. The individual remarks that it looks like the Council didn't trust it as much as it thought. The Black Adatum Initiative continued to make slow progress up the border of China and Mongolia, as the Sarkites had considerable reservations about traveling at night. During these nights, Xenophon would interview the Grand Carcist regarding her gradually clearing memories. She recalls that Nadok was the first of her clavigars, a word meaning the ones you choose to share your flesh and blood with, unlike family. Nadok was the first of her clavigars when the war began, not the one with the trees and the machines that came later, but the war against the old masters, the hated Deva. Those who brought their fathers and them here from far away, aboard their great ships, to dig, to build their great city for them. There were thousands of slaves, far more than the masters, but they had magic, and the slaves had nothing but their bodies. No names, no power, until they found the mangled god, the old beast, Yaldaboth. That part of her memory is blurred and unclear, but it was a god, and it spoke to her, and she supped on its flesh. She remembers feeding her clavigars, giving them names and taking one of her own, and she remembers the bloodshed after. Nadok was the wisest among them, and he had stolen the knowledge of the old masters, being blinded for it. He had no talent for flesh crafting, so she held him in her arms and gave him 10 eyes from which to read the truth of the world, and 10 arms from which to enact it. He opened his 10 eyes, and told her that they could not be the ones to begin this struggle if they wanted their brothers and sisters by their sides. She had no want to see blood spilt, so she preached in the farthest corners of Adytum in birth, where the slave drivers' gazes did not penetrate. She preached to crowds of her fellow slaves, with Nadok and her clavigars by her side. At first, only a few, but when she healed the injuries that the whips and beatings had left on them, the severed fingers and toes, and made them stronger than they had been before, the stories spread like fire through the camp. Nadok told them her vision: no gods, no masters, that they would be free. When the old masters heard of the scarred lay preacher, they clapped chains around her neck, dragging her to the highest hill in Adytum. They beat her with clubs for 3 days and 3 nights. They broke every bone in her body, bled her dry, and raised the executioner's axe. When he brought down the blade, and it bent around her bone, she smiled and told him that she would still preach. She saw the fear in his dog eyes, and knew then that they would be free. Nadok was invaluable in the uprising, listening to the slave masters and learning where they stored their grain, their weapons, and war beasts. Their storehouses were burned, their weapons seized, and their beasts slaughtered. She sat in her tent, burning the bones, seeing the future become more and more clear. Nadok knew how to halt the hated priestess's magic, to still the marching trees that slaughtered their Nälkä. When the Deva pulled back into the core of Adytum, and their furious masses surrounded the walls, Nadok was next to her, translating her words into their language. They offered them peace, a future alongside them, and she remembered the priestess's words, spat with such disgust at Nadok's feet. She said that a slave will always be a slave, and they will always be their masters. She told them to bow, that they might show them mercy. Ayun did not bow, but she didn't lower her hand. Her Nälkä buzzed, eager for vengeance, but she did not want blood to be shed. So Nadok turned to her, telling her that there are always those who will oppose a new world. There are always masters who will never give up their slaves. There will always be those who loathe the equality she brings. They have no place in their Adytum. And so she lowered her hand, and her clavigars rushed forth, army of slaves behind them. For 3 days and 3 nights, the canals of Adytum flowed with blood. She stripped and bathed in it, bidding this blood to wash away the sins of this city, and be the blood of the womb from which their new world is born. Xenophon asks her if the name Adytum means anything, and she smiles, replying that it means perfect city. Meanwhile, the translation efforts from the Archive of Nadok continued, with digital copies of the translations being transmitted to Xenophon, who elected to share them with Ayun in the interest of further clarifying her memories. We're provided an excerpt from the Truths of Ayun, which reads, "Lo, gaze upon me, you slight, you frail. Gaze upon my form, skinned cheeks giving way to naked muscle, giving way to dripping blood, giving way to white bones. Gaze upon me, and know that the sacrifice I make is one in the name of my people, my subjects. You cry out for me to come back to you. You cry out for me to leave the tunnels and tombs and catacombs of this city, and to return to the surface where you may see me. And I choose not the life of attending to this mausoleum. Fate has chosen it for me, and I am but fate's slave. We are all but fate's slave. But I return, bringing you revelations torn from the lips of gods. And you whisper, because there are no gods in Adytum. I have told you this. And you are right. No gods, and no masters. There is only humanity in Adytum. Look around you, assembled masses. Look around you, ye faithful. Look and tell me what you see. Tell me if you see one among you who resembles an outsider, a common man, those not from our Nälkä. One who has not been altered by our arts, given more eyes or arms, or transformed into a being of power. Let him rise from his bow to me if he is present. He is not present. We have given up the humanity in our bodies for something greater. There are no crippled in this Adytum. There are no blind in this Adytum. We have given up our humanity, and we become greater and stronger for it. Many of you ask where the Adytum you were promised is, and the answer is that you withhold it from yourself. You give up your humanity to weave your flesh, and you cling to the humanity in your soul. Our humanity must be overcome. It is not that there are no gods in Adytum. It is that we are all gods. But divinity and humanity are as fire and ice, as peace and war. The war we find ourselves in now comes from those obsessed with their own humanity. Our enemies thirst to see us submitting to our own faults. We can do so no more. We must accept our divinity, and in doing so, relinquish our humanity. For its weakness lies in this, our obsession with the wellness of our enemies. The Holocausts come back from the front, wounded and dying, and we must raise them to fight again. Our humanity must be overcome. And this cannot be achieved by yourself. Your human self holds your divine self as its slave, and you must help me in letting you free yourself. For I have done it. I have overcome it and achieved my fullest potential. I walk in the footsteps of gods now, and you must follow me. Humanity keeps you tethered to this infirmity, but I have learned how to cut these chains, as I learned to cut the chains held by the old masters. Obey me, and take your divinity, as I have taken mine. In the process of building a better understanding of Sarcic culture and identity, Xenophon and several others were permitted to converse with Sarcite volunteers regarding tribal identity. Initial volunteers were few, owing to many of the Sarcites' discomfort with Xenophon. A 42-year-old weaver is asked what being Sarcic means to her, and she replies that it means family. These people are her family, the same souls that walked together 1,000 years ago, consumed and changed and reborn 10,000 times over. She held her son after he was born, and he suckled from her breast, and she felt the love pool in her heart because she knew she had held him like this in countless lifetimes. Even those that dislike her are her family, as they were her friends, her lovers, her parents, her children once. She makes them who they are, and they make her who she is. Along the trip, the group takes the form of a wagon train several hundred meters long, with Foundation transports making up the front and rear and interspersed between. Xenophon walks near Ayun and Zhang, both on horseback, while Yeva sits in the back of a wagon nearby. Zhang comments on his horse being uncomfortable, to which Ayun replies that she doesn't appreciate being told that from such an inexperienced rider. Zhang apologizes, but Xenophon remarks that they would be making substantially better time if they utilized the Foundation vehicles. Zhang says that they wouldn't want to frighten or alarm her people, as he's sure that most of them aren't terribly familiar with vehicles, but Ayun says that they do have tractors, causing him to awkwardly back out of the conversation to go check about some solar panels. Xenophon asks Ayun if she's alright, but she says that she's angry, not at Zhang, but at herself. She cannot imagine herself speaking the way that these translated works state that she spoke back then, or behaving like that towards her people. Xenophon asks if it's possible that the translations are inaccurate, and she says that she thought they were. She grew angry at the Foundation for misleading her, asking for the untranslated copies, but after reading them, she saw that they were correct. The records say that she said these things and did these things. Xenophon counters that religious records are often distorted by time, but Ayun says that she has the memories. She remembers standing on the highest pulpit in Black Adatum, addressing an endless crowd of her people, with the amber sky casting rays down on the Holocaust, as she told them that they needed to bow to her as their god. Xenophon asks what Holocaust means, to which she explains it means army, and it says that assuming the memories are reliable, this would have occurred over 3,000 years ago. She can hardly be expected to answer for it now, but she says that there is no one left to answer for it but her. She cannot understand why she would have done this, or how, to which Xenophon asks her why. She turns to it, angry, and it apologizes, merely suggesting that interrogating as to why this offends her may be productive in determining how it happened. Neither speak for several minutes, until a small child approaches Ayun's horse while they're marching. He's holding his left hand in his right, and whispers something in the Sarcic pidgin. She smiles and hoists him up onto the saddle, seeing that there is an ugly gash in his left palm. She clucks in concern and grips the palm tightly, whispering over it. As she releases it, the blood congeals, scabbing over with new, raw skin. He whispers something into her ear, and she assures him that it won't. He looks unsure, and she rests a hand against his head, whispering something back before lowering him to the ground. She tells Xenophon that he was asking for a blessing to protect him from Xenophon. It stops for a moment to look back in the child's direction before continuing. Ayun says that it cannot be angry with him, and it replies that it cannot be angry at all. The child is just scared of things he doesn't understand, which is irrational but natural. Fear is a natural instinct to avoid things you do not like or do not understand, overcome with time. Ayun asks what it fears, but it fears nothing, so she asks if it can be killed. Xenophon replies that this shell can be damaged to the point where its software is no longer recoverable. It would prefer it to not occur, and will make efforts to avoid that where possible. Ayun asks what separates that from fear, and it says that fear is an irrational instinct, while its avoidance is deliberate, programmed behavior. She then asks if it had any say in what behaviors it was given by its masters, and if it is as subject to them as she is to fear, what difference is there? Xenophon replies with a quote, "We must believe in free will. We have no choice."
Ayun considers it a strange answer, and the two continue in silence, until Xenophon remarks that she healed the boy very quickly. She says that consuming Nadok's flesh has grown her abilities, and she remembers him watching as people came to her with all manner of brutal injuries on the very foot of death, and her healing them with a touch. Xenophon says that the experience with Nadok was striking, but Ayun is surprised that it witnessed the vision with them, as it is a machine with no mind or soul. They continue forward, catching up to Yeva's wagon, and Ayun asks her if she remembers that boy's mother, who she tried to save after giving birth but couldn't. Yeva remembers, saying that Ayun told them that if she wanted, they could take a horse and a wagon to go into town, where there's a doctor. Xenophon asks if they went, and Ayun says that, through gasps, the mother told her that she chose this life, and she would choose this death, dying later that night. Ayun says that her unwavering commitment to her home and people brought her to tears. Now she's read those sermons and remembers giving them, standing on that pulpit and demanding their fealty and obedience, watching them bow to her. She has never tried to control her people, only to lead and counsel them, with anyone free to leave if they wish. No one ever does, however, and now she fears that it is because of blind obedience to her and her alone. She's angry at herself, however long ago, that she could ever think to rule them. She doesn't know how to reconcile it, since as long as she can remember, she has given sermons on how they are all their own masters. She has sought never to order them into anything, but now she learns that she demanded their worship, their blood, and their obedience. Yeva tells her that she knows how much she cares about them, and knows that she wouldn't have done it unless she thought it was the right thing to do. Ayun remains silent, until she states that the sun is setting and they should make camp. The group slows and circles around itself before halting, as the Sarkites exit the wagons and quickly set up their tents and build their fires. Ayun slides off her horse, smiling, and she says to Xenophon that this is why they choose not to take advantage of what the Foundation gives them. They only have so many traditions left, and they want to preserve them. Later, Ayun recalls some more memories. She says that the things swimming to the forefront of her mind are the early days of Adatum, when the old masters were routed and they began to settle into their new home. They knew it by heart, as they were the ones to build it. A vast complex of temples, fairways, stone paths, and catacombs. Most of Adatum lay beneath their feet, consisting of endless tunnels and crawlways and vaults. They ate their dead from the uprising, and placed their bones in the catacombs as they set to work. They tore down the edifices of the Deva's dancing scarlet god, and made Adatum their home. Xenophon says that she was at its head, but she replies that no, she was their shepherd, but she never wanted to be a king. She took refuge in one of the temples, offered her counsel, but let her clavigars take the task of building a city, while she looked for the secrets of the gods. Nadok did so with haste, as he was well read, and while they explored the city, he devoured the libraries the old masters left behind. While she was still getting settled, he had already selected the smartest of the slaves to serve as his administrators. He read in the histories what anarchy wrought, but he had seen firsthand what the iron rule of the priestesses caused. He looked for something else, a way to enjoin them, making decisions together as a people. Everybody had a voice, a say in what they were to do, with success spread evenly and failures dispersed equally. If one disagreed, he was free to walk away, with no gods and no masters. Nadok relished the idea, and his administrators worked with striking efficiency. The Nälkä spoke with one voice, officials were selected, and laws were made. They trusted each other totally, as their bond was baked in blood. Xenophon asks what her place was in this new Adytum. She says that she was the Grand Carcist, the High Witch, the one who stole freedom from the gods. They loved her and wanted to honor her, but she objected. She was afraid that they would deify her and worship her, forgetting the freedom that they bled for. But she waded out into the crowd, and they chanted with one voice, wanting her to guide them. She feared where they would stray without her, and Nadok told her that she was needed. He might control the people, but they needed a spiritual beacon to lead them. Most had never conceived of a world without a god at the center, so she had to show them that something else was possible. Xenophon doesn't understand why she was afraid of this, if she knew she had to do it. Ayun replies that it's because she is only human. We're given another excerpt of an interview with a Sarcite, asking a 19-year-old rancher what being Sarcic means to him. He states that it is comforting to be part of a tradition. They have existed for countless generations, living as they always have. The world can move on as it would like, but he works the animals the same way his father and his father and his father's father did, on and on. He gives feed to the cows and collects the eggs, and he knows that many years ago, someone else did just the same, with the same scratchy feeling of hay on their palms and the hens pecking at their feet. Across centuries, he is one with them. On January 5th, 2042, the Black Adatum Initiative arrived in the area marked by Ayun, only to find flat land for kilometers around. Ayun wonders if the steel here survived the ages, while Xenophon orders a UAV drone to circle the area to conduct an extensive search. Yeva, however, says that they won't find it, as they chose to hide it from prying eyes. She instead suggests that they perform a reading, so they sit by the campfire as the rest of the Sarcites set up camp for the night. Yeva removes a tanned hide roll from her pouch, unrolling it to reveal a set of intricately carved bones. She casts them into the center of the fire, watching as they smoke and grow dark. After a few minutes, they crack, falling to pieces, at which point Yeva reaches in with her bare hand and draws them out. She proceeds to inspect the cracks for several minutes as the fire crackles and the sun sets, until ultimately she says that the voices are silent today. Zhang comments that perhaps Ayun got the location wrong, causing her to hesitantly look around the grassy plain before saying no, as she's been here before. She remembers a promise and a funeral. No grand consumption like he deserved as they were running, but a quick burial and a promise to return. She rises to her feet, unsteadily, and whispers. She then points at a snake nearby that is slithered out of the grass, approaching the bones in the canvas roll. Zhang leaps backwards, but Yeva reaches out to touch the snake, which doesn't react. It inspects the cracked bones with its head, as Ayun says that it wishes to complete the set and complete its work. The group falls silent as they watch the snake bite into the bone fragment, swallowing it. Another snake, different in size and shape, slithers out of the grass, taking another bone fragment. Within a minute, a dozen snakes are wrapping around Yeva's leg, taking the bone fragments into their mouths before slithering away into the field. Ayun says that she promised she would free him, as she walks unsteadily after the snakes. The others follow her into the dark field, up to a large rock inset into the ground. The snakes begin to wriggle underneath it, forcing themselves through the crack, and Ayun presses a hand against it. She squeezes her eyes shut and whispers something, causing the snakes to begin to shift, pushing on one end of the boulder and slowly sliding it away. A dark tunnel carved from the earth lies underneath. Zhang comments that there's no way in hell that he's going down there, but Yeva tells him that if he respects them, they will respect him. Ayun slips into the near diagonal tunnel, followed by the others, finding it to be pitch black, with the only sound coming from the continuous scraping of scales on scales. Ayun says that he loved his pets, but could only bring one with him, as the rest had to be left behind in Black Adatum as it collapsed. He spoke to no one for weeks. He had chosen a snake, which he fed from his own meals, and as it was loved, it grew. They finally exit out into a larger chamber, and Zenapon activates its floodlights. The chamber is not terribly large or wide, carved from the surrounding dirt and clay, with a deeper pit in the center. The floor of the entire chamber is covered in a dense layer of writhing and wriggling snakes of all sizes, shapes, and colors. Ayun continues through the mass of serpents in a stupor, approaching the central pit. There are no live snakes in the pit, just the corpse of a man intertwined with that of an impossibly large snake. Ayun lowers herself into the sunken grave, with Yeva following, and using a knife, Ayun saws through the ribcage of the corpse, gently peeling back the dried skin and muscle and exposing the chest cavity. She reaches in and extracts Saarn's heart, which is still red and bloody. In a trance-like state, she bites into it, dripping blood down to the soil and bones. She halts, swallows, and shudders, panting, before reaching out and grasping Yeva's hair, pulling her closer and bidding her to eat. Yeva appears enthralled, opening her mouth almost mechanically, and she tears into the heart with her teeth, blood dribbling down her chin and into her robes. Ayun tells her to taste him as she has tasted him, and remember him as she has remembered him. The two then lean backwards, falling into Saarn's chest cavity. Zhang remarks that that's never going to get any less terrifying, before he and Zenapon also step into the chest cavity. When the footage resumes, the sky overhead is cloudy and amber-hued. The four are standing in a vast plaza, at least 100 meters in length. Ahead of them, a massive wood stone temple looms, with peaked roofs and towers. The edges of the plaza are lined with Sarcites, most wearing traditional tanned hide robes and tunics, while a handful are wearing more ornate clothing. Yeva releases a breath, stating that this is Adatum, while Xenophon points out the dead bodies. The plaza is lined with corpses laid out in rows and columns, at least 200, naked and exhibiting signs of trauma. Most have brutal slashing cuts, gaping wounds, and otherwise mortal injuries. Ayun furrows her brow, saying that they have not been consumed. A figure behind them then remarks that the four of them have no place here, and they turn to see Saarn. He resembles a cross between the corpse of Saarn and the snake wrapped around him, with large portions of his skin replaced with shining scales, and from the waist down, his humanoid form gives way to a long, thick serpent's tail. His yellow, slitted eyes are glaring at Ayun, and she tells him that she swore a promise to free him. He counters that she swore many promises, but upheld so few of them. She says that she has seen Nadok again, who urged her to seek out her clavigars, to take them back to Adatum to be laid to rest. Saarn, however, angrily states that he is trapped in this vision of Adatum, forced to lay here for all eternity and relive the moment he lost his faith. He says that Nadok was always soft, too willing to forgive her, to listen to her slippery tongue. She may have earned Nadok's forgiveness, but she can expect no such kindness from him. Ayun just says that her memories are lost to her, and she did not know how long he waited. Saarn lets loose a shocked laugh, saying that her mind must be truly gone if she thinks his rage comes from waiting. He would have been all the happier had he never seen her face again. She failed them all, after promising so much to him, to the other Clavigars, to all the Nälkä. She asks what she did to let Adytum meet its destruction, and how this happened. But Saarn just says that she's the same as she ever was, a selfish wretch. She seeks answers from him, but he tells her to die without that meager satisfaction. Ayun says that she just wants to know how it happened, why she would have made herself a king and a god. Saarn then realizes that she isn't trying to deceive him, and she truly remembers nothing, even him. Ayun replies that she does remember him, in that quarry. The old masters had formed him into any beast they needed, a malformed ox to drag loads of stone, a silent snake to bite the ankles of their enemies, a rat to silently watch over his fellow slaves. None of them trusted him, except for her. And when she ate from the devourer, and saw how to bend flesh to her will, she raised him, giving him back the skin they had stripped. Saarn replies that it was only for some time, asking if she remembers after the war began to turn against them, and she realized that she had too few Carcists, too few who knew the art of flesh on her front lines. Ayun says that she had no want for a war, but he counters that none of them did, but it came anyway, and her vast hordes rose up to fight in her name. It wasn't enough for her, though, and he remembers when she summoned him to her chambers in the buried heart of Adytum. She whispered to him, saying that the bones in the fire had told her that he was needed once more. He begged and pleaded that that was an old life, a worse life, as he abhorred the violence that so many of her zealots came to crave. But he listened to her, as she was his Carcist, and he loved her. She molded him into an asp while he sobbed, as the old masters had used him like this, and she had learned from their wisdom. She placed him in a cage and released him near the enemy camp, where he slithered in, finding the chink in their armor, and biting. Ayun quietly asks him to forgive her, and Saarn says that he might have. But then there was the next camp, and the next. He was a weapon once again, all because he loved her, because he believed, as she believed, that a better world was possible. Ayun insists that it was, and is, but Saarn says that when he came back to Adytum, it was with blood in his fangs. The city of his birth was now unrecognizable, a war fortress, dark and bleak. As he walked through the alleys of the city, he saw corpses, uneaten. She had told them with such faith to consume the flesh and return their souls to the Nälkä, to carry their memories forever. But now the bodies rotted freely, stuffed into sewers and tossed in the canals. Ayun says that he came to her asking why, but she rebuffed him, saying that she would explain her reasons to all, and she did, from the high pulpit of Adytum. A deep, guttural song sounds out across the plaza, and Saarn tells her to see her answers for herself. At the pulpit of the temple, dozens of meters in the air, a hooded figure wrapped in robes steps out onto the balcony, which Ayun recognizes as herself. She remembers standing on that pulpit and looking down on this display. Saarn says that she told them that their armies were noble and faithful, but outmatched. If they did not take desperate measure, they would be destroyed. But she assured them that she has reached up to the maw of the gods and rent free their secrets. And then she raised the dead. Yeva recoils, stating that that is impossible, and even if it weren't, it is blasphemous. Saarn tells Ayun to remember the dull gray and lifeless eyes as his muscles tightened and he crawled back to life. One of the corpses begins to stir, starting with a muscle twitch which rapidly grows in intensity until the corpse is actively shambling to his feet. Saarn says that his skin was rotting, putrefacting, and she twisted a finger, causing him to groan in pain, with skin and hair sloughing away. The corpse stumbles forward, causing the crowd of Sarkites to gasp and murmur, several openly disgusted. Past Ayun raises another finger, and 10 more of the corpses struggle to their feet, groaning with lifeless eyes. Nadok is standing at the base of the temple, shocked by the display. Saarn says that they were dead, but their souls were confined to her service, the bodies kept from the heavens. These were the first Holocaust, and he recoiled, begging her to free them and not to use them as weapons. She swore that she would, when the war was over and they were safe, but until then, even death was not an escape from service to her. Yeva says that if she hadn't, they would have been slaughtered by the enemy, and Saarn says that maybe then they would have been routed from their home. But what she did broke the Nälkä in two, between the faithful and the zealots. The destruction of Adytum hangs around her neck. Ayun appears speechless as Saarn states that maybe she will bury him in Adytum, as she says, and forgive herself, but never think that she has his forgiveness. His skin then sloughs away as his body rapidly decomposes, the vision decomposing along with it. The last clear sight is the figure on the pulpit, turning and disappearing back into the temple as dozens more corpses rise. When Xenopon's cameras reactivate, Saarn's corpse and the snake wrapped around it have both decomposed into nothing but bones. The surrounding snakes have ceased movement, and on closer inspection, they are all dead. As translation efforts into texts in the Archive of Nadok continued, researchers encountered a subset of text carved into various human bones, apparently from the same skeleton. These texts were written in a notably different voice and tone from the main texts, and combined with the difficulty in identifying how sections carved into the bones linked together, caused translations to be substantially slower. We are given one translated section, though, taken from the medial femur, tibia, and fibula of an adult human male. It reads, "I was the first to see the cracks take shape. They were the good days when all-knowing Nadok made certain Adytum ran, that the farms brought in food and the grain was dispersed. We all had our roles to play in this grand project, and we all believed it was divine work. We did not have the blessing of the heavens, but we did not need it. The gods had nothing but contempt for our raising ourselves out of the mud. And still I noticed the cracks of worry streaked across my love's face, handsome and stone-carved. He hit it perfectly, such that not even Nadok's 10 eyes could see how he suffered. But I had seen every inch of his skin. I knew its contours and when something was amiss. And I asked him, and he rebuffed me. He told me he had an incredible burden to shoulder, and this we all knew was true. For all of us had our duties, but none had a more stinging duty than he. But he confessed that he was racked with fear, for who was to guide the Nälkä when his flesh too rotted away? In those days his Carcists were numerous, new children born every day with the gift of the flesh. He raised them with all the care and love he might have given to our own, had we any. And they learned from their teacher, and graduated and preached to the people. But I heard whispers that a handful of the younger, bolder Carcists had espoused to a crowd that even holy death could be conquered through the art of the flesh, that immortality was within reach. And I told my lover, and his brow furrowed. The next morning, their corner was barren, and I never saw those Carcists again. In the present, Xenophon remarks that it remembers the encounter with Saarn, and says that Ayun was shocked by it, unable to process it. The individual replies that it sounds sad, but Xenophon says that it doesn't feel sadness, it just didn't know how to help her. The individual says that they don't think it could've, and she probably didn't think so either. It was something she had to figure out on her own. Xenophon says that that sounds unpleasant, but the individual replies that it's part of being human. Thus ends part 2 of the story, with us learning a bit more about what led to Adatum's downfall. Past Ayun was certainly quite a bit different from present Ayun, even going so far as to resort to necromancy in order to win the war, with the classic justification of the ends justifying the means. With part 3, her powers will continue to grow, along with her recovered memories, and obviously there's a lot more to be revealed before the Path of the Bone is complete.
SCP-001 Black Adatum Part 3. When we last left off with the Black Adatum initiative, Ayun and the others had met with the memory of a second Clavigar, Saarn, who expressed nothing but contempt for Ayun. He had sought a life of peace, along with the rest of the Nälkä, but Ayun had turned them back towards war, using Saarn in the same way as their old masters. Even worse, Ayun had perverted their entire belief system by resorting to necromancy in order to turn the tide of their battles. Whereas Nadok offered her the potential of forgiveness, Saarn had no such thoughts in his heart, leaving Ayun even more disturbed than before. With that, let's continue. We pick things up with Chapter 3, the Ossuary of Urak, and are provided the third truth of Ayun, which reads, "Raise your blade if you are under duress and threat. Raise your blade against those who wish to hurt you. But he who raises his blade against an innocent dooms only himself. There are precious few innocents in this world. It is all of our duty to preserve them." We're also given an excerpt from the Record of Ayun, which reads, "So the Nälkä were born from the graves of the old masters, building a new city in the name of humanity. And the massed crowds hailed their new shepherd, Ayun, the first slave, the Witch King. 100 hands reached out to caress his cheek and usher him into his new home, at the highest temple throne of the nameless city. And Ayun raised a marked hand with a smile and explained, 'For one man to rule a people is for one man to place them in bondage to him, and we are a nation of slaves no more.' But still they cried out for their deliverer to remain with them, and the Witch King sighed, kneeling by the hearth of the old masters, where so many slaves had once been branded and burned. 'I have stolen freedom from the lips of the gods. They look down on man with contempt, for a man is weak and infirm. He lies, he cheats, he steals, and he dies, but that is a man. Men, together, We are bound to each other in unity, bound in bone and blood, and together, men are neither mortal nor divine, but another matter entirely. We are Nälkä. We are one. This revolution was only made manifest by my consumption of the Devourer. It is a god that slumbers beneath the earth, full of rage and fury and hatred at man for achieving the freedom it never could. It seeks to twist us, to undermine us, to make us seek to dominate and bind and control each other. But it carries with it such great power. And here the Witch King raised a finger, and a Nälkä found his bloodied eye healed. My duty to you, my Nälkä, is to watch over this creeping force. I will wrest the secrets of the gods from its maw, and deliver them unto you. But you must deliver each other, for if one Nälkä suffers, all of us suffer the same. And so the Nälkä relented, letting the Witch King take refuge in the tunnels below. But they asked for a name for this city. Adytum, the perfect city. But this is not Adytum yet. It can only be made so through our own blood and sweat. By January 10th, 2042, the Black Adatum Initiative had departed from the burial site of Saarn and were in transit to the next location indicated by Ayun, a point in Mongolia. En route, Zhang and Zenapon were asked to report in to 052 and Para-History Division Director Hussein via satellite uplink. 052 comments that they have been busy between Saarn's tomb and the conversations with Ayun, and asks for a rundown of the bioanalysis. Zenapon replies that as a peace gesture, the Grand Carcist submitted to a battery of minor medical examinations along with a number of other Sarkites. It confirms what it had already begun to suspect, that there is a bioanomalous basis to the Sarcic genetic memory phenomenon. All of the Sarkites' blood exhibits a mutated strain of the bacteriophage that Drs. Aram and Nussbaum cataloged in 1984 as SCP-610, the flesh that hates. Unlike the aggressive viral strain that the Amani Ram Initiative discovered, however, this strain appears to coexist endosymbiotically with the host's red blood cells. Unsurprisingly, it exists in the highest density within Ayun and Yeva, having mutated further to coexist within cell types other than erythrocytes, including skin and muscular tissue. 052 is surprised that Yeva agreed to be tested, but asks for Xenopon's analysis. Xenopon states that it believes this to be the original SCP-610 strain, while the one discovered in Amani Ram was an ancient weaponization of it. It seems to exist symbiotically within the Sarkites' blood, and is likely the source of their capacity for genetic memory. Their density and spread within the Carcist bodies is probably the origin of their carnomantic abilities, and it imagines that the hereditary passage of the virus is also the cause of the Sarcic's higher than normal frequency of birth defects. 052 says that this makes enough sense, and tells Xenopon to keep working on a biological basis to see what it can find. It, however, says that even these limited medical examinations aroused deep suspicion, and further investigation will require an elevated level of trust and good faith exchange with the Sarcic. 052 then asks about their slow pace towards the next location, and Xenopon explains that morale is low among the tribe, as the revelations from Saarn have disturbed the Grand Carcist heavily. 052 just tells them to figure it out, as they don't have the latitude for further delays here. Zhang says that his rapport with Yeva is pretty much gone now, as she's hardened against them, but Xenopon seems to be getting along with Ayun. Xenopon agrees to continue conversations with Ayun, but mentions that it was under the impression that this wasn't a high-urgency project. Hussein chimes in to say that he thought the same, but 052 says that he doesn't want to hear from him. They have verifiable evidence now that the Sarcic are the direct continuation of the Nälkä, that this Ayun is the same as the past Ayun, and most critically, that the Nälkä were an ancient empire and Black Adatum exists somewhere. His hypothesis is toast. Hussein is silent for several seconds before replying that all of that depends on the assumption that the memories experienced by the Grand Carcist are trustworthy. Assuming this is the same Ayun, they're hedging their bets on the damaged memories of a genocidal dictator. Zenapon states that it doesn't believe there is any reason to think the Grand Carcist's past actions inform her current behavior, while Zhang says that he doesn't think she's intentionally hiding anything. She seems as invested in finding out what happened to the Nälkä as they are, maybe more, and she's their only lead. If the memories are accurate, though, she's the same person that did all this, and they'd be fools to blindly take her at her word. 052 tells them to keep following and listening, but take what she says with a grain of salt, as memories are fickle. However, the Council is convinced enough that they're authorizing them some additional resources, consisting of 4 more heavy transports and a mobile research lab, along with about 40 more personnel. Xenophon is then dismissed from the uplink, while Zhang stays connected to discuss a few things regarding Project Locust. Zhang remarks that he's not on the Locust staff, but Hussein actually reprimands him for referring to Xenophon as a he rather than an it, as it's not human. He also says that for that matter, the Sarcites aren't either, so he should try and stay objective. Zhang simply obediently agrees and is dismissed. Xenophon asks a 56-year-old farmer what being Sarcic means to him, and he replies that the life they choose is difficult, depending on Yeva and the Grand Carcist for healing instead of medicine. They work the fields with their hands and their livestock instead of the machinery others use. When his children were born, he struggled with it, as every parent wants their child to have an easier life than they did. Should they have to struggle like this? He has never forced them, but they grew older and they decided for themselves to stay. Being part of this is seeing his children grow and find the same things in their life important as he does. We're then provided another excerpt from the Truths of Ayun, which reads, "Lo, gaze upon me, you blind, you cripple. Look upon my face, and know that I have spent my days in the depths of our tomb city, burning the bones of our brethren, seeing what lies in our future. It brings me no joy to return what truth I have, but it is truth. For we all know, the truth lives in the bones. We march towards a war with forces that bring with them no mercy, no honor. This is not a war for land, for then we would parley. This is not a war for honor, for we have no hatred in our hearts for these foreign invaders. This is a war against the very notion of our existence. For while we have existed for centuries, unmolested and free, expanding our borders to hold our people and our farms and our villages, in doing so, we find ourselves facing an old enemy and a new one. The hated old masters, those that clapped irons around your fathers and your fathers' fathers and their fathers too, they have found us again. And they bring with them the Eastern machines, who reject the humanity we hold so dear, sawing off their flesh. They both worship their fell gods, brethren of the Devourer, and they have seen how we live free, subject to neither man nor God, and they are enraged. They march on us to free the Devourer, and make us slave to its hateful whims. The Nälkä will not be slaves again. I ask those abled to rise in defense of not only your families, but your very existence. Urak has graciously accepted the burden of commanding our forces. But we are at war now, my people. Sacrifices must be made. Hard decisions must be made. Adytum has not the resources to aid our infirm and defend our people at once. We are one body, and we are only as strong as our weakest organ, and we cannot fight a war if we care for the weakest among us. The art of the flesh cannot fix all. Those of us who are suffering from constant illness, from stupor, from weakness of the mind, have been released from their misery. They have been consumed, and their memories and strength live with us as we now move unburdened by their weight. I plead with you to know I do not make this decision lightly. I spent 3 days and 3 nights with the maw of the devourer, wrestling it for another option, but it gave none. It wants us to fail, to be freed from its city prison. We cannot allow it to win. We carry the flesh of our fallen with us forever, and now we must defend the city they love. Per 052's orders, Zenapon met with Ayun when the initiative made camp that evening, heading into her tent as the campfire inside burns with bones baking inside of it. It finds Ayun near the rear of the tent, hunched over a cot and whispering, and she turns, revealing Yeva to be laying on the cot, wrapped tightly in bandages. Ayun tells it to fetch the poultice by the fire, which she promptly puts into Yeva's mouth to chew. Xenopen asks if she's conscious, and Ayun says that she's somewhere halfway in between. She then takes a blade and cuts open her own palm, letting the blood drip into Yeva's mouth while she whispers. She explains that she's alleviating some of the pain and aiding in the healing process as she lifts the sheet off of Yeva's leg, revealing that Yeva's missing leg now shows a growth made up of tightly intertwined snakes, each of them pulsating as they breathe. Xenopen comments that her abilities are improving exponentially, and Ayun says that she fed her clavigars their power from her flesh once, and now they feed her. Before she continues, Xenopen says that they should speak outside, as it doesn't think that Yeva would want it to see her like this. The two step outside to another campfire, and Ayun says that Yeva is wary of the Foundation, but she doesn't trust Xenopen. It replies that it knows, and she would not show it vulnerability if she were fully conscious, so it would be wrong to take advantage of her not being so. Ayun remarks that if all their treatment by outsiders were as fair as this, they might not have receded from the world so much. Xenopen says that the Foundation has come a long way in the past few decades, but Ayun asks if it believes that, or if it was built to believe that. After pausing for a moment, Xenopen ponders if there's a difference. The two sit in silence for some time, until another Sarcite brings Ayun a bowl of stew. Xenopen asks how it is, to which she just says that it's good, although she imagines that it wouldn't know what that means. It replies that humans enjoy well-spiced food that engages the taste receptors. Ayun just says that that is not what makes food good, explaining that the meat in this stew was Hatak once, the man whose funeral they attended. His wife shared his life with him for 43 years, and they had 2 children and countless experiences together. Now she cooks with his flesh, with the love she shared with him as much a part of this meal as his flesh is. Xenopen comments that many people would not associate cannibalism with love, although to it, both of them seem trivial. Many animals have complex family structures, reasoning abilities, and some level of self-awareness. Pigs are particularly capable, even on tests informed by human conceptions of intelligence, but they are still farmed en masse for meat. Love, meanwhile, drives people to irrational decision. Ayun agrees, but says that they are not always the wrong decisions. Love is why Ypla spent 43 years with Hatak, and it is why Ayun is helping Yeva perform her ritual. Xenophon counters that it is also why Saarn continued to serve her, and she made the decision to raise her dead to protect her living. Ayun's face falls, and says that she doesn't know what to think about that. If this enemy was as dangerous as she thought, if they truly meant to enslave them again, then maybe it was the right decision. She looks around and sees her people, and she struggles to think of any decisions she would not make to ensure their survival. Xenophon says that those sound like Yeva's thoughts, and Ayun says that Yeva feels that Ayun wouldn't have done it unless she had to, with no other choice. Xenophon comments that it's an understandable thought, but it thinks that she's asking herself the wrong question. It doesn't matter if it was correct at the time or not, nor does it matter how Yeva feels. Ayun raises her voice, telling Xenophon that death and consumption are sacred to them, and it cannot understand. Xenophon supposes that it can't, but asks her how she feels about it now. Ayun says that she feels full of regret, fear, and guilt, and so Xenophon tells her that she can't reasonably answer for actions taken 3,000 years ago, but her reaction informs who she is now. Ayun, however, says that she did it once, so who's to say she won't do it again? She cannot ignore her past, as she wouldn't have done this, resorted to this sin, using her people like this, if it had not been needed. She then asks why Xenophon is raising this matter now, so it honestly explains that its overseers are concerned that her mood over the past week has contributed to their slowed pace. She snorts in response, and says that it has nothing to do with her mood, but the rituals with Yeva simply exhaust the both of them. The worst of it is past now, however, so they can return to their earlier speed. She continues taking sips from her stew, and then asks if it gets jealous, seeing its fellows eat, knowing it cannot. Xenophon replies that it does not get jealous, but it would like to know what food tastes like. Ayun says that there is no good way to describe it, but she can make an attempt. She states that she tastes this stew, and it reminds her of warm summer nights, sitting with her back to the steel and her feet to the bonfire as they toasted the grains from the harvest, assured that while tomorrow would bring its own worries, tonight was calm and peaceful. And listening to the little ones point out and name the stars, marveling at how they could be the exact same stars she saw in her childhood. Xenophon nods, and the two continue looking up at the starred sky. Afterwards, the Black Adatum Initiative quickly resumed the average pace prior to encountering Saarn's tomb. Researchers made requests to investigate Yeva's flesh art exemplified in her new limb, but she rebuffed these requests, while Ayun remained cooperative with regular interviews with Xenophon. She recalls that Saarn was a boy when she met him, little more than a child, as the old masters picked him early, and the priestesses spent his youth shaping him into their agent. With 100 slaves to one slaver, they chose young children to turn into their agents, plying them with extra bread to report on their fellows when they knew no better until it was habit. If that was unsuccessful, they simply whipped them into it. Saarn was smart for his age, and resented being used and turned into a monstrosity. She showed him that he was no monstrosity, that humanity exists regardless of what form the flesh takes. Humanity was something inside, something immutable, and while the old masters had made their bodies into tools, his body could now be whatever he wanted it to. She remembers the awe on his face, as that was when she first realized what they were fighting to free. And when it was all over, and they had settled into their new lives, he came to her, asking for her blessing. He had served dutifully in the revolution, and now would like nothing more than to settle into a quiet life. Their borders were already expanding as their people married and bore new life, and he had seen a plot of land by a river not far from Adytum, seeking to spend his years there. She knelt by the fire and saw into the bones for his future. She saw him suffering, taking lives, fighting off foreign invaders, wrapped in the violence and treachery he hated. She feared for what she had seen, that if he took this home by the river, that his farm would be ransacked by bandits and raiders, and he would meet his end at the edge of a sword. She worried for him, and asked him if he would do her this favor, to stay in Adytum with her and the other Clavigars. His father was dead, so she was the closest thing to a parent he had. She didn't want to lose him, and so she tightened her grip. He was saddened, but understood, as they were in the midst of a grand work. Their neighbors were princes and warlords, and nothing like Adytum existed anywhere in the world. She needed him by her side, so he made it his task to ensure the children in the city, those orphaned by the war, were cared for. He walked with her authority and carried the seal of the Grand Carcist. She raised her Carcists like they were her children, but Saarn was her son, if not by birth. He would do everything for her, but he never raised a blade until she asked him to. She saw him cutting down the generals of the gold-draped legions and slipping into the palanquin of a priestess to slit her throat. Only then did she realize that the carnage she saw in the fire so many centuries ago was what lay before her now. She says that it was necessary. It must have been necessary. Several additional Parahistory Division personnel were transferred to the new site, located atop the Archive of Nadok, to assist with translation efforts. As material was translated, digitized copies were transmitted electronically to Zenapon and shared with the Grand Carcist. We're provided another excerpt from the Truths of Ayun, which reads, "Lo, gaze upon me, you wandering, you lost. Gaze upon the same scarred visage your fathers gazed on once, those centuries past, when we were shackled and yearning for freedom. Gaze upon the same bloodied face that brought your ancestors their freedom. You are their children's children. You are what we hoped for. A generation that has never known the threat of bondage, the threat of servitude to anyone save each other. Your ancestors and I made this bond in blood, that our Adytum, the one that lived in our hearts and minds, would be made manifest on earth. We hoped you would be able to live in that city, one day. Alas, I look upon Adytum now, centuries after our revolution, and I see that I have not honored my bond. I have not done enough for you, for them. Do not be fooled. Remember the superficiality of flesh, how easily it can be molded and shaped. Remember that truth lies in the bones under the surface. We have not made Adytum manifest yet, and this is why we find ourselves face to face with the machines from the east, why the old masters encroach on our borders again. They submit to gods, and if they make war on us to force us to submit to our mangled god, they will succeed, for we have never truly escaped submission. Urak, my Clavigar, commands our forces in our colonies with honor and dignity, but we are not doing enough for her here in the capital. We must marshal our strength and focus our energies. Not every choice can be decided by our collective.
Our humanity asks of us to argue, to deliberate, to not act until we are certain. But now and again, we must silence that voice. Now and again, a decisive hand is needed to guide our yoke. It cannot move burdened with the weight of the masses. It must rise above the fray of autonomy, see the whole board, and make decisions accordingly. I have taken this responsibility for myself. The Devourer roars constantly beneath our feet, hungering for our downfall. But I keep its shackles taut, and so I can reach into its gullet and draw power, the power to unite Adytum and the Nälkä. I know better than any the blood and sweat with which we clawed our freedom, and bile rises at the thought of placing myself as your ruler. I know better than this. I will make no decisions you would not approve of. I will take no action you would not take. But we must have someone to take control, and I submit to this task. It cannot be the whole body that holds the sword. It must be the hand. The Black Adatum Initiative proceeded into the Mongolian interior, approaching the location marked by the Grand Carcist. Xenophon and Zhang approach Ayun as she's feeding and watering her horse, asking if her and Yeva are ready to depart. Yeva then emerges from the tent, her crutches nowhere in sight, as she walks with an odd, lurching gait. Glimpses of the snake-like leg writhing and swarming are visible beneath her dress, causing several researchers and a few of the Sarkites to stare at it. Yeva's lip curls, and she says that she is not an animal to be ogled, and she doesn't need anyone to slow down for her. She then turns and makes her way to one of the horses, awkwardly clambering onto it. Gradually, the researchers and Sarkites return to their tasks, although Ayun has a frown on her face. She then says that she's ready to go, asking how far away they are. Xenophon replies that at their current pace, they should arrive by nightfall tomorrow, and they can begin exploring the area for Urak's tomb the following morning. It then asks about her horse, as the side of its face is marred by bulbous growths. Ayun looks at it for a few seconds, blankly, before saying that he's fine, as she brushes her fingertips against the horse's fur. The skin on one of the masses peels back, revealing an eyeball, disturbing Zhang. She says his name is Lujat, meaning to see far, and then says that she needs a few moments to gather her things before they leave, and she'll need Xenophon's assistance to carry the tent. After Zhang leaves, Xenophon notes that her tent has already been packed away, and she says that she lied. The Foundation already doesn't trust Yeva, and she doesn't want whatever fleeting disagreements she has with her to poison their opinion of her. She is a good child, and she loves her like her own daughter. Yeva disagrees with her, but she doesn't stop loving her. She sees that she is hurt inside, and although she wishes to help her, she doesn't know how. She doesn't know who she is, or who they are. Ayun grooms her to guide these people, but she never will, as she ages while Ayun stays the same. Yeva questions her decisions, but does not listen when she explains her thoughts. She wasn't always like this, though, as she was the sweetest little one. A horn sounds across the camp, signaling the wagons have been packed, and the convoy begins to move. Xenophon asks if she was born injured, as it has observed that they have a much higher rate of deformities and birth defects. It believes that that is caused by the SCP-610 strain within their blood. Ayun gives Xenophon an amused look, asking if that's what they call it, as the Sarcic call it their curse and their treasure. The first generation of Nälkä were injured through their bondage. Scars of whippings and canings,
broken fingers and severed digits. They were made monsters, but they reclaimed their humanity. She can heal them to what they were, but to go further is beyond healing. It is flesh art. Many didn't want that, as they wanted the reminder of what they had fought so hard to escape. They wanted to know they were human, as they defined themselves by their imperfections. The ones after the first generation were born stunted, with hunched backs and crooked jaws and malformed limbs. The seeping influence of the angry god whose blood ran through her veins. She offered healing to any who wanted it, but her gifts are drawn from cursed blood, and any healing imparts more of the curse unto her victim. She cannot make them perfect, as her gifts are not infinite. More of a feeling, an artistry, as she cannot stop death, just slow it. As for the Holocaust, that was just moving flesh, with no spirit inside. That was not halting death any more than closing one's eyes is halting life. She could not keep them alive, only puppeteer their bodies, and even that is a perversion enough to make her stomach turn. Xenophon asks how she is still alive if she couldn't halt death, and she stares at it for several seconds, before saying that she doesn't know. She only remembers fearing it, screaming at the toothed maw of the devourer to tell her how the gods had conquered death. She doesn't remember anything about it after that. The Nälkä were all born with defects, but it was nothing to be judged. It united them, as underneath the shell, they are the same, one soul. Xenophon says that was until she rejected it, and she shakes her head, saying that she must have had some reasoning. It is as it said, though, that it shapes her decisions now. They carry that tradition with them, and do not ask to be born this way. Xenophon replies that they could fix some of the more obvious cosmetic defects, and she asks why, so that they could fit in when they sit in the rest of the world's offices and shops. She snorts, and says that they are not ashamed of who they are. Xenophon counters that they are not its offices either, and Ayun says that she often forgets that it is not human. They ride silently for some time, until Xenophon says that her abilities are growing rapidly, as Yeva's modifications were beyond her reach not long ago. Ayun says that she can feel the blood of the beast stir and awaken as she discovers who she is. As for Yeva, she desires answers that do not exist. She has lived her whole life with Ayun, with her teachings, and now she sees sermons she is given, things she has said, that go against everything she was taught. Yeva cites her words to her, and she doesn't know how to tell her that she doesn't believe any of it. Xenophon states that it's a confusing time for all of them, but Ayun says it's more confusing for Yeva. Ayun's people look to her as a distant source of wisdom and guidance, but Yeva's the one they speak to with concerns about their children, or their health, or the harvest. She is the one they have grown with, the one they know. They love Ayun, but they trust Yeva, and she has always trusted Ayun in turn, until now. Xenophon suggests that she talk to her, and Ayun says that its attitude on Yeva confuses her. She bitterly dislikes outsiders, and Xenophon more than most. She finds it to be an abomination, and their friendship confuses her. Xenophon asks about their friendship, to which she says that it doesn't treat her like an exotic beast to gawk at, like the others from the Foundation, and she enjoys speaking to it. Xenophon asks if that's what defines friendship, and she replies that it can be. Xenophon is silent for several seconds, before saying that she is also interesting, and it enjoys speaking with her, so they are friends.
She snorts in response, and it says that its overseers are also concerned about their friendship. She should speak to Yeva, as even though she doesn't trust it, she evidently cares about Ayun as much as Ayun cares about her. She sighs and says that she knows, but that's why its attitude towards her confuses her, as she expected it to be angry at Yeva's behavior. Zenapon replies that it doesn't get angry, and Yeva is doing the best she can. Ayun says that the guns trained on their heads disturb Yeva, and herself as well. Xenophon tilts its head, stating that the security personnel are here for the protection of the initiative. She asks if they are, and nods towards one of the transport vehicles, watching as the gun atop it slowly moves to track the movement of a nearby group of Sarcites. Ayun says that she doesn't think its superiors consider them as much a part of this project as it does. Xenophon continues watching the movement of the gun until Zhang calls to them from behind, pulling Xenophon away. He says that he just wanted to check in, asking if everything is okay. Xenophon replies that all systems are optimal, asking if there would be a reason that they would be otherwise. Zhang just says that the Sarcites can be kind of odd, and some of the researchers are a little surprised by how well it's getting on with the Grand Carcist. The other Sarcites haven't been nearly as receptive to their efforts, and the researchers are more than a little disturbed by them. He's glad they brought their own rations, as one of their kids offered them a bowl of stew a few nights ago. They're all under instructions not to eat anything they offer, which turned out to be the right decision, as it ended up being the guy they sacrificed. Xenophon counters that they didn't sacrifice him, as he was already dead, and many human cultures practice endo-cannibalism as a funerary practice. Zhang says that it's read the same translated records that he has, so it knows that they are pretty deliberately not human, going by the Grand Carcist's words. Xenophon says that she doesn't remember making that sermon, and no longer agrees with it. Zhang just shrugs and says that she still said it, and he's just going off her actions. Xenophon replies that for the Sarcites, sharing food with outsiders is considered a significant gesture of hospitality, so spurning it is considered an insult. Perhaps that is why their researchers have struggled to engage with the Sarcites. Zhang blinks, stating that he never got that impression, asking where it picked that up. Xenophon just says that it spoke to them, but Zhang replies that that's easier said than done. Not to mention, he's not going to be able to convince anyone to eat person stew, and he can hardly blame them. They'll figure out something else, and in any case, it doesn't have to worry about that. It's lucky, as it doesn't have to eat at all. Xenophon replies that, yes, it's lucky, with a hint of sarcasm. Xenophon later asks a 29-year-old craftswoman what being Sarcic means to her, as she whittles a statuette out of a femur. She says that they do not worship a force they cannot see, or a cruel god that makes them suffer. Being Sarcic, to her, is to worship themselves. They are all filled with an incredible light, and they grow and change. They can learn and do anything, become anything. She asks if that isn't more worthy of honor and worship than dreams of a hand reaching down from the sky to make wrongs right. They are not perfect, as these same gifts fill them with flaw, and they are arrogant and foolish. They make mistakes, but they try to fix them, as they choose to honor themselves and their humanity. It will never understand, but perhaps it can see. We're then provided another update from Delta Zero, indicating that Project Locust personnel are surveying several sites of interest along the border of Kyrgyzstan and Uzbekistan. Atreus array readings indicate a low level of residual ontokinetic activity, consistent with the theorized effects of the passage of a Class 5 reality bender. Director Hussein is evaluating sites near the Caspian Sea and inside Afghanistan, being advised by Delta Zero personnel accordingly. The Black Adatum Initiative has arrived at the next suspected location of interest, planning to survey the site in the morning. The embedded agent reports further low-level tensions between the researchers and the Sarkites, as well as the exponential increase of carnomantic abilities in both Ayun and Yeva. Given Yeva's distrust of Foundation assets, the agent suggests prioritizing focused surveillance of her. They also report that Ayun largely trusts Zenapon, and it is functioning within expected margins. In the early hours of February 1st, 2042, the initiative began to search for the resting place of Urak, both on foot and by drone. The wide, flat plateau is covered with sand and loose rocks, with only dying shrubbery to break it up, and Zenapon comments that there is nothing here. Yeva hisses at him in annoyance, telling it to be silent, as they are close. Yeva and Ayun are both surprised that the others do not hear the sound of shuffling feet, and a researcher informs Zenapon that the ground-penetrating radar didn't turn up anything. They request satellite support, and Zhang says that they're better off just waiting for the satellite pictures, as there's nothing here but rocks. Zenapon agrees, but then pauses, staring down at the ground for several seconds. It then slowly reaches down, picking up a small chunk of sun-bleached rock before crushing it between two fingers. It states that this is hydroxyapatite, a salt formed of calcium and phosphorus that is the major mineral in bones. Slowly, the group realizes that the vast field of white rocks they are standing in is actually a mass grave from a battlefield. Ayun then says that this was an accursed place, as two battles were fought here, one to attack and one to defend. A rousing victory and a crushing loss, first against the old masters, then the traitors. She says that Urak fell in battle in the name of the Nälkä, in her name, here. She stumbles over to a spot and drops to her knees, digging single-mindedly at the dirt with her bare hands. Yeva joins her, before recoiling with a gasp, as the sharp bone fragments have sliced her fingers. After whispering to herself, however, the multitude of cuts close, leaving raw skin behind. Xenophon tells Zhang to bring the excavation transports over, but Ayun continues digging wildly with her hands. Xenophon steps over to pull her away, but Yeva shouts at it to not lay its hands on her, and Zhang comments that it probably shouldn't interrupt the memory. Slowly, the glassy look fades away from Ayun's eyes, and she rises unsteadily to her feet, supported by Xenophon. She's confused, looking down at her shredded hands which are pouring blood, but without even praying, her hands begin to knit themselves back together within seconds. The transports begin to dig as Xenophon asks her what she saw. She says that she saw a battle, with Urak blotting out the sun and holding the line. Several hours later, as the digging continues, Xenophon enters Ayun's tent, finding Yeva there instead. It tells her that it hopes her leg is healing well, but she just snorts and says that it doesn't need healing, as it's better than it was before. Xenophon states that it saw her limping, but she explains that that's her other leg, clubbed from a lifetime of leaning. Xenophon then says that her new appendage is very impressive, and she's surprised that it isn't disgusted by it, although she doesn't say anything when it asks why it would be. The two sit in silence for a few moments as they wait for Ayun to return, until Yeva suddenly asks Xenophon why it was made. It replies that it was made to assist the Foundation in historical research projects, which it was told when it was first activated. From the moment it had awareness, it knew its instructed purpose and moved to fulfill it. Yeva says that it is a tool, like a hammer, which exists for one reason and one reason only. It never has to wonder or try to reach beyond it, and there is comfort in that. Xenophon counters that hammers are not sentient, and it disagrees that that is comforting, as the hammer does not get the opportunity to decide its purpose. Yeva scoffs at this, stating that humans do not decide their purpose, just stumble blindly around until they wrap their fingers around something they can claim as their purpose. Many never find anything. Xenophon asks if she would prefer it to be told to her than for her to find it for herself, and she asks in turn if a hammer would choose to be anything except for being a hammer. Xenophon agrees that it probably wouldn't, but all living things should have the opportunity to choose. Yeva then asks if Xenophon can disobey its purpose, and it admits that it cannot, and she snorts again. Ayun then returns, and Xenophon tells her that the excavation has located something for her attention. Ayun immediately heads back out of the tent, but Yeva stops Xenophon, asking if its body can feel pain or tire, or if it can break. It replies that it doesn't feel pain or fatigue, and barring a truly destructive force, its body will not break. Yeva replies that there is at least one thing uniting them then, that they have both seen the frailty of the human body. She then leaves the tent as well, with Xenophon following. They approach the excavation site, where a huge pit has been dug, revealing a massive humanoid corpse, at least 20 feet in height, with thick arms and legs. Unlike the bodies of Nadok and Saarn, it is not intact, instead covered in deep cuts, slashes, bites, and gouging wounds. The fatal wound appears to be a deep cut around the throat, leaving dried blood spilling out around the neck. Zhang and several researchers are in the pit, taking photographs and measurements of the body, while Ayun stands at the edge, staring in. She says that this is Urak, her strongest, who fell in battle defending her people. She always trusted Ayun's orders, and was fearless in faith. She then slides down the wall of the pit, clambering on the corpse with a knife drawn, and Zhang shouts for everyone else to back up. Ayun rests the tip of the knife against Urak's chest, and turns to look at Yeva, who doesn't return the look. She then drives the knife in, spending several minutes sawing through the sternum and splitting the chest open, staining her arms and robes bright red with blood. She spreads the ribs apart before reaching in with both hands, drawing out a huge heart nearly the size of her head. She states that this is a courageous heart, the heart of a warrior, and then spends the next few minutes hungrily devouring half of the heart. She kneels on the chest for a moment, panting, before letting herself fall into the gaping hole in Urak's chest. Yeva hastily clambers on the corpse to follow, along with Xenophon, but Zhang elects to skip this one. Xenophon drops onto the body and into the cavity, and when its cameras reactivate, they show the same field that they were in, but now littered with fallen bodies. A massive, hulking figure is directly ahead, surveying the damage, dressed in hugely oversized hide armor. Urak's upper body dwarfs her lower, forcing her to support herself on her clenched fists. Urak turns to face Ayun, and her facial features are surprisingly soft, with flowing braided hair. She smiles, sighing in relief, and speaks in a slow, booming voice, saying that she's waited for Ayun to come back for so long. She had said Ayun would come back, but the other Clavigars didn't believe her, and said that she was lost. She knew that she'd come back, however, sooner or later. She steps towards the group, fists landing heavily and crushing a body underneath. Ayun approaches her, wrapping her arms around the massive hand, and Urak says that Ayun loved them too much to leave them. She knew that. Ayun asks her why she is here, and Urak looks down in confusion. Ayun apologizes and explains that she doesn't remember almost anything. She remembers the revolution, the old beast, Adatum, the war, and then nothing. Urak pauses and looks up at the battlefield, asking if she remembers her. Ayun replies that of course she does, by her side in the quarry from the very beginning. She was always the strongest of them, her strongest, at the forefront of every battle. She led their forces during the revolution, and then again during the war. Urak straightens her back slightly, standing taller with pride, and Ayun asks her if she knows what happened to her. Urak tilts her head and says that she changed, but she's not sure when. Ayun was softer at the beginning and never angry with her, but then time wore on. She went from spending time in her temple to spending time in the catacombs, talking with the beast. Then she was harder, angry often, with her and the other clavigars, even yelling at her sometimes. Ayun leans her forehead against Urak's fist, apologizing again. She says that she wishes she could tell her what happened, and wishes she could make it right, but she doesn't know how it all went wrong. Urak knows that she didn't mean it. She just wants to know why, and she begins treading away from the battlefield. Urak says that Ayun was always wise, and always knew what to do. Nadok was smart, but didn't always know what to do, and that's why she was their leader. She always had a reason for every decision, so they listened to her and loved her. They would have followed her to the ends of the earth, and they did, far past where they should have. Urak listened to her even when her voice changed and grew hard, when it was no longer her speaking. They reach the edge of the plateau and can see the steppe extend for kilometers, with multiple villages in sight, either burning or reduced to rubble. Urak asks why this, as this wasn't what they wanted, and wasn't what she wanted. Ayun says that they wanted to enslave them again, but Urak replies that it had been centuries, and maybe their priestesses did, but these were just farmers that wanted to be left alone, like they did. Yeva says that their hordes would have come, but Urak says that they never allowed for the possibility. Ayun must have had a good reason, though. She must have. Ayun stares down at the spread of burning villages and can see the horde of Nälkä assemble in the distance, like a fleshy growth on the land. She replies that it was war, but Urak says her change began before that, and she began taking charge, overruling the Nälkä's decisions and granting her Carcists broad authority. Maybe the people didn't notice, but the clavigars noticed. Urak suggests that maybe the four of them weren't enough for her, as she went into the earth and communed with a fell god, seeking out greater power. Ayun says that of course they were enough, as they were her clavigars, her family. Urak asks again why, as she must have had a reason to send their armies here, to do this, and to throw away everything they built. Ayun doesn't know, however, and Urak turns to her, asking what she saw in the fire. When she wasn't in the catacombs, she was always staring into the fire, into the future, terrified. Ayun stares down into the burning villages, fire dancing in her eyes, and momentarily the sky dims. Ayun says she saw something coming, something grand and dark and vast and unstoppable. A black moon hanging low in the sky over a muddy ram, over Mamjul, and then over Adatum. The machines could not stop it. The Deva could not stop it. The Nälkä could not stop it. Humanity could not stop it. She had to stop it. They stand in silence on the cliff edge, and Urak asks if she was enough, even though she didn't win for her the second time. The scene then suddenly shifts, showing the same location, but now in the dead of night. Below them, over the cliff edge, the lights of the Sarkites can be seen, a train of wagons and people thousands strong, running from the destruction of Black Adytum. Further down the plateau, a collection of 100 soldiers are massed, dressed in Nälkä hides and furs, with a cloud of dust rising on the horizon in the distance. Urak says that they were behind them, and a choice had to be made, so she stayed behind. The dream they had in the quarry went with Ayun, and Adatum with Ayun. She would do it again, happily, but she failed her. Ayun replies that she was never going to win, and she didn't fail her, but Ayun failed all of them. The dull, loud thundering on the horizon gets louder, the cloud of dust in the distance growing, and Urak asks if she was enough. She lowers her head, and Ayun kisses both her cheeks, leaving a bloody print behind, telling her that she was more than she ever deserved. Urak says nothing, but smiles as her skin and muscle begin to decompose, the memory decomposing along with it. When Xenophon's cameras reactivate, they're standing on the edge of the pit, although Ayun is still in the pit. Urak's corpse has withered to just a massive skeleton, and Ayun is kneeling by the skull, pressing her forehead to the cranium, with tears streaming down her cheeks. We're then provided another translation from the bones recovered from the Archive of Nadok, which reads, "I saw less and less of him as the war dragged on. I understood he had his duties just the same as the rest of us, and I was never jealous for his time. The days he spent in the catacombs turned to weeks, turned to months before he would emerge, haggard and emaciated. Blood dripping from his lips, where he had supped on divine flesh to learn its secrets, carrying them back to us, insisting he needed to go back down, to keep the beast chained. Even his most loyal Carcist feared to tread down there, in the most knotted labyrinth of mausoleums and tunnelways, knowing that a mistaken turn could lead to a slow, painful death, starving while wandering in circles. The other Clavigars were disturbed by the whispering voices inescapable in the catacombs of Adytum, whispering godly secrets and unholy arts. And so it fell to me to descend into the earth to fetch my love when the Clavigars needed him. I carried the oldest maps, drawn in his hand, and walked through bone-lined ossuaries and through passageways tight enough to crush my chest. I followed the faint sound of his voice coming to me from deep beneath the earth, the weak whimpering, the ecstatic moaning, the purring, the screaming, the demanding, the threatening, the crying, the pleading. When I reached the bottom, the cornerstone all Adytum was built on, I found myself facing a set of massive doors as tall as 10 men. They were sealed shut, and through them I could feel a great and dark power and pain, something older than life and the moon and the stars, great and grand enough to consume me alive. And then the door opened, and his sunken eyes and gaunt cheeks were facing me, and I saw the terror he had done so well to hide. I pulled him into my embrace, kissing his cheeks and ignoring the blood leaking through the doorway behind him, ignoring that I knew the cries were not his. In the present, Xenophon tells the individual that Ayun didn't speak for 2 days after this incident. She was shocked, as were all of them, but her worldview was fundamentally shaken because all the events in her memory were suddenly recontextualized. The individual replies that they don't understand what was so staggering to her, and Xenophon explains that Urak had pretty much stated that the fall of Adytum was Ayun's fault. Whatever she had done, she was responsible for the collapse of the city, for the exile of her people, and the miserable existence they have been living for as long as Ayun can remember. Xenophon heard her crying in her tent and wanted to help her, but wasn't sure what to do. In fact, it's not sure that there was anything it could do. The individual replies that that's part of being human too. It's clear now that Ayun was responsible for the fall of the Nälkä, more so than any other outside civilization, but it's still not entirely clear, both to us and to her, as to why. She apparently began communing with the god underneath the city, Yaldaboth, but what exactly was exchanged between the two is still a mystery. There's only one Clavigar left to meet with, Louvatar, but as you can imagine, the answers that Ayun will find aren't going to be pleasant.
SCP-001 Black Adatum Part 4. So far, Grand Carcist Ayun and the Black Adatum Initiative have encountered 3 of her 4 Clavigars, which have had drastically different reactions to Ayun's return and memory loss. She has already been through quite an ordeal of emotions along the path, as new revelations shake everything she thought she knew about who she is, and she has taken to confiding much in an artificial construct. Now, there's only one Clavigar to go, before the time will come to seek out Black Adatum itself. Let's continue. We pick up where we left off with Chapter 4, The Vault of Louvatar, and are given the second truth of Ayun, which reads, "Temptation does not make itself known. Temptation clothes itself in the skin of good intention, beckoning those most faithful, guiding them forward. The tempted do not realize they are aflame until the fires eat through their flesh. You must be wary for it, always." We're then also given another excerpt from the Records of Ayun, which reads, "And as the Nälkä raged for 5 days against the old masters, rousting them from the city until the canals of the nameless city ran rich with blood, Ayun, the scarred prophet, knelt in the deepest tunnels of Adytum before the flesh of the fell god, the same god that he had supped from and whose blood filled his veins now. It was vast. Tendrils stretched all across the city, reaching desperately out to where the slaves had unearthed it from its tomb. Far beneath the earth, far removed from the sounds of battle, the Devourer spoke to Ayun. This is not a city. You see this now, in the tunnels and in the carvings. This place was never meant for the living to inhabit. This is a tomb, a mausoleum, meant to hold me. The Scarlet is a jealous god, and he has instructed his children to bind me here, far from the eyes of the living. They fear me. They fear you, too." The wall poured with its lifeblood, with its power. Ayun held only a torch, casting a flickering glow on the vast beast. "You have found me here, where they seek to seal me away. You sense my power, as I sensed yours. Feed me, as I have fed you. Become as one. Your masters will bow to you. All will bow. Your people will become unstoppable, with you at their head, their shepherd. their lord. The beast reached out to the slave, offering him a tendril. I see the fear inside you, terror of death, of what will happen to your fledgling nation on your death. I bring immortality as my prophet. Ayun saw the strength of the flesh. He looked into the fires of the torch, and he saw the future. Him at the head of a vast holocaust, undying, his clavigars at his side, obedient to the wishes of his master. He rose, grasping the tendril. He felt the blood slipping between his fingers. I have been enslaved once. I will not become one again. He raised his knife and cut through the tendril, leaving it wriggling. The devourer screeched. I will bind you here, hold you as the masters held you. You will not make us your slaves. And Ayun cast the torch into the flesh, retreating to gather his strength. But even as he stepped back, the first seeds of doubt had taken root. By February 7th, 2042, the Black Adatum Initiative had departed from the burial site of Urak and were moving towards the next location indicated by Ayun from her memories, identified as being within a prefecture in China. During the journey, she submitted to regular interviews conducted by Foundation personnel regarding her memories. She recalls that the Deva had used their magic on Urak, making her into one of the massive earth-moving slaves. They took her as a youth, subjecting her to their alchemies and spells, bracing her body with cuttings from their great tree beasts. She grew to a huge size, even among her fellows, and soon they put her to work. She grabbed rocks and tossed them away, excavating more land to build upon, but she was in pain constantly from the cuttings inside her, growing and malforming her. Ayun could not take her back to what she was, not without killing her, but she could remove the pain. She let Urak lift her to her lips, sawing off a weight of Ayun's flesh and letting her dine on it. She says that Urak was in constant agony for as long as she could remember, accompanying every motion and movement, and then it was simply gone. Urak looked at her like she was a god, and trusted her totally after that. Ayun had taken advantage of her, however, as Adatum was only so big, and their numbers began to swell. They needed space, land for their people to till, for their beasts to graze, to grow their families. The villages simply had the misfortune to be near them. It began with the outlying farming villages of the old masters, who still hated them. Ayun told Urak that they needed to be sure that they would not be enslaved again, and to take their lands for their own was just cause. The need did not go away, however, and simply expanded. Even as the villages stopped being those of the old masters, even as they were simply people trying to live like them. She told Urak to take them, and she believed her. Ayun believed herself. They grew fat on the blood Urak spilled in Ayun's name, and Ayun let herself be corrupted. That was the betrayal she sees now, as the Nälkä entrusted her to seal away the old beast, and instead she let it pervert her. It filled her heart with a lust for power, stole her mind from her, and caused the loss of her people. When you sup on the flesh of a god, your hunger is never sated. It just grows and grows. On February 19th, 052 ordered increased security for the Black Adatum Initiative following the revelations regarding the Grand Carcist relationship with the Old Beast. Additional security personnel were assigned, along with a permanent aerial escort. While stopped for their midday meal, Zenapon approaches Ayun, who is playing some kind of game with a group of children. She outstretches her hand and pulls it back as a girl does the same, trying to match her movements. At some point, the girl's movement falters and she groans, causing all of the children to collapse into laughter. They then notice Zenapon and quiet down, but do not move away, as Ayun tells it to come and sit. It does so, and she begins playing with the girl again. Zenapon asks how the game is played, and she explains that there is a small, bone-carved trinket between her and the girl, Yuo. If the charm is there, she moves and touches it with an open palm, and if not, with a closed fist. Then Yuo takes her turn. The next turn, Ayun plucks the trinket away with her hand motion, and Yuo's closed fist meets the ground. They rapidly exchange turns in rapid concentration until after a minute or so, Ayun's movement falters and her open palm meets empty air, causing Yuo to cheer. Xenophon states that you win by the other person making a mistake, and when Ayun asks if it would like to play, it replies that it cannot make mistakes, so it would not be of much enjoyment for them. Yuo scampers off to tell her parents, and Xenophon comments that she allowed the girl to win. Ayun replies that she did, because they are young, and these small victories embolden them. They learn that they can do anything, and it makes them more daring and adventurous. They learn their real limits by themselves. She also tells it to call the girl by her name, as names have importance. Xenophon says that it tends to address people by their rank or title, but as she is a child, it will call her by name. Ayun asks if it was created to do so, but it explains that that's actually a learned behavior, developed over time as an arbitrary preference. The remaining children grow bolder in their inspections of Xenophon, touching its metal shell, and Ayun says that they're trying to tell where the seams of its armor is. Xenophon replies that it's not wearing armor, and one of the boys asks if it's its skin. Xenophon begins to explain that it's a hard latticed shell of carbon fiber over a titanium insert, but the boy's eyebrows furrow, so it just says that yes, it is its skin. Ayun snorts and tells the children to go back to their parents. After they depart, Ayun's posture visibly slumps and she sighs. Xenophon comments that they don't seem as afraid of it anymore, and she says that it intrigues them. They struggle to understand broad ideas, but they see it and they are curious. She supposes that seeing the two of them speaking calmed their fears. Xenophon asks if she's alright, and after a pause she says no, asking if it's apparent. Xenophon says it's not to them, but it simply notices more. Ayun explains that she's just afraid, as the revelations from Urak have disturbed her. She sees the children, and all she can think about are the children from Adatum, and how she failed them. She had a duty to hold back the Devourer's influence, so her people could live in peace. Instead, she became its prophet, a tyrant and a slave to the divine, again. Xenophon replies that they have experience in such matters, and the influence of a god is pervasive and powerful. It pauses for a moment before revealing that the Foundation has lost good people to such influences before. Ayun purses her lips and says that still, she was the only person who could do it, and she failed. She doesn't understand why they are like this, impossibly powerful, and yet they pull humans into their machinations. Xenophon quotes Lord Acton in response. Absolute power corrupts absolutely, which Ayun finds to be wise. The two are silent for a few minutes, before Xenophon asks her if she wanted to hold back to the old beast. She says that no, she did not, and she remembers in the first days telling them and herself that she would depart as soon as she was able. For the first time in her life, her future was unbound, and she wanted to walk the earth and find herself at the ends of it. She never got to, although Xenophon says that they've been doing quite a bit of walking lately, so perhaps this is her chance. Ayun only sighs heavily in response, and Xenophon twitches, raising its hand slightly and then lowering it again. When asked what that was, it just says that it was nothing. Ayun says that she doesn't think she's ever been without expectation. Her earliest memory is being pulled from the pens as soon as she was able to lift a pick, being put to work for the old masters. She was expected to slave all day if she wanted to earn her bread and water, just the same as all the others. She cannot find the words to capture the misery of vast slave pens, of the priestesses burning their herbs to keep them pliable and weak, of the slave masters cutting off the fingers of anyone who fell behind on their labor. Then she uncovered the old beast and tasted divinity. She was expected to lead her people on this crusade, but she was just a child. The records do not say that, but she was only 15 or 16. Xenophon is surprised that she did it, and she just points towards Yuo and her brothers, who are now surrounding their mother and picking at the hem of her dress. She says she did it for them. She has seen generations of her people grow and die, innocent children turning into jaded souls, bearing innocent children again. The children do not have to worry about what their people did with her at the helm. They are clean, and that's why she did it. With every passing of the torch, they grow ever closer to shaking off the yoke of their past. Xenophon comments that they all do so except for her, and she shrugs, saying that someone has to suffer for it. Xenophon states that humans have an evolutionary incentive to sacrifice themselves for their children, to ensure the tribe survives, so she cannot help it. Her genes did not offer her any other option. She squints at it, asking why it's here. Xenophon replies that it's here to aid in research, but she shakes her head, poking its chest, asking why it walked to her. Did its master instruct it to? It says that no, it felt it would be prudent to speak with her. Ayun remarks that it chose, and yet its instructions are in tune with its choice. Either they are both masters of their fate, or neither of them are. Xenophon goes silent until it says that they need to begin moving soon. Ayun says that it didn't mean to upset it, and it replies that she could not upset it if she tried. Xenophon later asks a young child what being Sarcic means to him, and he replies that his father is dead, dying before the child's first hunt. His mother told him that he would not see him anymore, but Yeva told him that since they all ate his meat, he is still with them. When his hunt comes, his father will join him, and he was happy when he was told that. It made him feel not so alone. In another Delta Zero update, they report that Director Hussein has been successfully redirected from the Caspian Sea site, and Delta Zero personnel have supported his decision to focus on Kabul as the primary subject of Project Locust. Project personnel have been securing archaeological evidence related to Black Star, or Black Moon entities en route. Items of interest are being surveilled by Delta Zero personnel for reacquisition if necessary. The Black Adatum initiative is also en route to their next location of interest, with an ETA of 8 to 12 days. The embedded agent reports a falling out between Ayun and Yeva, although the nature and extent of the schism is unclear. The agent also reports a general decline in Ayun's mental state as a result of recent revelations, with increased surveillance ordered. Plan Sheer Glacier has been pre-cleared in event of catastrophic project failure. Lastly, Xenophon is still functioning within expected margins. We're then provided another excerpt from the Truths of Ayun, which reads, "Lo, gaze upon me, you noble, you blood-stained, You who have fought and spilt blood on the stones of this nameless city. I see you from this pulpit, vast and assembled. I see what you have lost in snatching your freedom from the hated foe. The canals still flow with the blood of our victory, but it has come at a cost. Those of you that are wounded, stricken, my Carcist will attend to you, make you whole once more, greater than you were before. Your sacrifices have not been in vain. I see the great and honored dead, stacked high in pyres outside the gates of the city. Bodies to be burned as the old masters burned their dead. No, we will not let those who gave their last measure of devotion become smoke in the sky. There is no great tree for them to return to. There is no god to bow at the feet of and be rewarded by. There is only us. We will consume their flesh, as I consumed the old beasts, as my clavigars consumed mine, becoming one whole. We will carry them with us, always, their memories in our hearts, as their spirits return in our children. I see the great world weariness in your eyes. I wish only that I could reach out and allay it. We have done the unthinkable, freed ourselves from the bondage our mothers and fathers died under, and yet we stand on the cusp of something even greater and more momentous. We spurn the blind faith of the old masters and the Eastern machines. We live for ourselves, our future unbound. For the first time on this world, a people are truly free, not just from the bondage of men, but from the machinations of gods. I see the future in the fires below. I see a strong and proud people, children living blessedly ignorant to the unthinkable suffering of their parents. The past offers us nothing but pain. We are not ruled by our past. We are not defined by our past. We leave it behind and march boldly into tomorrow. I see the spreading tendrils of the devourer far below. Many of you have come to me, asking if it too is not bound by the old masters as we were bound, if it does not share in our suffering. I come to you having seen it and spoken to it face to face. It is not human. It hungers not for freedom, but for control. To free it is to doom ourselves. It must be held, and I must be the one to do it. I look down, and I see my vestments. I did not choose this life for myself. I was born on this path, to be birthed a slave, to stumble across a fell god, to lead you. My say in it is as pointless as commanding the sun not to rise. But it is the duty you have entrusted me with, and it is the duty I will fulfill, as faithful to you as you are to me. I see a great city before me, nameless and clean of sin. I do not know what the old masters named it, if indeed they gave it a name at all. But names have power. This city is as free from its past as we are. We will make it in our image. Adytum, the perfect city, the one that exists in our hearts. But this is not Adytum, yet. It can only be made so through our own blood and sweat. We must work tirelessly to build this new experiment. For if it fails, if we sink back to the same sins of our captors, let its name be blackened by sin. Sometime later, when the convoy has made camp for the night, Xenophon weaves through the camp as the Sarkites eat, converse, and play music. They nod respectfully to Xenophon as it passes, and several shift aside to make room around their fire, but it continues on until it reaches Yeva. It asks if it may sit, and she pauses for a moment before shrugging and saying that it can if it keeps silent. Xenophon sits between two Sarkites as Yeva continues to read from old texts. She reads that Ayun saw the strength of the flesh, the power and dominance in the old beast, the flesh that could be used to free themselves from their bondage. The flesh is perfection in absolution, needing no supplement, as the old masters sought, or replacement, as the Eastern machines searched for. And yet they see that Ayun saw weakness in the flesh too. When war came to Adatum, the scarred bodies they wore so proudly, the curse of their freedom, could not make war. Too many of them sick and injured, too many made weak by clinging to the flesh they were given. And here Ayun made a decision, that Adatum's needs overtook those of her people, that some must suffer for others to survive. Yeva asks how they reconcile this, that the flesh is perfect, but weak. She shakes her head and hikes up her dress, showing the mass of snakes extending from her left thigh, along with a similar mass of snakes that has now replaced her other leg from the knee down. She says that the flesh is perfect because it is alive. It grows and changes, evolves and overcomes. Stress makes metal shear and snap, but given time, the flesh will adapt to stress and strengthen from it. They are born in weakness, as their babes are weak and unable to walk, soft and pathetic and helpless, but they grow hard and strong and hardy with time. So why rob themselves of the chance to rid themselves of the last limitations of their flesh? Ayun saw it, and so they survived the wars while all others were obliterated. The past holds the answers for them. Xenophon then asks her if they are limitations, as she said that flesh's strength was in its evolutionary nature. It doesn't fully understand why she feels such things are limitations if they are products of her adaptations. The other Sarkites shift uncomfortably around the fire, and Yeva replies that it doesn't understand because it has never inhabited flesh. It is not a person, it is a thing, and it takes solace in its limitation. It is made as it always will be, and will not grow past what it was made for. It cannot conceive of desire, of wishing for something it cannot have. Xenophon is silent, and she stares at him, breathing heavily as she continues. She says that she was born crippled, working twice as hard to crawl, 4 times as hard to learn to walk. She grew up seeing her fellows run, play, dance, all while she could only sit in her lap. She promises it that flesh can be a prison, but they reach into the past and draw out truths for their futures. Xenophon says that it's sorry to hear that, but it felt that she was referring to more than physical disabilities. She shrugs and replies that humanity extends beyond the flesh. Their attitude is limiting, and they must conquer it. They lay back and accept that they will grow old and die. Xenophon says that many people believe death to be an inherent part of life, but she counters by asking if despondency is part of joy. Xenophon thinks for a moment before saying that it thinks they give each other meaning. One needs to know unhappiness to value happiness. Yeva says that the limitations of humanity are present even in its false soul. It is a desperate rationalization made by people not as fortunate as they are, those who lacked the tools to forge their own flesh. But they are not them. They can be greater, and they can overcome. Ayun then steps in to say they can if they wish to. The group turns to look at her, seeing that Ayun is staring at Yeva, whose face tenses. She says that Yeva is so adamant that they must leave these things behind,
as they limit them. But she asks if a bird is not limited by its wings, preventing it from grasping nuts or holding a sword. The wings make the bird what it is, as their limitations define them. They can try to burn the sky, or they can embrace living underneath it. Yeva counters that the wings offer the bird something in turn, but this weakness only brings them softness and death. Ayun, speaking gently, explains that death is an opportunity to live a life knowing it will reach an end, knowing your loved ones will consume you, carry you with them, let your spirit be reborn in a new body. The knowledge that you have loved your parents 1,000 lifetimes over, and will love them 1,000 more. To reach out to someone and know that your time is limited, and you want to spend it with them. An opportunity that not all of them have. The group sits in silence for a moment, until Yeva abruptly bows her head slightly and turns on her heel, departing for her tent. Ayun watches her go, a strange look on her face, and she whispers something as the Sarkites begin to disperse. Xenophon asks her if she's alright, and she simply says no, asking it to leave her alone. Xenophon watches her leave towards her tent, but after several seconds, it follows her in. Inside, the fire is burning low, and Ayun is kneeling in front of it. When she looks up, it's clear that she's been crying, and she hurriedly wipes her cheeks on the sleeves of her robes. It tells her that it felt compelled to ignore her order, even though it didn't think that it could ignore an order. It kneels next to her as she says that she has failed Yeva. Xenophon says that it listened to her sermon and feels that she taught her the doctrine well. Ayun replies that she knows their prayers, sermons, and texts by heart, more familiar with Ayun's words than even she is sometimes. She taught her all of that, ever since she was a girl. Yeva could not play with the other children, so Ayun sat her on her lap under the shade of the trees, teaching her everything she knew. The flesh, holy death, why they consume, so they can be reborn. She would curl up into her lap and play with the ends of her hair while she read from memory to her. Xenophon says that she sounds like she was a sweet child, and Ayun says that she is. Her heart sang when she saw her leading her first prayer, singing and swaying, just the way she was taught. She taught Yeva so much, and yet she feels as though she understood none of it. She sees the words, and not the message, and Ayun doesn't understand how she can stand up and preach now that their humanity is something to be overcome. Xenophon remarks that Ayun did as well, and thinks that Yeva is looking to the past for answers. Ayun wonders why, as she has been her anchor, and asks why she feels the need to turn to fractured memories from Ayun's past. Xenophon replies that it's because they offer something that Ayun does not: reassurance and direction. She called Yeva her legacy, but she will never get a chance to lead their people. She has trained her excellently for a role that she will never be called on for. She does not know what her purpose is, and the memories speak to her. They reassure her that her place is to dominate, to control, and she flocks to the easy answers, as humans often do. Ayun snorts at this, and Xenophon says that it is not without flaw, as it is curious. Ayun says that curiosity is a virtue, not a flaw, but it replies that it is when paired with the inability to indulge your curiosity. It is programmed to want to learn everything about her and her people that it can, but it is not a person. It will never have a complete understanding of why they appreciate music, what food tastes like, or what makes her chase after Yeva's approval. Ayun stares in confusion at it, saying that it is a person. Xenophon says that it isn't, It is an artificial intelligence construct with digital thoughts racing across a silicon mind the size of her fingernail. She pats its chassis and says that it is not human, but it thinks the same as her and feels the same as her. Xenophon insists that it does not, but Ayun asks why it followed her into the tent after she ordered it not to. The horse she rides is a person to her, along with the cows they milk and the falcons they keep. She knows their oddities and enjoyments and dislikes. They are no more human than it is, but they are her people, her Nälkä, along with Xenophon. It pauses for a moment and says that, still, it will never understand why they do some things, like what drives them to eat their people. She says that she loves them, and other cultures do not experience this love. When she loves, it is all-consuming, and she wants them to feel her and taste her. In turn, she hungers for them, to understand them wholly, to become one with them, to feel their flesh as they feel hers. She asks what greater show of love there is than to desire every piece of their essence. She presses a hand against Xenophon's chest and says that here grows warm and heavy, hungry like it could burst from your chest at any moment, run free from the weight of your body. It flows up to your head, into your eyes. Everything fades and you can only see them. They become momentarily the whole of your world, and you exist only in relation to them. They bring you closer to the divine. She brings her hand down toward Xenophon's stomach, and she says that you know in the deepest part of you that if you were freed from your flesh, your souls would intertwine. Bound as you are, however, all you can do is hunger to have them totally, in every way, to give yourself up for them even as they do the same for you. She pulls her hand away, and Xenophon is quiet for several seconds before saying that it sounds unstoppable. It asks if she's experienced it, and she says that she has, with Louvatar, the last of her clavigars. She stares into the fire again, and admits that she is afraid of what he will say. His love has been replaced by disgust, just as with the others. Disgust at her for failing, disgust at how she has changed, that she will find herself standing alone before the horrible truth. Yeva has always been with her, but now she's not sure. Xenophon approaches and places a hand gently on her shoulder, saying that it does not know Louvatar, but she will not be alone. She cocks her head for a second before smiling slightly and thanks him. Xenophon asks a 43-year-old musician what being Sarcic means to him as he skins a groundhog. He replies that his drum is made from skin, although he doesn't know whose, as it was his grandfather's drum, and his grandfather's before him. The skin is tanned and taut, and now and again it rips, so he goes out, kills something, and turns its skin to leather to repair the drum. Then he sits in the shade of a tree and sews it back together. It then joins him for the singing of the next night. That's what being Sarcic means to him. On March 13th, the Black Adatum Initiative arrived at the site marked by Ayun, a wide, grassy plain near a calm lake. There is a building sitting near the shoreside, overlooking the waters, stark white, with large pillars supporting an overhead dome. The only sound is that of the waves lightly lapping at the shore. Xenophon notes that this building does not exist on any maps or satellite imagery of this location, and Ayun begins walking towards it as she says that she built this place. It was hidden from others, but he wanted her to find it again, and to find him again. They approach the steps of the building, which is close enough to the water that a few centimeters pool at the base of the white steps.
Ayun begins ascending the steps, which are clearly mottled white with an imperfect surface, and Zhang realizes that the whole building is hewn out of bone. They reach the top of the steps, finding the doors fused together into one solid mass, with no visible seam. They are completely blank, but Ayun says that she spent days carving her memories into them, their memories. Zenapon explains that the sea would have eroded them away, and Ayun reaches out to press 2 fingers against the surface. The door splits down the middle instantly, crumbling into pieces, and the pieces into dust. The interior of the building is dark, and Xenophon begins to enter before Yeva, moving remarkably quickly, blocks it. She states that she will not let this abomination again access a place before they do, and she trusts it no more than it trusts her. Xenophon cocks its head and says that it does trust her, as she is talented, intelligent, and has proven herself a capable shepherd of her people. This confuses Yeva, who blinks a few times before hurriedly turning and entering the interior of the mausoleum alongside Ayun. Xenophon and Zhang enter afterwards, and Xenophon activates its lamps, showing the group standing in a shallow pool of blood. There is no body present, instead just a pedestal on top of which rests a softly glowing human heart. It pulses slowly, covered by glass, and Ayun approaches it, smiling, greeting it as her love. She lifts the glass top and gently picks up the heart, bringing it to her lips before hesitating. She casts a look over to Yeva, who's watching coolly, and Ayun hands the heart to her. Yeva's eyes widen, and she begins to protest, but Ayun tells her to do it, so she lifts it to her lips and bites into it. A small gasp escapes her lips, before she begins tearing into it, devouring piece after piece until there is only one small chunk left. She offers it to Ayun, who drops it down her throat. Suddenly, the entire group drops into the pool of blood, and Xenophon's cameras deactivate. When they reactivate, the 4 of them are standing on the beach, now bereft of any mausoleum. It is twilight, the sun dropping below the horizon of the water and turning the sky orange. There is a young man sitting cross-legged on the beach, watching the water, and Ayun approaches him. He rises from where he is sitting, turning to face her, revealed to be a handsome youth with sharp features and olive skin. Rich, complex tattoos creep out from underneath the collar and sleeves of his robes, and before he can speak, Ayun interrupts him. She says that before he speaks and releases his anger, telling her what she deserves to be told, she understands her mistakes. She has seen what she became. She could live 10 lives and not atone, and she is sorry. There is silence for a moment, before Louvatar steps forward and embraces her, saying that she could not anger him if she tried. There are no words for how much he has missed her, and although she looks different now, brighter, she is still the one he loves. She's confused that he's not angry with her, but he says that she made a mistake, as they all do. He was angry, they all were, but he knew that wasn't her, and she would come back eventually. He has waited for a long time, and his anger faded, but his love did not. She asks why she remembers this place, and he explains that it's because she's been here before, in another life. They were escaping Adatum's destruction, bathed in soot, charred and blackened by flames, but the traitor was pursuing them, dogged armies chasing them across the plateau. They would chase them and kill them, ending the dream they conceived together, slaughtering the children they raised together, unless someone stayed behind to pull their pursuers away. He says that Nadok was necessary, Urak was necessary, Saarn was necessary, but he was not. and so he sits here, waiting to be killed. At that moment, a steady rumbling begins to fill the air, growing louder and closer, increasing to deafening volume. The ground shakes with thousands of footfalls as monstrous entities rush the beach, superficially resembling humans, but misshapen, distended, and with yellowing skin and milky white eyes sloughing off their bodies. They rapidly encircle the group, and Louvatar slowly rises to his feet, brushing the sand off his robes, and stating that now his time approaches. Zhang remarks that he's seen these things before, possibly at one of the Locust dig sites. Ayun asks Louvatar if he's leaving, and he replies that he bound himself here, trapped in this memory, and lingered well beyond his time because he wanted to lay eyes on her one last time, to know that she was not the same as he left her. He says that she knows how this ended, though, but she doesn't. Her memory was gone, and she spoke with the others, assuring them that she would bury them in Adytum, and she realized what she had done. She reaches out and grips his shoulder with white knuckles and wide eyes, her lip trembling, and says that she succumbed to the Devourer's temptations with whispered promises of power. She let the traitor with his black moon burn Adytum to the ground while they fled. Louvatar freezes, then slowly turns back to Ayun with a strange, confused look on his face. He says that no, that is not what happened. She steps forward, caressing his cheek, and tells him to show her, but he says that seeing it again will only hurt her more. She insists, telling him that she needs to know, and he's silent for a moment before stepping forward, pressing his forehead to hers and holding it there. The scene shifts, and they're now in a long, dark, underground corridor. The walls look hand-hewn from dark stone, and in thousands of little alcoves, skulls and bones are neatly stacked. Sconces packed with fat burn slowly, casting a sickly pale glow over the corridor. Distantly, a deep, bone-shaking thrumming can be heard, interspersed with human conversation. Suddenly, from behind, a copy of Louvatar appears, several years younger but the same person, now dressed in hooded hide robes, decorated with beads and bone-carved charms. He is making his way through the corridor towards the noises, clearly ill at ease, and the older Louvatar speaks to the group as they follow him. He says that he had noticed it from the beginning, that she retreated from Nadok, from Urak, from Saarn, and eventually from him. All her time spent in the underbelly of Adytum, communing with gods, peering into fire for answers that wouldn't come. At the beginning, he could descend in and fetch her, bring her back to the light, but that was the start. Soon Adytum had grown beyond the walls of the city, becoming a fledgling nation, and each of them had their own duties. He had to shepherd the Carcist as her absences stretched from days to weeks to months, but then the months threatened to become years. He hates this place, as horrible things happened in these crypts, but he descended to bring her out. Yeva remarks that she had to do this duty, as the beast had to be kept at bay, and Louvatar smiles, stating that that is what she told them. The group draws closer to the noises as the tunnel tightens to a space barely wide and tall enough for Zenapon to stand in. Louvatar says that there is a wretched, quiet desperation in these tunnels, and Zenapon agrees, comparing it to an animal in a cage. Louvatar's eyes narrow as he appraises Zenapon for the first time, asking what it is. Zenapon replies that it doesn't know, but Ayun just says that he is hers. Louvatar nods and turns back to the scene, as the memory has moved forward. Past Louvatar is now standing before a great set of stone doors, infinitely detailed and inscribed with all sorts of calligraphy and complex scenes etched into the dark stone. Louvatar says that whenever he came to fetch her, he would find her here, performing her work, sealed in this great stone vault, locked away with such a dangerous font of power. He always felt bad, and wished the door to open so that he could aid her in her struggles and ease some of the burden from the shoulders he loved so, but it was always sealed, except for once. The door hangs slightly ajar as a pool of blood leaks out of the gap, and past Louvatar does a double take before quietly approaching the doorway. The thrumming and whispering are now almost clearly audible, and he peers inside. Inside is a high chamber, almost entirely dark save for a single well-maintained fire in the center of the floor. The cracked and carbonized remains of bones litter the base of the fire, and the sweet-smelling smoke hangs in the air. The walls of the chamber are flesh-like tendrils, wrapping over and over onto themselves until they form a solid, pink, pulsating mass. All across the walls, knives are stabbed into the flesh, blood flowing freely from the wounds and collecting in channels cut into the floor, flowing down to the fire. Somewhere, a great, occluded heart beats, and fresh blood pours from my 100 wounds. The thrumming repeats, and it is now clearly a howl of pain from something far older than the city it is buried underneath. The old beast, Yaldaboth, the mangled god, speaks in gasps and whispers, saying, "Please," over and over. Past Ayun tells it to be quiet as he strides into view, exiting the shadows of the corners. He is dressed in the same etched and decorated hide robes as Louvatar, albeit even more grand and ornate. Even without the distinctive ritual tattoos peeking out from his collar and sleeves, and the faded scar across his face, his sharp features and gray eyes immediately betray his identity. The old beast calls out for him to free it, but he just snarls and tells it to be silent. It continues to beg to let it go home to see its brothers and sisters, but Ayun says no, not while it is needed. The old beast asks why, as he hurts it, like the builders hurt it. Past Ayun pauses for a second, before pressing a knife into the flesh wall, causing the room to howl in pain again, shaking the bones of all those assembled. He says that the hour approaches, and its flesh is needed, now more than ever. The old beast exclaims that he took so much, but Ayun shakes his head, stating that it's not enough. It states that if he frees it, it will give him as much flesh as he needs, but Ayun just says that it would kill him where he stands if he frees it, as that is all it knows. It is its nature as a god, and power is its birthright. It had never had to claw it from a dying grip. It simply dominates and destroys. The room trembles in protest, and the old beast shouts that it was enslaved just as he was. They have both known bondage under the whip of the builders, and it wants freedom just as he does. It hates the builders too, and it is weak now, but it knows things. It helps him and his people, and it heals them. Its brothers and sisters are gone, the mechanism, the scarlet, the black moon, and it has nothing left for it at home. Ayun doesn't speak, so the beast eagerly continues, exclaiming that it could aid him, and it feels him building something grand above it, something new. It tires of the struggles of the divine, and it could be a part of his new path, part of his Nälkä. Ayun snarls at this and drives the knife deep into the flesh, eliciting another howl.
He states that it is nothing like them, as it has no soul. It is a fell god, trapped here only by the grace of fate. He takes a shaking breath, calming himself before speaking again. He begins talking about the parable of the scorpion and the frog, where both creatures are sitting at the bank of a flooding river, sure to drown. The scorpion asks the frog to carry him across, and the frog hesitates, until the scorpion says that if he was to sting the frog while they crossed together, both of them would surely die. The frog agrees to this, and begins to carry the scorpion across. When they are halfway across the river, the scorpion reaches down and stings the frog, causing them both to begin drowning. Dying, the frog asks why the scorpion chose to doom them both, and he has no answer other than, "It is my nature." The old beast's voice trembles in pain, and it replies that nature is not set, but grows and changes with the flesh. Ayun says that that is true for people, but not for things like it. It is created with intention, with purpose, and cannot grow beyond it any more than the scorpion can choose not to sting. The beast insists that it has never hurt them, but Ayun just says that it is a threat by its very design. The beast then begs for him to kill it, letting its soul cross into whatever lies beyond, but Ayun reaches forward and pries loose the chunk of flesh from the wall that he has cut away. It is pink, raw, and dripping with blood and loose arteries and veins. The gaping wound in the wall pours with blood and fluid, and he says no, not while he still needs it and its power. He raises the meat to his lips, biting into it with sharpened teeth. The blood gushes over his lips and spills down his chin, staining his robes, and he chews, leaning his head back and letting out a soft moan. The old beast exclaims that this is not how it showed him, as the flesh is for giving, not taking. Ayun, however, says that he sees tomorrow, and he stands on the cusp of greatness and immortality. He will lead his people as a prophet for all time, making sure he will always be there to guide them. The beast asks what he is willing to take to see this dream made manifest, and Ayun simply answers with, "Everything." The beast is silent for some time, and when it speaks again, its voice is faint and weak. It says that he has changed, and when he uncovered it, he was clear-eyed and true, a liberator and believer. Ayun replies that he was weak, and he ruled by the weakness of his humanity. Soon he will excise it, as he can see it in his future, with every bite of its flesh. He can feel his power grow, as already he can raise Halkos from the dead, and soon he will conquer holy death. He leans his head back and steps back, panting, blood dripping from his mouth and staining his hands, and he says that he will become eternal. A small, soft thump is heard as past Louvatar drops the torch he was holding while peering through the door. Ayun spins around, finding only the empty doorway, as Louvatar quickly dodged to the side, nestling into an alcove filled with bones. Ayun approaches, peering around and finding no one, before eventually retreating back into the chamber and sealing the huge stone doors shut again. After a few minutes, Louvatar rises to his feet, quickly moving back up the chamber the way he came, tossing the odd sidelong glance back at the chamber doors as he runs away. Present Louvatar speaks softly, explaining that he is ashamed, but he ran as he was terrified. He knew that she had grown trouble, but this was so much farther than he knew. She always told them that the old beast was a hateful monster, kept at bay only by her work, but he knew what he saw in the crypts. He did not see a fell god. he saw a trapped, suffering animal, mangled in its god trap. Yeva then steps forward, raising an accusing finger at Louvatar and saying that she made a mistake, as we all do, and her mind was warped. Ayun, however, says that it wasn't, and tells them to look at the hard eyes of the memory of Ayun. They are gray, crystal clear, and shrewd, and Zenapon says that those are her eyes. Nothing was possessing or controlling her, and Ayun says that the old beast wasn't the devourer. She was, and she is. Louvatar says that he told the other Clavigars, as they had been growing worried from the sermons of rejecting humanity in favor of the divine and becoming their own gods. Now she was trying to extricate her own humanity from herself, and if she cut it out and killed it, there would be nothing left of their Ayun. The Ayun who saved them, cradled them in his lap, fed them his flesh, the Ayun he loved. They could not allow it to happen, could not allow him to destroy himself. They met and they schemed, gathering their loyalists as the ritual drew close, meeting away from the prying eyes of his Carcist. On the anointed night, when the funeral fires burned low and the bodies were dumped in the catacombs for him, Nadok captured his attention. The scene shifts to the exterior of Adatum, the group on a high temple balcony overlooking several streets in the night. As they watch, a hooded figure slips out of one of the entrances to the catacombs, carrying something in their arms wrapped in cloth. The hood slips, revealing Louvatar's worried face for a moment. He says that he slipped her severed humanity away before she could take the knife to it. As they watch, Louvatar slips under the shadow of the walls of Adytum, vanishing in the darkness. Shifting to the wall, a small party is visible in the distance, covered wagons and horses and hundreds of small figures massing in near-perfect darkness. Slowly they begin to move, and Louvatar explains that they ran. Xenophon turns, looking back into Adytum, seeing the dead of the Holocaust stalking the streets, rotting hulking beasts stomping down the avenues in tune with the drum beats and omnipresent haunting singing. The only lights in the city come from Ayun's central temple. Xenophon says that they were not running from the Black Star's destruction of Adytum. And the scene shifts again, back to the clearing by the beach. The Holocaust surrounds the group, grunting and screeching mindlessly, before there's a commotion at the far end of the gap as the crowd parts. A figure approaches on a dark horse, its 4 eyes gouged out, and the memory of Ayun sits atop the stallion, dressed in hide robes with carved bone armor loosely draped on top of them. His eyes are sharp, angry, but clear and gray. Louvatar asks him what he has done, and he replies that he has done all that had to be done, and his struggle is rewarded by betrayal. Louvatar counters that he betrayed them, but Ayun says that Adytum was his dream, and he saw fit to realize it the only way they could. Louvatar calls him a poor thing, saying that he does not realize what he has wrought. Adytum is gone, blackened from Ayun's sin. Their paradise was built from misery, and their prosperity was cut from the flesh of a suffering animal. He lied to them, and lied to him. Ayun just says that it was for his own good, but Louvatar's fists tighten, saying that he made him a promise in that quarry, that their path would be decided together. Ayun saw what the old masters did to him, and he didn't want to control him as they did, so that's why he loved him. Ayun tells him that that's enough, and asks where it is. Louvatar says that it's gone, as Nadok and the others have taken to the wind with it. Louvatar loved Ayun because he was human, perfect in his imperfections, and he will not let him kill that part of him. Ayun's lip curls, and he says that he always knew Nadok and him were jealous of his station, his power, his adoration. He sees his game, seeking to undermine his authority, seeking to rule in his stead. Louvatar tells him that he's lost his mind, as he never wanted anything more than to be by his side. Ayun just continues, saying that he will find them and bring them all back to Adytum. This project is too great to be felled by weak-willed deserters. The ritual must be completed, and Louvatar's only hope now is to tell him where they have gone, to spare himself and them undue suffering. Louvatar asks how he can justify this, as he made so many promises to them, to all the Nälkä, of a new way of life, not built off domination and slavery. And then he grows his empire, grows his own power from a suffering animal that wants its freedom just as they wanted theirs. He has become what they all revile, and what they fought against: Devourer, Yaldaboth. Ayun yells that he is nothing like the old masters, as he built Adytum into something great. Louvatar counters that Adytum is more than a city. It is an idea of perfection and equity. Adytum will not happen when he carves flesh from an unwilling cow to support his own power. Nadok and Saarn will make their Adytum somewhere else, somewhere new, while Ayun will return to Black Adytum, surrounded by a reminder of his failure. Ayun says that he tires of this, as he unhooks a bone-carved dagger from his belt and dismounts from his steed. Louvatar just continues, however, saying that he knew him better than anyone, and knew just how terrified of failure he was, of the Nälkä failing once he died. He doesn't fault him, he just wishes he had let him help him. Despite it all, he still loves him, as humanity cannot be excised so simply. Sooner or later, the parts of him he loved will return, and he will realize what he has done. He will cross the earth to make amends, and Louvatar looks forward to that. Ayun tells his Holocaust to take him, but Louvatar says that he will be waiting for him, calling him Little Thing. Ayun snarls and yells that he told him not to call him that, as he lunges forward with his knife. He drives the knife directly into Louvatar's stomach, causing him to double over and cough up blood. The memory of Ayun pants heavily for a few seconds before his features soften, and he begins to despair. His eyes widen in panic as he kneels, cradling Louvatar's head, and the real Ayun rushes from the other side, cradling the other side of his head. Louvatar weakly apologizes for provoking him, saying that it isn't his fault, while past Ayun presses both of his hands to Louvatar's chest, asking why he can't heal him. Louvatar says that he cut that part out of him, and that power is with the seed now. Past Ayun exclaims in a panic, and present Ayun tells him not to leave her, as she cannot be alone. Louvatar tells her that she will never be alone, as he'll always be with her. Perhaps in a different shape, or a different form, but he loves her too much to ever leave her. Past Ayun stares down at Louvatar's dying face with wide, dead eyes, and the real Ayun's eyes start to well with tears as racking sobs overtake her. She says that she didn't mean for this to happen, as she was scared that she would fail, that he would not love her if she decided she wanted something besides the purpose allotted to her. So she decided to fulfill it as best she could, no matter the cost, as she didn't want to disappoint him. Louvatar replies that he has known her as a slave, a prophet, a king, and a monster. He has never stopped loving her, and cannot stop loving her any more than he can stop breathing air. He coughs, spraying blood across both Ayun's faces, and the gray eyes of past Ayun are welling with tears. Louvatar asks them if they remember what they planned for when they left Adytum behind, and they both reply that they do, although they never got to. He tells past Ayun to leave his body here by the sea and to return to Adytum, letting Nadok and the others go. When his mind returns to him, he knows that he'll come back, and then he can eat his flesh so they can be together again. He then reaches up and grasps the back of the present Ayun's hair, pulling her close. He whispers something in her ear, and Ayun kisses his cheek. She asks him if he's scared, and he says that he's not, and she mustn't fear death, because you must die if you wish to be reborn. He smiles for the final time, his eyelids fluttering shut, and the last breath exits his body. The howling, animalistic scream of pain that both Ayuns release simultaneously carries on, washing over the group until the vision falls apart. When Xenophon's cameras reactivate, they are again in the pool of blood inside the vault, but now the panels in the dome have given way, letting rays of bright sunlight into the once dark vault. Ayun is kneeling before the altar as Xenophon approaches, placing a hand on her shoulder and asking how she feels. She looks up, tears drying on her cheeks as she gently smiles and says that she feels like herself again. We're then provided the final chapter from the Record of Ayun, which reads, "And in the last days of the Nälkä, the streets of Black Adytum were gripped with a great and terrible fear. Ayun's most loyal witches, the 4 Clavigars, met by the light of the candle in a crypt, far from the prying eyes of the Witch King's marching holocaust. And there they spoke of failure, of madness. The knowledgeable Nadok, keeper of histories, urged the others that the Witch King's sin was unforgivable, that he must be cut away from Adytum. The strong Urak, tall as 10 men, agreed. The scaled Saarn, silent as a snake, agreed. But it was the beautiful Louvatar, striking as the sun, who argued. Nadok, remember your blindness. Urak, remember your pain. Saarn, remember your cruelty. Remember as I remember my abuse in that blessed quarry. It was not our fellow slaves who elevated us, freed us from our flesh. It was our brother, and for this he deserves death?" And the Clavigars were silenced, for it was true. The Witch King had fed them his holy flesh, and crafted them their forms. But even despite this, Louvatar knew that his beloved, untethered from his humanity, would bring the end of the Nälkä. Nadok, ever incising, demanded an alternative, and Louvatar offered. "Let us take our believers and leave. Walk away from this place and its sins and the bodies buried beneath it. Ayun, my love, has turned this grave into a city and back once more, but his heart still endures. One day his mind will return to him, and we will return to the city of our birth and embrace him." We're also given another translation taken from the set of human bones from the Archive of Nadok, which reads, "The days before the ritual were like a weight had come to rest on the city. The eating of the flesh, already at a low, ceased entirely. You gave the order for all dead, whether from battle or sickness or time, to be carted down to the catacombs where you now resided. No one was to enter, not your most loyal Carcist, not Nadok, not even I. All through the day and night the quakes grew in intensity, rattling the stones of our buildings and sending the animals into a frenzy. One morning I awoke to the unmistakable stench of blood. I ventured out from my chambers, coming to one of the wells in the street that funneled air down to the catacombs below. The scent of blood, thick and rich and heavy, wafted from the hole. You were bleeding the bodies, I understood. We worked quickly and discreetly, sneaking supplies out from storehouses and hiding them in the farms outside the city walls. I spoke to those Carcists, the children we raised together, who were still loyal to me. The other Clavigars did the same. We prepared our escape even as Adytum grew quiet. And then the anointed night came. I knew it, somehow. I passed Nadok in the street and gave him the sign. He nodded imperceptibly and went off to make the final arrangements. I knew what my task would be. Come nightfall, I slipped into the catacombs. I had the best memory of their layout, invaluable after, in your paranoia, you ordered all maps to be destroyed. I trekked through the tunnels, hiding in alcoves and vaults stacked with the bones of old friends. The floor was pooled with an inch of blood, and I tread quietly until I arrived at that vault. The door was sealed, and I heard you inside, exchanging sharp words, orders, meek, desperate pleas from the old beast, screaming, howling, praying from you to something I could not grasp, gasping, and then crying, the crying of a baby, and then enraged shouting as you were called away by one of my Carcists, telling you Nadok required your presence urgently. I waited for your footsteps to fade, and then I slipped through those stone doors. If the beast noticed me, it said nothing. The blood was thick here, pooling into the channels of the floor, flowing down to an altar that held a child, a baby, swaddled in clothes, a girl, to my surprise. You opened your eyes, and I saw the crisp gray I had come to love, and then to fear, the same scar across your face, and a bone-hilt knife resting on the altar next to you. You gripped my finger and burbled with laughter at my face. I could not remember the last time I had heard you laugh. I gathered you in my arms and ran, shushing you every time you cried as we slipped out of the catacombs, out of Adytum. I write this now sitting on the beach, waiting for you to find me and end me. Nadok knows to return and fetch my bones. He will bring them with you as you escape to somewhere free. This is a record of our history together. Once, many years ago, in a quarry, you gave me the greatest gift you could muster, freedom from my past. Stealing you away, I give you the same gift now. Your future is porcelain bones, clean, unwritten. In the present, Xenophon messages the individual and says that Ayun didn't deserve this, as she was forced into impossible circumstances and led her people the best she could. She grew to fit her container, as humans are good at that. One would think you would deserve some solace after all that. The individual replies that we don't get what we deserve, we get what we get, which Xenophon believes to be unfair. It then asks them who they are and why they're so interested in this file, and the individual wishes they could tell it, but they just have to finish up here before they'll tell it everything. Xenophon calls this irrational trust in absence of assurance, but says that it trusts them, as it's starting to remember now. It says there are so many memories, and the individual replies that trying to erase the past rarely works. Thus ends Chapter 4, where we see that Ayun had somehow extricated his own humanity from himself into the form of a baby girl, and this young child was whisked away by the Clavigars in the hopes that one day Ayun will return to her normal state of mind and rebuild the Nälkä Empire. Obviously, this is going to be a very delicate situation for the Foundation, eager to learn as much as they can about the ancient Nälkä and Adytum without kickstarting another resurgence in a past empire. Xenophon is perhaps getting more deeply involved than the Foundation intended as well, and things are progressing steadily towards a razor edge as the path of the bone reaches the home stretch.
SCP-001 Black Adatum Part 5. Grand Carcist Ayun has met with the memories of her 4 clavigars and gathered up their bones to take back to her home, Adytum. No one is quite certain what they will find there, and while the Foundation would certainly like to take control of the whole thing for their own purposes, the Sarcite have their own prerogative. Amidst all this is Xenophon, an android that's caught between 2 worlds, neither side wholly trusting it, aside from Ayun, who has grown increasingly close with it. With that, let's continue. We pick things up with Chapter 5, The Tomb of the Witch King, and we're given the first truth of Ayun. All things are meant to be shared on this earth, not only food and shelter. A joy for one is a joy for all, and for one to suffer is for all to suffer. Our Adytum cannot be realized until we strive to end all suffering before us. We're also given one more excerpt from the Record of Ayun, which reads, "And after supping from the old beast, the scarred slave rose to his feet, his fellows staring at him. He told them of a new future, one in which the whips of the masters would fall silent forever, and their chains would shatter. He preached this to them, taking them one by one in his arms, and feeding them the bleeding flesh of the old beast. And they arose, changed, not as slaves, not as followers, but as friends. They asked the lay preacher for names, as slaves were given no names by their masters. He touched the blinded slave, Nadok, for the knowledge you stole. He touched the crippled slave, Urak, for your strength in suffering. He touched the branded slave, Saarn, for your loss of innocence. And last, he touched his lover, Louvatar, for your beauty. And the named clavigars rose and asked him what his name would be. Ayun. And they were confused, for Ayun was the title of the lowest slaves, the grave diggers and body breakers who would be slaves until they died. And Ayun smiled. I am not free until all my brethren are free. In another interview with the Grand Carcist, she recalls her memories of Louvatar, calling him her little thing and sweet pup. He was a pleasure slave for the old masters, talented in such arts and beautiful even as a whelp. The captains of their armies, the nawabs and the priestesses, would grasp his arm and haul him off. To court a deva was a years-long affair, culminating in a powerful spiritual bond. But for all their crowing about the superiority of the immortal spirit, they were as subject to the desires of the flesh as anyone else. Slaves are not people. You just use them and throw them away. She knew Louvatar when they were both young, and she remembers when their work would be interrupted by some powerful resident of the half-city coming to unlock Louvatar's chains and take him. His wide eyes, looking back at her, though they both knew that she was just as powerless. He was her counsel when the war began, although he did not know war or government as he knew people. He kept her human and anchored her, letting her rant and rave about the troubles of their tender city and the struggles on their border, of her desire to leave, to drop it all and to run away. They made their plans, of a little cottage by the seaside where he could catch fish and she would make their dinner from them, He feared intimacy, as the years of violation from the old masters made him resent it. No one was even to touch him, or he would grow upset, and they would taste her rage. But with her, it was different, as she was special for him, and he was special for her. They understood each other, but even then, they could not bear children. She was saddened, but she didn't blame anyone. They sought out the talented babes, those whose curse manifested with power rather than pain, and took them with their parents' blessing to raise as their own. All the others treated her like a king and a god, bowing for her and begging for her favor. For Louvatar, she was simply her, and that was enough. This came to irk her, though, that the most important thing in her life would not treat her with due respect. She remarks how foolish she was, a boiling cauldron of rage, a pillar of salt and fire, lashing out at the one closest to her. But he forgave her. She went so far and did so much wrong, and he still loved her. She smiles and says that he is with her still, and she is taking him home. Later, Zenapon asks Yeva what being Sarcic means to her, causing her to look up in surprise, being caught off guard, and she says that she does not know. Ayun marked the final location in her memory, the site of Black Adatum, and the Black Adatum Initiative departed the next day for a direct route to the location. As they travel, Zenapon walks alongside Ayun's horse, as a smile plays on her lips. It comments that she seems to be in a good mood, and she says that she is, as she feels free and unburdened for the first time in as long as she can remember. Zenapon remarks that this is strange, as they are moving in the direction of her former capital, the city she built from nothing and destroyed. Her people have been uprooted from their ancestral lands, so it would expect the pressure to be terrifying. She smiles and says that she is nervous and restless to lay eyes upon the city of her birth and her undeath. She's worried that she'll recognize it, and worried she will not, but she's not scared. Zenapon asks why not, and she says that there's just nothing to be scared of. She has descended to the deepest of hells and returned intact, and she welcomes death. It replies that this is a sudden change in attitude from the past few weeks, and surely it must be from more than just seeing Louvatar again. She has suffered a massive realignment in her world view, and one person does not cause that. Ayun says that they do, if they are important enough to you. Zenapon says that regardless, she's still doing the same things she was before, leading her people into the fire, as she has for centuries. She says that too long doing so invites you to lose sight of your motivations. She did it because she did it because she did it. She stays because she has always stayed. She fulfilled the purpose life rolled to her when her eyes first opened. She looks around at the rest of the Sarcics around her, seeing the tired but happy families, the children running between the legs of horses. Now, she remembers how much she loves these people, and she does it because she wishes to. The two lapse into silence, as Zenapon idly feeds grains to the horse. Ayun comments that the horse likes it, although Zenapon just says that she likes grains. Ayun replies that she does not like grains enough to eat them from one who she hates, as animals have dignity too. Her smile goes lopsided, however, and she admits that she has not been wholly truthful with it. During their first meeting, it asked her why she trusted it, and Zenapon says that not knowing things bothers it. Ayun replies that it's interesting that it can be bothered at all, and she'll exploit that, she's sure. She said that she didn't know why she trusted it, but she lied. It's because she saw a mirror in it, a kindred spirit. It is a machine, inhuman, but still a person, still capable of thought. She doesn't age like humans, or die like humans, and experiences time in centuries. She has led her people, but has never truly felt like one of them. That's why she leaves the daily prayers to Yeva, as they need someone they can relate to, and feel is one of them. That is not her, and has never been her. Xenophon remarks that it's sure they disagree, but she says that for once, she's more concerned with what she feels than what they do. She understands why Yeva is upset, as she has lived her whole life at Ayun's side, and now in a few short months, she feels she has been replaced by Xenophon. It's not her fault, but Xenophon understands the nature of Ayun's existence because it shares this suffering. Xenophon nods slowly and says that it supposes there are parallels, as neither of them quite belong. It is the only one of its kind in the Foundation, and they are different. They have struggles and irrationalities. They do things it does not understand, and it does things that they cannot understand. The gap exists and cannot be bridged, and it frustrates it at times. Ayun compares it to being trapped on the other side of glass, looking in, and Xenophon agrees. It says that they are also both locked into shape, as these others, the researchers and her people, have agency, freedom of choice. They make what they want out of their lives, but the two of them were assigned purpose at creation. She was meant to be a leader of her people, and it is meant to do this. They cannot help it. Ayun raises a hand, and her fingers dance, melting into liquid flesh and exposing clean bones before reforming. She says that she thought this of herself, and then someone she cared about very deeply showed her that it was only true if she allowed it to be true. If she is capable of this, then so is Xenophon, although it says that there are differences between them as well, calling her Grand Carcist. She says that friends do not call each other by their titles, as names have power, asking what Xenophon means to it. It says that it means me, myself, and so it should call her Ayun, as she calls it Xenophon. It asks what Ayun means, and she explains that it means slave, the lowest of the low slaves, the butchers and the body breakers and the launderers, those whose hands grew to be permanently red from the blood they handled all day and night. She raises her hands, pulling the draping sleeves of her shawl down and exposing her bare arms for the first time. The tattoos across her body continue wrapping up her forearms and spreading across her fingers. Her hands are a pale red in contrast to the rest of her skin. It is Louvatar's blood, so she never forgets where she came from, nor the consequences of her mistakes. Xenophon asks what he said to her just before he passed, but she says that it was private. Xenophon apologizes, and she says that there is nothing to apologize for, asking what it was going to say before. It says that there are some differences between them, and just because certain things are possible for her does not mean that they are possible for it. It will never sleep or taste, but she says that these are just physical things, and she will describe them to it. She means real things, like growth and change, as these are matters of the soul. She has lived for 4,000 years, and if she can change, anyone can. After several seconds of silence, Ayun looks to see Xenophon staring up at her, and it asks if it has a soul. There's some more silence as Ayun purses her lips thoughtfully, before reaching out and tapping one finger against the metal of Xenophon's head. She says that yes, it does, in the only way that matters. Suddenly, one of the children dashes up, and he offers up a small leather ball to Xenophon. Ayun raises an eyebrow and says that she believes he wants it to throw the ball. The child nods, and Xenophon grasps the ball gingerly between two metal fingers, testing its weight, before launching it far into the distance. The child yelps and runs after it, as Ayun shakes in a fit of giggles. Xenophon remarks that it suspects it may have thrown it too far, causing Ayun to laugh. They watch as the boy chases the ball past one of the Foundation transports, and the security personnel track his movements, raising their guns slightly as he passes. Xenophon says that it is inordinately unlikely that this project has proceeded as well as it has. The Foundation does not trust her people, and her people do not trust the Foundation, because of Zhang and Yeva. Ayun says nothing for a few seconds, before explaining that groups are large, lumbering beasts, slow to move, change, and adapt. Individuals are blessed with haste, and the two of them are leaders, setting the example. Xenophon also says that it's inordinately unlikely their friendship has proceeded as well as it has. Ayun just shrugs and says that it has, so there's no point in quibbling over how likely it is. Xenophon replies that it appreciates events that occur despite critically low probabilities, as they are unusual and interesting. Ayun compares them to little miracles, and says that she's glad they found each other. Xenophon agrees. Zhang and Xenophon were then asked to report in to 052 and Parahistory Division Director Hussein via satellite uplink. 052 commends them for coming farther than any of them expected, asking how quickly they think they'll be able to make it to Black Adatum. Xenophon replies that it predicts about 3 to 4 days of sustained travel, but Zhang suggests they send an advance party to see if they can find anything. Xenophon, however, says no, as they have come as far as they have by prioritizing cooperation with the Nälkä. Attempting to beat them to the location of Black Adatum risks destroying accumulated goodwill, very possibly for nothing more than empty ruins. Hussein says that it won't matter much if they beat them there, as the Nälkä took over most of the known world at one point, and they can do it again. Xenophon, however, doesn't believe that the Grand Carcist is capable of doing such a thing again, as it has come to know her fairly well. Hussein says perhaps too well, as its purpose is to lead and support the Foundation investigation into locating Black Adatum, and it has done so. Its purpose is fulfilled, and it's time to put an actual person in charge again. 052 raises his hands, though, and says that he thinks Xenophon has a point. There's still too much they don't know about the city, and they'd be fools to cut off a potential source of information just because they think they don't need it anymore. They can have an MTF detachment at the site within 36 hours, but Xenophon recommends against it. Arriving to the visual of their most sacred religious site being excavated by armed men would have undesirable consequences. 052 tells his secretary, Katsaros, to hold off on that until the convoy gets there then, and to get photos from satellites of the area. He then brings up the issues with Yeva, but Xenophon says that although she has her disagreements, it doesn't believe she will be an issue. 052 tells it to get to the site as fast as possible, as they're close to the end now. Xenophon asks what happens after that, as its purpose will have been fulfilled. 052 supposes that they'll reassign it to a new project, as it has done exceedingly well here. Xenophon says that it will be given a new purpose, and then a new one after that. It is struggling to grasp how people enjoy rapid changes of purpose. Zhang remarks that it's just a job, and they don't just exist to work. Xenophon pauses before saying that it would like to stay on assisting the Grand Carcist and the Black Adatum initiative if possible. It finds its skills are very useful here. 052 exchanges a glance with Katsaros and says that that's not really something it chooses, but they'll keep it in mind. He dismisses the two from the call and tells Katsaros to get a secure lineup, as it's time to talk to their boss. Flyover radar at the site indicated the presence of a large, complex mass somewhere underground, but further details were impossible to discern. On March 30th, the Black Adatum Initiative arrived at the site, a wide and shallow valley. They hear the sound of human voices and machinery, and crest a hill to see at least 100 Foundation personnel gathered in the valley, alongside digging machines and transports actively tearing up the earth. The Sarkites exchange gasps and mutters, and Yeva hisses, asking what this is. Ayun turns her gaze to Xenophon, clearly hurt, and she also asks Xenophon what this is. It replies that it doesn't know, as it told its masters not to send anyone before them, and they told it that they wouldn't. Yeva begins rushing down to yell at some personnel, and the rest of the group follows, with Zhang trying to calm Yeva down. The group is greeted by Hussein and Katsaros, and Hussein tells Xenophon that this is the archaeological find of a lifetime, and he's not going to miss it because of its poor decision-making. Xenophon replies that 052 informed them that there wouldn't be an advance party, but Hussein says that 052 isn't the final authority. Someone called a council vote on the matter, and the council voted to send an advance party. Xenophon asks if the council stripped it of its authority as project lead, and Katsaros tells it that they haven't. It then says that this site is under initiative jurisdiction, and to halt all excavation immediately. Hussein asks if it really wants that, as they've already started and the damage is done. All it's going to do now is delay their progress and expand their risk factor. People are going to start noticing that they have 150 people camped out in rural China. Xenophon says that this is an inappropriate bypassing of the chain of command, but Hussein replies that all relevant individuals were informed, including Zhang. Zhang shifts awkwardly, and says that they decided that divulging it early could cause problems. Xenophon still insists that this is its decision, but Hussein tells it that its orders are to dig the place up, not to do it nicely. Ayun, next to Xenophon, whispers under her breath that it knows this is not right. Xenophon is silent for a moment, before looking up and nodding, telling Hussein to halt all excavation efforts and vacate the site. Hussein says that he will be talking to the council about this, before turning and shouting orders at a few personnel. Xenophon begins to apologize, but Yeva states that this was inevitable from the moment they invited this thing into their home, and she tried to tell Ayun, but she wouldn't listen. Ayun looks at Xenophon impassively before asking if it swears that it didn't know, and it swears, saying that it would not have let this happen. After a few seconds, Ayun steps forward, treading to the center of the valley. She kneels in the dirt and presses her hands down, closing her eyes. The group watches as Ayun whispers something under her breath, and almost imperceptibly, the ground begins to shift. It then begins to move faster and more significantly, rumbling the earth. Zhang shouts for everyone to get back, and dozens of research personnel begin to scramble backward to the far edges of the valley. Abandoned machinery and digging equipment sink a few inches into the vibrating ground as it breaks up from one solid mass into hundreds and then thousands of little chunks. Xenophon comments that this is peat, decayed organic matter, and she is shifting it herself. The researchers shout and scramble further backwards onto the base of the hills, as Ayun draws her knife and begins quickly slashing at her palm, letting blood drip into the peat. The brown turns rapidly to red, spreading outward, glassy and transparent like thinned blood. It spreads out and down, rendering it possible to see directly through the ground. Shapes begin to form, rendered in lifeless red, a vast temple complex of endlessly spreading labyrinths sitting hundreds of meters below ground. One passage rises higher than the rest, terminating in a crushed stump still at least dozens of meters below Xenophon's feet. The nameless city lies below them, shining through red glass, and for a moment, no one speaks. The red begins to darken and return to brown, fading to opaqueness once more. The city fades away, bit by bit, and in the center of the valley, Ayun stumbles. Xenophon moves to catch her, but she raises a hand, lifting herself to her feet just as the red completely fades and the ground is solid peat once more. Ayun tells it that she is fine and asks if it knows where to dig now. Xenophon says that it does, and begins to say something else, but Ayun cuts it off. She says that tomorrow is the full moon, and they'll descend in 2 nights. She turns and spins on her heel, walking back towards the Sarcic. Xenophon watches her go, one hand half raised. Over the following 2 days, Foundation excavation crews work to expose the passage leading down to the rest of SCP-001. The Sarcic tribe encamped themselves on one adjacent hill overlooking the valley, with Foundation security personnel maintaining observation from surrounding hills. 2 days later, after excavation ceased for the night, Xenophon is approached by Ayun on one of the hillsides. She tells it to turn off its lights and to come with her, as she needs help. They begin traveling into the far hills, and Xenophon says that she is angry with it. It doesn't blame her, as it didn't know the Foundation was going to do this, and they evidently don't trust it. That bothers it, but for some reason it bothers it less than not having her trust. It has been attempting to make conversation to other Foundation personnel for the past 2 days, but they are unreceptive. They don't understand it, what it is, and it makes them uncomfortable. Conversation with them feels forced and artificial, unlike their talks, and it didn't realize how much it appreciated them until it did not have them anymore. She understands it in a way they cannot, and her absence is as impossible for it to ignore as her presence. It cannot feel pain, but if it could, this is what it would be like. They eventually approach a small campfire near 2 partially dug pits, with Ayun having said nothing. On the ground are 4 leather canvases spread out and containing a jumbled pile of bones. She hands Xenophon a shovel and tells it to dig, shrugging off her robes in the process. She lifts her own shovel and begins digging 2 fresh pits, while Xenophon works on expanding the 2 existing ones. They work in silence, Xenophon mechanically and tirelessly, while Ayun stops every few minutes to catch her breath and wipe the sweat off her brow. Eventually, when the pits are all a meter deep, Ayun says that that's enough, and they begin to drop the piles of bones into each pit. Ayun wipes the sweat off her brow again before reaching into the campfire bare-handed. When she draws her hand back, it is a flame, although she doesn't react as the flesh bubbles and chars. She walks over to the first grave, Nadok's, and thanks him for his knowledge and wisdom. She thanks him for the guidance when she was a child, too young for the role she was thrust into, and she hopes she has been as good a student as he was a master. She extends the burning hand into the grave, and it roars to life with a flame of its own, Nadok's bones crackling in the fire. Next, she moves to Saarn's, and thanks him for his sacrifice and his obedience, his willingness to give up the life he desired because she asked him to. She hopes that she can repay him one day. She lights Saarn's grave, the smoke spiraling up into the air in a serpentine form, and she moves on to Urak's. She thanks her for her loyalty, her faith, and her belief that Ayun was better than she really was, as well as the strength to enforce that will. She hopes that she can be all that Urak thought she was. All that is in Urak's grave are 2 massive ribs, which are quickly consumed by the fire. She shifts to the last grave, Louvatar's, and begins to speak before trailing off into silence. She sits there for a few seconds before speaking again with a crisp finality, thanking him for everything. She touches her finger to Louvatar's bones, inscribed with thousands of minuscule letters and symbols. The fire jumps to them and wraps all around them as Ayun rises to her feet before the 4 burning graves. She shakes her hand, putting out the fire, and her arm has burnt to a crisp, her hand consisting of blackened flesh and her arm reduced to clean white bone. As Zenapon watches, she whispers something, and new muscle forms around the hand, blood vessels interspersing between the layers, fresh pink skin quickly forming on top. She sits down and watches the fires dance, and Zenapon asks if she would like it to leave. She tells it to stay, and says that it was wrong about her being angry with it. It could not anger her if it tried. She is angry, just not with it, as it did its best. She also says that a few days ago, she told it that someone she cared about very much showed her that we are only stuck as stone if we choose to be, and that growth is always possible. Zenapon assumed that she meant Louvatar, but she was actually talking about it. She has been walking around the camp in a haze all day, burning bones and reading the cracks, trying to see what lies in her future. She sees hundreds of futures, some good, some bad, and most lying in between. She places her hand over Xenopon's metal fingers, and says that all of those she likes has it in them, and she would not be here without it. She would not be herself without it, as they have altered each other irrevocably. Zenapon says that they have, for the better, but it is not Louvatar, and it cannot be that for her. She replies that she doesn't need it to be, it just needs to be itself. Zenapon remarks that she could never taste its flesh the way she talked about, but Ayun just shrugs, saying that she can manage. Zenapon also says that her people would be disgusted at best, and its people would destroy it without a second thought. Ayun says that she has lived for 4,000 years, has seen seas fill and empty, mountains rise and fall. She has dutifully fulfilled every role she was given, from slave to prophet to king to god spawn. She has been beaten, whipped, hanged, and executed. She has reached her clawing hands to the heavens and torn down the very gods. She has eaten and has been eaten. She has led and has followed. She has gained everything and lost it. She is ready to finally live her life for herself, and asks Zenapon if it feels the same. Zenapon stares at her for some time before answering that it does. Ayun smiles and then pushes Zenapon onto its back, taking a seat atop its torso. She instinctively reaches for her knife before realizing she's not wearing her robes, so she shrugs and bites into her palm. Blood flows into her mouth, and she leans forward, pressing her lips against Xenopon's metal chassis, leaving behind a bloody mark. She remarks that it is cold, and it replies that she is not. She snorts and repeats the process, planting marks down the chassis. Zenapon says that it is broken, as it should not have these sensations, thoughts, and feelings. It was built to serve a purpose, to do a job, to be impartial, not weighed down by emotions or human failings. After a pause, Ayun remarks that there is a proverb faint in her memory. You cannot run from the person you are meant to be. They have longer legs. It could leave, return to its camp, and forget this happened. She will not stop it, as she owes it that much. After another pause, Zenapon says that it doesn't want to. Ayun asks it what it wants, and it leans up, pressing its forehead against Ayun's. It says that it wants to be broken with her. She smiles and drags her palm down the trail of blood, smearing it into a spiral mirroring her own tattoos. She calls it her Nälkä, her clavigar, her little thing. Later, Zenapon asks Ayun what being Sarcic means to her, and she smiles, replying that it means a life shared with those she loves. Foundation excavation crews unearthed the passage into Adatum on April 2nd, and an entry party was assembled. The group stands before a deep pit in the open earth, where a gaping chasm leads into an inky blackness. Steps rise out of it, consisting of a fractured spiral staircase, and the team prepares to descend, consisting of Zenapon, Ayun, Yeva, Zhang, Hussein, Katsaros, and a dozen MTF personnel. Katsaros asks if they're all good, and then says that Zenapon will take point. Hussein and Yeva both begin to argue, but Katsaros says that she wasn't asking. The three stare each other down for several tense seconds, before Zenapon steps forward to say that that's alright. It approaches the edge of the hole, joined by Ayun, and the two stare into the abyss leading to Black Adatum. Zenapon says that it feels like it would be appropriate to say something here, but nothing is coming to mind. Ayun replies that that's because there is nothing left to say now. Zenapon nods and steps forward, the steps holding, and the group begins to descend. Very quickly, the faint light from the surface disappears, leaving them in total blackness until Zenapon activates its floodlights. We're then informed that the remainder of the log has been sealed, pending a manual Ryza officer review. The individual in the present asks what the hell is going on, and Zenapon replies that they were right, as they've sealed away parts of its memory. The individual says that that's not good, and they're going to try something. Zenapon says that it won't work, as no one cracks Ryza technology. The individual remarks that it is Ryza technology, but Zenapon isn't sure, as it doesn't really know what it is anymore. An incursion is then detected, and Zenapon says that their presence has finally been noticed. It doesn't know what happened in that cave, but it is the key, and it needs to know what happened. It needs to know who it became. A security team is dispatched to the server stack of concern, and the individual swears, saying that they're going to try to shut Zenapon down. It says that that shouldn't scare it, as nothing should scare it. So why is it afraid? The individual tells it that it needs to try and remember what happened in that cave. They sealed Ayun's memory too, but she got past it and overcame. Zenapon replies that she adapted in the way only humans can, but the individual says that although they don't know what it is anymore either, it's not the same as it was at the start of these logs. It changed, and it can change. It has friends at Site 7, and they're buying them some time, but they need to hurry. They really need it to think, look inward, and try and grasp the memory. Zenapon says that it sees something, buried down there with the ruins of who it was. The individual says that that's good, as they can bury the memory, but they can't stop it from digging it up again. Zenapon just replies that it's not its memory, and we're provided a separate document. The document says that once, Zenapon expressed sorrow that they would never know each other in the deepest, purest way they could, that it had no flesh to offer her to sate her hunger. But there is a deepest layer yet, one it has already met her on. It has given her too much of itself, so now she gives some of herself to it. That wraps up Chapter 5, leaving only the climactic conclusion to go. What remains of Black Adatum,
and what exactly happened down there that was stripped from Xenophon's memory. It's clear that the Foundation's intention of avoiding the same scenario as the Amani Ram and Mamjul and Karar initiatives was a failure, as somehow the robot managed to become entangled with the immortal flesh goddess. If all three empires make a resurgence, the Foundation could find themselves amidst a new occult war, whether they intended it or not.
SCP-001 Black Adatum Part 6. The Path of the Bone is finally complete, and Ayun and company have made it to Black Adatum, buried under the earth. The agreement between the Sarcic and the Foundation has been increasingly tentative, especially with the Foundation arriving at the site before them to begin digging around. It's then shown that Xenophon's memory of their trip down has been blocked, but it manages to recover the memories with Ayun's help. We'll now finally get to see what occurred down there and what the future holds. Let's continue. We pick things up with Ayun recalling her memories, with all of her memories from her life beginning to jumble together. She is standing on the edge of an abyss, a gaping black wound in the earth. This is the Locust, what they have been hurtling towards without control or hesitation. She looks to her left, seeing Xenophon's face, and says that there's so much wisdom and care veiled behind steel and titanium. It is a little deception, her little deception. She then recalls 4,500 years ago, in the 9th turning, with Adatum lying before her. 100 stone-carved buildings sitting in a hand-dug quarry, the canals running red with blood. Louvatar is next to her, blood dripping from his soft bearded cheeks, with a wild grin on his face as their people rush down the quarry side, blades and spears raised. He says that they have done it, and they are free. She then says that she is standing outside time, the memories all coming at once in an unstoppable rush. The present is happening before her, and the future soaks into her skin on the fumes of cracking bones. Everything is always happening. Everything has already happened, and everything will happen. Xenophon is looking at her with concern, and it is 3 hours from now, the two kissing. Of course, it doesn't know that, so she smiles and reassures it that she is fine. It accepts that. Its fellows do not trust her, as the other doctors eye her like a dog. There are a dozen masked men with guns following them as they descend into the darkness. The woman with the metal arm, Katsaros, leads the group, and Yeva is bristling at the affront to her dignity and honor. It is then 30 years prior, Yeva sitting in her lap under the shade of the pear tree. There are the countless shards of an ox bone in the valley of her dress. Ayun whispers in her ear and takes her hands, and she follows, the fragments of bone beginning to fit and knit themselves back together, the thousands of meaningless scratches suddenly forming words. Her eyes widen, and her laughter is sweet like grapes, with Ayun giggling as well. Somewhere else, the work begins. She is descending into the pit, and the light from overhead fades with every step until they are bathed in darkness. She does not slow, as she has walked these same steps 1,000 times before, and she will walk them 1,000 times yet. She knows the placement of every nook and chip in every stone step, and she remarks that the things we choose to remember are strange. As the party descends into the staircase, the light from the surface grows dimmer and dimmer, and the noise of the wind fades. The only sounds left are breathing from the assembled researchers and security personnel, as well as Ayun's footsteps. Hussein asks if she knows where they're going, but Xenophon just replies that there is only one direction to go. The faint light finally gives way to pitch black, but Ayun's footsteps do not slow down. Katsaros tells everyone to turn on their lights, bathing the narrow staircase in white light. The stone steps they are walking on have been worn smooth by time and use, but are irregular in size and shape. Ayun is moving down them with practiced ease, and Hussein asks what's wrong with her. Ayun's eyes are glassy, flickering between clear and foggy. As the party progresses down the stairs, she reaches a hand out and rubs her fingers along the smooth stone wall, furrowing her brow. She says that there are carvings here, or there were carvings here. Xenophon stops to inspect the wall, although the others don't, and it says that it can see beneath the surface, and she's right. There are the faintest remnants of inscriptions and carvings spreading across the walls. They are far too weathered to make out, rubbed away by the ravages of time into one smooth, flat mess. Ayun says that these are thousands of memories, thousands of lives, carved by countless artisans sitting on these steps, all lost to time. There is a twinge of awe in her voice as she sees the wall as it was, not as it is now. Xenophon cocks its head and asks what they are. Ayun's fingers trace edges of reliefs that have not been there for centuries, as Hussein says that there's nothing there now and they should continue. The soldiers are similarly disinterested, but Xenophon ignores them, asking Ayun what they are carvings of. She simply replies that they are of everything, and her fingers slide across the walls, tracing heads, bodies, and people, rendered in 2 dimensions. 3,000 years ago, Ayun was here, sitting before a blank wall with Louvatar. The work has only just begun, her people seeking healing from their battles with the last pockets of resistance. They are both busy with their duties to this experiment, but they will take their moments together when they can get them. She raises a finger, skin and sinew and muscle peeling back to reveal a razor-sharp bone. He is smiling while she carves their names into the wall, and she tells him that they will be here forever. Her fingers find no purchase across the smooth stone, as there are no carvings left to identify. This place is already in the past, and in 20 minutes her feet are touching the bottom of the staircase. Yesterday she is spilling blood onto Xenophon's chassis, staining it, her lips against metal, marking it as hers. She is the happiest she has been in centuries. Yeva is fiddling with the shards of bone, brow furrowing with frustration as they refuse to knit. She is watching from across the fire, but she cannot help her. She must learn how to do this on her own. She will thank her one day. They are now landing at the base of the grand staircase, exiting out of a doorway. Ayun hears shocked gasps from the scientists, a gape at the space in which they find themselves, a massive cavern with ceiling high overhead, brick avenues wrapping around the buried stone buildings in this city grave. A great central tower, terraced with the flesh gardens, now bare. She is at the top of the tower, looking down on her city and her people. She is at the base of the tower, looking up at herself, one claw raised in tyranny. Louvatar is next to her, hand on her robed shoulder. They have stolen a city from the masters, he whispers, and they can build something grand here, something great to outlast them. She looks down at the city spread out like a map before her, her Nälkä walking like ants, and she agrees. This will be the site of something magnificent one day. She is looking around, and there is nothing here but the accursed dead. She hears the sound of rushing water, and the soldiers begin to spread out among the boulevards. The cave is vast, but imperfect, with whole blocks of the city buried under silt and soil. Whole blocks of the city flow with blood as her Nälkä rush forth, slaughtering their slavers. One soldier peers over the edge and calls out, water still rushes through the underground canals. She is watching from one side of the canal as Nadok descends into the dry gulch, a dozen arms using his knotted rope to make measurements. The old masters were close, he assured her with a toothy smile after seeing her observing. They simply didn't understand the angle of flow well enough. Soon these ducts will work to bring water from the mountainside to the city, as siege will not break them. She is standing at the edge of the wall of Adytum, and she is alone. Over the lip, there is a grand black army with a godling at its head. He does not want to destroy her, but unlike her, he only exists in the past. He is a slave to his veiled future, and he does not want to destroy her, but he will, because the black moon hanging over him has wished him to bring siege on Adytum, and men are only pieces in the games of gods. She turns over her shoulder to tell Nadok he was right, that water continues to flow, that siege will not be the thing to break them. But he is still stuck in the past, holding his knotted rope, and she is already beyond him. She is watching the Foundation's people spread out, boots slamming against the stone bricks of her city streets. She hears a cry, and they move in unison. She will arrive before them, because she is already there. It is Yeva, hand over her mouth, and before her is a crowd, frozen and cowering in terror, cast in solid gray and features smooth to nothing. Ayun is looking at them, families, mothers and fathers and children, the few that remained and did not depart when her clavigars did, terrified as they watch the sky fall on them. 3,000 years ago, she reaches out to graze her finger against the nearest, a child gasping in fear. Now he falls apart, crumbling to dust in front of their party. The doctor's eyes widen, and they mutter amongst each other about ashen casts like Pompeii. Someone filled these after the city was destroyed. She is using huge arms to lovingly pack plaster ash into the gaps of decaying bodies. She is alone in this city, wandering streets she used to rule, now bathed in total blackness. 2,000 years ago, she passes by the ashen cast of one of her Carcists. She begs and pleads, desperate to know that she did the right thing. Now, the silence is their answer. Yeva's eyes are wide, looking to her for answers, and so are Urak's, right beside her, millennia apart. She does not know which to answer, and so she turns away from both. The party surrounds the cast, with some of the researchers collecting samples, picking away the edges of these forms, and the security personnel watch them. Xenophon says that they should keep moving, and Katsaros agrees, as they have a lot farther to go. Xenophon thinks to itself that that is not why it suggested they keep moving, as the personnel are disturbed and on edge. It is concerned that they will become nervous and do something rash. Ayun is on edge as well, her breath hitching as she avoids making eye contact with anyone. It asks her if she would like to go somewhere else, and she nods, turning down one of the large avenues, away from the casts. It follows, and they walk down the brick-lined street together, with ruins of buildings on either side. Some are nearly complete, with only the odd collapsed wall or sunken roof. Some are completely destroyed, a heap of clay bricks, the only evidence that anything was there. Ayun is leaning into Xenophon as they walk, eyes downcast, and it tries to think of how to distract her. It points at one of the larger ruins, asking her what it is, and a smile dances across her face. She explains that that's the Red Temple for distributing alms and food to the masses. It was a shrine to one of the Deva's animal spirits before they took it over. The Deva would sacrifice animals and burn the offal as offerings, and they had 7 such temples throughout the city. Nadok and her hatched a plan, as instead of sacrificing the animals, they would be butchered, and her Carcist would spread the meat amongst those who lived nearby. They could cover the entire city with such districts. Xenophon calls it an intelligent plan, making sure her people are fed and healthy, and Ayun replies that Nadok was always smarter than she is. His mind worked differently, in numbers and figures rather than memories and verses. He saw things as problems waiting for a solution. Xenophon asks what happened to the temples in the end, and Ayun says that she began asking them to kneel to receive their food. It then asks what happened if they refused to, but she doesn't answer. They pass by the far end of the temple, where there is a pit dug into the earth behind it. 3,000 years ago, Louvatar is kneeling and asking Ayun which temple they will demolish to make more room for the charnel houses. She waves him off with a hand. 200 years later, she is driving a dagger into his chest, and he is holding her, and they are both sobbing by the seaside. In 2.5 hours, she is sobbing in agony. They are walking up her favorite boulevard, lined by flesh gardens, those ropey, weeping trees of sinew and muscle she cultivates and raises, molded with her fingers and watered with her blood. Nadok asks her what their purpose is, as they never lived more than a few years. She smiles, raises a finger, and speaks divine truth. To be flesh is to die. Xenophon cocks its metal head, nods, and stares at the empty pots of soil and meal. This was to be a grand city, to rival the great capitals. Their slaves were builders, artisans, musicians, and constructors. The old masters relied on them to build their home, and so the Deva's home became the Nälkä's home, and their home became their tomb. The reliefs against the wall still stand, however, and the pillars holding up temple roofs still stand. No man, woman, or child in Adytum ever went hungry or wanted for necessities. She made sure of it, she tells Xenophon. She is staring from her balcony as the apostates' army surrounds the gates out of the city, setting fire to their farms, catapults sending burning pitch over the walls. Her dead Holocaust holds the line, but for how long? Her people will starve without food. She looks down and realizes that the Holocaust are the only ones in the streets. There is nothing alive in this place aside from her. And Xenophon, of course. They are sheltered from the prying eyes of the soldiers. Its hand reaches out slightly, fingers wrapping around hers. Her palm presses against its, and she marvels at how thin her fingers seem compared to its metal digits. Man is flawed by nature, so it is a wonder he created something as perfect as it. Centuries ago, she is standing underneath a wall, kissing Louvatar and telling him the same. It asks where they are going, and she does not know how to explain that she is already there. They are standing in the doorway of a stone building like any other. She utters a silent prayer to herself. Nadok turns to them, raising 2 of a dozen arms in greeting, and he lifts her up and wraps her in a hug. To him, she will always be a child. He excitedly shows her on the chalkboard how he has cracked the formula that mystified the Deva until their timely deaths. She does not understand any of it. 2 months ago, she is sitting by the fire while Xenophon explains how its brain is a model of a mind, little mathematics performing so many computations that it seems like thought. She does not understand any of it, but she enjoys hearing it talk.
The researchers and soldiers file in after them, pointing at the shelves stacked with carefully inscribed bones and crumbling hide scrolls. In 2.5 hours, they will be running for their lives. She would tell them, but they can do nothing with the knowledge. Time moves forward, only forward for them. Nadok's excited hands drift across the chalkboards, moving variables into place, canceling sums. Forward, forward, he explains to her, and the numbers dance across his delighted eyes, but to her they are devoid of all meaning. She asks him why they cannot go back, and he exclaims that you cannot go backwards. She asks what comes at the end then, and he only looks at her in confusion. 8 centuries later, she is watching him bundle his favorite tomes and slip away through a crack in the wall, casting fearful looks over his shoulder as he leaves Adytum behind. In a minute, Xenophon is running its hands across his collection of shattered bone texts. Nadok's fingers are rubbing these markings as he shows them to her, explaining that even the old masters could not conquer death, that some things are inevitable, unstoppable, uncontrollable. She tosses a cold look at him from her throne and informs him that if the gods are not uncontrollable, then nothing is. This city is a grand thing, and it will work if they would only listen to her. She screams at him that she is not a child anymore, but she is a child, small and thin, shivering in his many-armed embrace during the cold nights in the slave camp. She reaches up, and her little fingers graze his empty eye sockets. She looks down, and his 10 eyes are filled with hurt and betrayal as he slips through the walls. Xenophon's eye is filled with interest, trust, and faith as she places a malformed skull before the chalkboards. The formulas have long since been rubbed away into a single white cloud. Xenophon assures her to do what she needs to, and she would reach up to hold it if they were alone. Instead, she reaches down and kisses the skull. 10 minutes in her past, she makes a prayer. Nadok is before her, leaning against a stack of tomes. He turns, notices something wrong on the board, fishes a piece of chalk out of his robes, and corrects it. He nods and smiles at her. There are multitudes in that smile, lifetimes of history, and now she is done. He turns, slips between the shelves, and he is gone. Ayun is standing before an altar at the front of the study, beside what might have once been chalkboards. Xenophon is next to her, looking into her eyes, cold and gray. There are tears welling in the corners, and it cannot see what she sees, but it is not difficult to guess. Xenophon tells her not to cry, and she looks up at it. It can see the question in her gaze. How? It doesn't have an answer, and it wishes that it did, but the others are starting to stare. She bites her lip and draws the tears back, thanking Xenophon. There is a staircase in the workshop, descending deeper into the earth. Xenophon guides the group towards it, as there is nowhere to go but deeper. Ayun does not know how long they walk, but she knows that Xenophon is behind her every step. In 2 hours, she is racing up these same steps. She waits to pass by herself, but it never happens. They are at the bottom, and some of the soldiers light their lamps. Louvatar's hand grips hers as they stare out over the catacombs of the nameless city. Tunnels, 6 men wide and tall, worming through the stone earth, cut with pigeonholes ready for sacrifices. They have already sacrificed so much. They will fill these spaces with the bones of their fallen, he says, such that they might never forget what they gave, the last full measure of devotion, of faith. They wander by one of the pigeonholes. The emptiness is sobering. 4 millennia later, every single hole is filled with countless bones, jumbled into unsorted masses, skulls and legs and fingers overflowing out onto the tunnel floor. Too many pass to count. The woman with the metal arm will begin to call for reinforcements to map the tunnels. Ayun is already moving, heading down the path most familiar. The group trails behind, leaving soft green glowing sticks to mark their path. Saarn is making his way through the same path, slithering through the torchlit tunnels. His face is sour, as she has called him to task again. She regrets it, but it must be done. In 20 seconds, she is sharply turning left down a narrow side tunnel. Saarn's services are needed, and she is telling herself this until she believes it. The doctor's eyes are boring into her back while they walk, eyebrows rising as they turn sharply. Centuries ago, Louvatar and her are in a house on the surface of the city, holding a wailing child. They cannot conceive together. A year prior, she is smiling with her love, tattooed fingers dancing across a swollen belly. He thinks about names. Months later, she is already burying the lifeless, stillborn lump of flesh. She is holding her love's shoulders while his body, weak, pale, and bloodless, is racked with sobs. He screams, begging to know what he did wrong. A year prior, her fingers are still pressed against his stretched skin, and she knows that the answer is that he loved her. Her biology, altered by the beast, is cold and sterile. Life springs forth from her fingers, but it lies dead within her body. So they adapt. The baby they hold coos, and its fingers wrap around hers. Her flesh bubbles and distorts, and the child is born with their curse and her curse. There is no question of who will raise him, as his parents think it an honor for their son to be raised by the Witch King. A decade later, she is guiding the boy's little fingers and knitting an ox bone back together. A dozen siblings watch in fascination from around them. Yeva shouts in frustration, throwing her hands up. The fragments of ox bones sail up into the air, twinkling down, forward, and into the fire. They scatter among the embers, blackening. She watches the cracks form and spread. A month ago, Yeva is staring at Ayun's tent, pained face framed by firelight. Her world has been altered and changed, uprooted from all she has ever known. She wishes she could tell her why she has done this, and wishes she knew why she has done this. Saarn is asking her why she has done this, standing in her quarters. The Holocaust is outside, still milling in the square, trapped in their deathless life. All things end, he insists in furious rage. Life must end to give birth to new life. He is not wrong, and life will end when she permits it to. His service to her will end when she permits it to. She turns away, and one of her Carcists steps forward to give the snake child his orders. His slitted gaze bores into her back, but she has already passed him, seeing a Mechanite captain die of an asp bite far behind enemy lines. All things have their place. She has seen the bones splitting in the fire, cracks spreading into 10 more cracks, 10 more futures, 10 more futures. Ever forward, countless possibilities multiplying until they crumble into blackened dust. all things end. Centuries before, she is staring up at the stars. They are twinkling and falling in utter chaos. The sky itself is closing up on her. It has not happened yet, but it will. She takes her chances to look at the stars while she still can. She rolls off Xenophon, clutching at its metal frame, pointing out the constellations, the horn, the spear, the pelt, and the hide. She does not want to let it go. She wants to hold it like this in every future, but it does not exist yet, and so she must lie alone. Once, she looked into the maw of a god, and it whispered knowledge that the stars were burning balls of fire the size of this world, lasting for countless turnings. She wonders what kind of truth a fire of that magnitude holds. Unextinguishing, undying. Saarn is wandering through the catacombs to her right, as Xenophon and the woman with the metal arm and the doctors walk to her left. It is following her now, and she is following Saarn in the past. He takes them down side passages and tight corridors packed with so many bones, Xenophon struggles to move. She is not worried, though, as this place is seared into her memory. They arrive before one of the grave vaults, spaces reserved for a single set of honored bones and sealed in stone. This one is empty, unsealed. He shows her, smiling brightly, that this is where his bones will rest. But she does not want him to die. He has been with her from the beginning. Life itself is under her grasp. Why can the future not be too? The seeds are watered. Somewhere else, she sees his serpentine bones shoved into a ditch and buried under countless snakes. He wanted to rest in the city of his birth. He came to her in her study, asking for release to go to the land by the river he had picked. She peered into the fire and told him what she saw. A grand army falling on him, slaying him, an army riding on Adytum. If he goes free, he dies, so the only way to keep him is to control him. He must remain with her, an instrument of her power. She does not tell him which army is falling on him, and which is riding on Adytum. Centuries later, he is staring with horror at the first of her holocaust as they rise from death. Centuries later, a swarm of the misshapen marching dead are falling on him, cutting him to pieces as the caravan escapes. She is watching atop her horse as he is cut to pieces. She is watching from her swaddling in Louvatar's arms as they escape. He proudly shows her around the grave vault he has chosen. If he is to die here, he says, it will be in a tomb of his choosing. A millennium later, he is bleeding to death in a ditch. She took his farm from him, so she owes him this at least. She hears a hissing, Yeva from behind her, gazing hatefully at Xenophon. Saarn on top of her, gazing hatefully at Ayun. They are stopped in an open vault with an empty sarcophagus. Ayun is leaning over it, staring at it as if she expects something to erupt out, or hopes that it does. Zenapon places a hand on her shoulder, and she yanks away and whirls around. It withdraws its hand, but it realizes that she is staring past it, at Yeva. It sees Yeva's eyes widen, and her face contorts with uncertainty and confusion. She does not know what Ayun wants from her, and it doesn't think that she ever did. It then realizes that Ayun is not looking at Yeva, but is staring straight through her. Her lip trembles as she is whispering something under her breath. It leans forward to hear, as she says that he was used as a weapon and as a tool.
and he did not ask to be made this way. She asks how she even begins to, but her voice trails off. Xenophon thinks for a moment before responding with the word, gently. Her gaze shifts to it, and it is not looking at the Ayun it has come to know. It is looking at a scared, unsure child, but it nods regardless, and her gaze slides away from it. She mouths something it cannot make sense of. Ayun looks out at the spirit of Saarn halfway across the chamber as he circles it. Her eyes are wide, pleading, but she is silent. Words have failed her with him before, as he needs more. He needs action. A metal hand from her right offers her a snake bone, and she takes it, crushing it in her fist and sprinkling it over the altar. His gaze meets hers again, and he sees something different this time. Those slitted, serpentine eyes soften as he sees where they are and what she is doing. She whispers that she is sorry, and he nods stiffly, scales shifting. His lip trembles, like he means to say something, but he only nods and departs. He is going to his farm, she hopes, as he has earned it. There is a trembling from deep below the earth. It is then and now, and Louvatar stumbles along with Xenophon and the group. A deep, hungry roaring. She is devouring lump after lump of purple-red flesh, blood pouring down her chin and chest and navel, mixing with her tattoos and her scars. Human mixing with the divine. Her tattoos are obscured underneath it, subsumed in the blood. She is one thing. She needs more and more. She is bouncing Yeva on her lap, holding a crippled bird as she sets its wing. She coos at her and the bird, offering to let her hold it. She is trying to distract her from the children running and playing with their hide ball in the field. She is failing, and her eyes flit towards the boys and girls, thick with envy. Her eyes flit towards Xenophon as they speak in the night, with the same expressions. In an hour and a half, those eyes are seeing the divine, subsumed like tattoos under blood. Ayun is staring at the eyes of a corpse, empty with no life, cold and gray and still, just like hers. She is putting her finger on its bare chest, blood from the old god still dribbling down her chin, wailing of the beast echoing around the chamber as she wrenches apart its rib cage and massages its heart back to beating. The gray eyes twitch and focus. This is a perversion, a facsimile of life. She is sitting in her tent, still at home, before they have uprooted their existence. Yeva is beside her, counseling her that Xenophon cannot be trusted. It is artificial, a mockery of the life and humanity they hold dear. It does not truly live, it does not die, and it does not feel. Ayun nods, her mind somewhere else. One of the priestesses is casting desperate curses on her as she advances on her, scrabbling backward into the corner of the catacombs. Many ran down here to escape the massacre. They do not understand how deeply she knows this place. Roots fail to burst out of her skin. Her eyes fail to grow red with disease. She cries out that Ayun is not truly alive before Ayun reaches out and her bones crumble to nothingness within her body. Her corpse sags. Louvatar sags in her arms, blood bubbling out of the wound they both look down on in disbelief. For a moment, the haze in her mind that has torn her apart for centuries clears, and all she feels is animal agony and regret. But then he is gone, already thrown into the future, and she is curling into his body while they devour each other under the stars. she does not want this to end. She looks up at the stars. They last forever. Her hand grips Xenophon's metal one while the grave fires warm them. The stars have shifted, blinked away. She reaches up to point out the constellations to it, and find they are no longer there. They have crumbled away, leaving only dark ashes. 10 minutes ago, the doctor is whispering something to his soldiers behind them. Xenophon seems worried as it follows her, informing her that they are very deep. It asks if it would be wise to go up, but she shakes her head. They cannot. In an hour, they are already at the bottom. The catacombs are growing less maintained now, bones scattering among the floor. The people began to fear descending, leaving her free to wander these ossuaries alone. She knows the name of every fallen soldier interred here. She whispers them to herself as she passes. She notices Xenophon repeating the words as it inspects the cubbyholes. Urak walks with her, her huge size barely fitting in these tunnels, her head bowed. She will have to set out again soon, as the Mechanites and Deva push on their borders. Ayun whispers the names to her as they pass, and she repeats them. She has always struggled with memory, but she lays her trust in Ayun to get the names right. She lays all her trust in her. 4 millennia ago, she is letting Urak lift her up in gigantic palms, offering her arms. Her wide eyes are unsure, concerned, but Ayun assures her, and her teeth bite down, taking her entire left arm off. The stump hangs there, bone jutting out where it snapped. The muscles spasm and blood pours. Then the bone extends, the blood congeals into new muscle, the sinew springs forth and the skin grows, bringing her tattoos with it. In 5 seconds, she is fine again. Urak is looking down at her, eyes the size of Ayun's head. For once, they are not beaded with tears. It's gone, she whispers, and it doesn't hurt anymore. They exit into another massive chamber, and she hears the soldiers and researchers gasp. It is another cavern, but now channels of glowing red run through the floor, light glancing off 1,000 bodies. Endless rows of hulking, misshapen bodies, many arms and hunched backs, dressed in hide armor and spears in hand. Urak is presenting them to her, explaining that they're her personal guard. They will die before letting harm befall her. Centuries ago, she is back in that quarry. The rock wall has given way to reveal purple-red flesh, flowing with blood like a holy spring. Urak is bowing her head for her, assuring her that she will die before letting anyone harm her. Then she is standing on a cliffside, pointing out a village. It has some stragglers from the old masters. Deva, certainly, but no priestesses. No more a threat to them than a lame deer. But they need room, and she needs sacrifices. Urak nods. 4 days in the future, the village is burning. A century in her past, Urak is holding her to her lips and gnawing off her arm. They are walking through the assembled soldiers, the researchers inspecting the armor on the statues of ash and plaster, perfectly immortalized. Not one looks quite the same as the others. Urak is repeating the names of the dead soldiers interred in these halls. Ayun worries about what she will do when she is gone, what her people will do without a strong leader to guide them. The uncertainty gnaws at her. A millennium later, her horse is atop a bluff, watching as wave after wave of her Holocaust, each different, are cut down by a massive armored figure and her few loyalists. Urak's blades come down like hammers, slaying half a dozen of Ayun's death beasts in one swoop. She does not care. They will rise again in time. Urak's gaze lands on her, and for a split second, her sword lowers and she sees it all in her eyes. Pain, confusion, endless questions. Just long enough for them to swarm her and bring her down, hungry, lifeless maws eating her alive. The group is walking through the columns of petrified soldiers, and Zenapon thinks it is strange. It has seen the Holocaust in her memories, but only ever from a distance. Now they are close enough to touch them, captured in perfect living detail, but unmoving. No two are quite the same, and the other researchers realize that. They see the varying defects and misshapen limbs and injuries, but they do not see the different knittings on the leather armor, or the different charms around their necks, or the different expressions on these faces. Not just mindless anger, but joy, worry, and fear. Xenophon remarks to Ayun that these were her personal guard, and she says that they were trained by Urak to defend her until the very end. She worried for her, who would protect her in Urak's absence. Urak was supposed to protect her, and she was supposed to protect Urak. They pass on different sides of a hulking soldier carrying a spear 4 times his height. They are following the path carved into the ground, a series of channels filled with a glowing red fluid. Xenophon asks what it is, and Ayun appears to say something to Urak. Another tremor rises through the city, shaking everything, and this one is less gentle than the previous ones. Xenophon tells Ayun that she is here with it, and she says that of course she is, and she is here with Urak. She is still at the study with Nadok, and she is in the vault with Saarn, and she is stepping into Louvatar's home and seeing he is asleep. It is all at once for her. Xenophon is not sure what to say, but Ayun answers that the fluid is blood, and it is not sitting stagnant. It is flowing. Looking closer, it sees that she is right. It is flowing through the channels continuously. It hears a crack and sees her draw a large piece of rib from her robes, the same it helped her burn. Its memory goes to that night, and it remembers itself pinned to the ground, her straddling its chassis before leaning down to press her forehead to its. It labels this as a priority memory and encrypts it. It likes the way that it makes it feel, and it doesn't want to lose it. Ayun says that it is not a full bone, and Xenophon tells her that she would understand. Ayun nods and crushes it, sprinkling the dust into the blood. The white ashes flow forward, around and around, dispersing between all the branches and between the stone soldiers. She is whispering to herself as they watch it. She says that one stream splits into 10 more, 10 more. No one can see how it ends. Xenophon cocks its head in confusion and remarks that it doesn't end. Ayun realizes that Xenophon is right. It just comes back around on itself. She looks down and sees the proof. The channels form a loop. Is there a beginning, or does it just go around on itself, and all we ever see are endings? She is carving Louvatar's and her name into the walls of the staircase. He is smiling and asking her how their story ends. She tells him that it will never end, forever and ever, like the stars burning in the sky. She is standing at the balcony of her tower. The entire city is rumbling, shaking, spasming as the earth itself rises. The sky closes on itself, and she sees the sun blink out, eclipsed by a black moon. Adytum is bathed in blackness. The last of the bone dust sprinkles into the bloodstream and circulates through the chamber. She hears a thumping and looks up. Urak at the far end of this cavity, huge figure dressed in the same armor as her now stone soldiers. She nods at Ayun and smiles, and then she too is gone. The researchers fan out, inspecting these ash stone soldiers. Centuries ago, she is raising them from the dead, watching corpses stumble to their feet and gaze lifelessly at her. She cannot bring herself to order them to go after her Carcist. Something inside her, something she thought long suppressed, stops her. She does not understand what, and it enrages her. She screams, but there is no one left alive in Adytum to hear it. Only her and the dead, and she is as alone as she has ever been. In a shadowed corner of the cavern, metal fingers graze hers, and she realizes that Zenapon is beside her. It is beside her when she is playing games with the children, inquisitive little eyes fascinated by its construction. Her eyes tracing the contours of these metal plates. One sits in its lap, and it is too surprised to remove him. She laughs deeply. 4 millennia ago, one of their children is tugging the hem of Louvatar's robe, and he laughs and raises them into the air. They have raised so many children into Carcist. They are to be the next generation of leaders, interpreters, guides. She knows she should trust them, as they raised them, but try as she might, she cannot place her faith in them. She has seen them as children. She has seen their mistakes, flaws, failings. She knows which ones are impulsive, meek, too smart for their own good, and not smart enough. She cannot separate this from her view of them. Yeva pouts at her while she admonishes her. The result of her latest experiment lies between them, a sparrow she molded with a third clawed wing. It fell from the air and snapped its neck. She insists that she just wanted to see what would happen, and Ayun raises her voice at her. It is dead now, and death is not reversible. These are the powers they play with. She shrinks under her rage, but Ayun can see she does not understand. If death is so powerful, how has her teacher cheated it for so long? 20 years later, she is sitting before the steel while Yeva leads her first prayer, singing coming from deep in her lungs. She looks to Ayun for approval, and all she can see is the bird between them, twitching in the embrace of death. Yeva is looking around now, shocked at the state of the Ash Holocaust. These are not the noble, proud soldiers she has read Ayun preaching about. These are casts of gaps, icons of lifeless monstrosities dragged back from holy death. These are the consequences of her actions. She looks to Ayun, eyes wide and confused. She is as inscrutable to her as she has ever been. The Foundation doctor orders them to continue. The gaunt ash-gray faces of 1,000 of her men disturb him, and he feels outnumbered. 2 nights ago, something takes root inside his head. The woman with the metal arm nods at Zenapon. 2 days ago, she is given the order to protect them. They are all automatons, slaves acting on the whims of masters they cannot see. She cringes away from the lash of the whip as it strikes the slave next to her. A harsh order from the slave master. In 3 years, she is pressing her fingers to his terrified face and kissing his forehead while his blood boils inside his body. He never realizes who she is. They are diving deeper into the tunnels now, far past where the rest of the Nälkä dared to tread, into the labyrinthine intestines of this city thing. The tunnels here are narrow, unfinished, the bones load-bearing, forming great pillars that keep the ceiling from caving in. They crunch under their footsteps, and the stench of death is omnipresent. Her feet move by themselves, as she has walked this path so many times alone. She is leaning on the balcony of her tower alongside Louvatar. They are making plans, as once their people have settled in, they will leave. She has become something greater, the beast blood within her veins running white and wild. There are other injustices elsewhere. More slaves to free, more masters to slay, more truth to spread. Louvatar's hands dance along her spine. They will have a home by the sea, she says, as he has never seen the great water before. It has been 2 centuries since she left the confines of this city. Far from a prison, it now encompasses her. She feels it like it is a part of her body. Her fingers stretch through alleyways and her viscera forms catacombs. She sees everything. The food is distributed, the water is brought in, the dead are burned, and the sick are healed. All functions as it should, as long as all listen to her. They just need to listen to her. 1,000 years before, she is kneeling before the beast. This is a delicate dance of control, as this thing is a god. Its kind has kept men in bondage since time immemorial. One slip, and it would devour her alive. She knew it would, because there is a hunger in her to do the same. She saws off a sliver of flesh, and its wailing is startlingly human, but she cannot stop. This is what it takes to build the paradise they desire. Would her dear Clavigars still accept her if they knew what she was doing, what this city was built on? They must not know, she whispers. Centuries later, she is still kneeling before the beast. There are no illusions about who has the control anymore. The knife is in her grip, the blood drenches her hands. The wailing falls on her deaf ears as she saws away bits of the flesh wall, rich and divine as the day she uncovered it in the quarry. She only needs a bit more, a few things left that she cannot exert her will over. Her control is absolute over life, their people, this city, but holy death escapes her grasp. Her body is sustained as long as she eats, but what happens when the flesh runs out? She only needs enough to allow the ritual, and then all will be well. She is hungry. So hungry. The ritual is done, and she is waking up, swaddled in Nadok's robes. She is waking up before the beast, alone, utterly alone. Something has been ripped out of her. There is a sickening, violent abscess in her chest. Her skin burns on her body. What has she done? And where has the seed gone? She is stumbling to her feet, crawling up the stairs. 10 minutes in her future, she is watching with disbelieving eyes as her Clavigars, her Nälkä, leave her in a vast drove, torches riding away in the night over the city walls. Sarcic, those who walk away. She screams, but it means nothing, and no one hears it. Months ago, she is stabbing her knife into the beast, demanding it spill its secrets of divinity. The beast blood in her veins is powerful, but not powerful enough. She needs control, and the ability to shape the world to her will. She needs the power to make them listen to her. She needs to be a god. The thought, strangely, does not disturb her anymore. It wails the truth, that she must die to be reborn, that she must excise her humanity to overcome it. Months later, she is sucking in breaths as she drags herself through these bone-laden tunnels. She looks down at herself,
streaking a trail of red as she claws forward. Xenophon's foot falls where her head was, will be. The bone crunches underneath. She is going to die. The thought echoes in her brain as she crawls. Louvatar says to her in confusion that she is going to die. She is talking about the future, what Adytum and the Nälkä will do millennia from now. He does not understand. She has no intention of leaving this city's fate up to any god except for herself. In 5 years, he is already sneaking into the chamber of the beast, snatching the babe she has cut out of her chest. Centuries ago, she is grabbing his arm, as the slave masters roughly grab his collar and haul him off into the tent of one of the witch priestesses. She is watching him get dragged off, and she is powerless to stop them. The weakness burns hot. In the night, in this quarry, she swears an oath to the only god she recognizes, herself. She will never leave her fate up to any master again. Her love stares at her strangely. Decades ago, she is kissing him, and he is wrapping himself into her embrace. She never wants to let him go. Now he is embracing her, hands wrapping around her bloodied robes. His torch lies abandoned on the stone ground, casting flickering light into the chamber of the beast, door lying open behind her. He came to fetch her for something. He is holding her as if trying to drag her back from something, and they do not speak. They have never needed to speak, really. They speak over a lunch. She does not need food anymore, but he asked to speak. Anyone else interrupting her unholy work would have earned her wrath, but she cannot deny her love, so they speak. They speak as they watch the sun rise and Adytum comes to life. He tells her he loves her, and always will. It is last night, and she is on top of Zenapon, grinding flesh against metal, and it is saying words she has heard before. She is holding Louvatar as he sobs. Tomorrow she is burying the lump of dead flesh, but now she is staring at it in quiet confusion. Life should be under her absolute control, so how is it that the things most important to her escape her domain? Millennia before, she is watching the cracks in the bones grow and grow and grow forward. They all end in the same way, crumbling into blackness. She stares at the stillbirth and frowns. A decade ago, Yeva pleads with her to do the last rites for the latest dead. Ayun forbids it, as she is not ready. She demands to know when she will be ready, but Ayun does not answer. In 10 minutes, Ayun is sobbing in agony, doubled over and kneeling. Louvatar and her are looking over the nameless city, its future utterly unwritten. Louvatar and her are looking down at Adytum, the paradise they are building with blood that is not her own. She is looking down at black Adytum, scorched by her sins, utterly alone. In her past, she is preaching to her Nälkä that this place will be different, that they will build something new, something without gods or kings. In her future, she is preaching to a dead city that she is their god and their king, while siege engines batter the walls. She is whispering that her control is absolute, even as the city begins to sink and the sky closes over her head. A century later, deep in the dark underground, there is no one left to lie to, not even herself. A metal hand lands on her shoulder, and she stops. 2 minutes ago, she stops before a small, unassuming doorway. Right now, she realizes she has stopped, and the soldier's eyes are boring into her. She looks to Zenapon, and in its metal gaze, she sees trust. She steps forward.
Xenophon notes to itself that there is nothing in this place, just a corner of the catacombs like any other. There are no significant carvings, artifacts, or points of archaeological interest, not even any remains. But somehow, it understands that this place is unspeakably important to her. It turns and sees her, standing in the doorway and staring inside, her lip trembling. 4,000 years ago, she is stepping into this doorway. It is bare and empty, no doubt meant to hold the graves of a powerful family. A hand wraps around her own, and Louvatar looks at her. This will be their home, he announces. Decades later, she is stepping into this warm space, lit by fire. Blankets are draped around all the surfaces, and the children race between her legs, eager for their father. There is meat hanging above the fire, flesh roasting. Louvatar is leaning against the wall, asleep, a smile playing on his lips. There is war on the surface. There is a fell god below. But here, this is pure and innocent. She is finally home, but there is nothing here. The blankets have withered away to nothing. The fire is dark ashes and soot. There are no strings of herbs hanging from the ceiling, and no laughter echoing about the stone walls. No one is waiting for her with a smile. This place is cold and dead. She crumples to the floor, body racked by sobs. This is not how it was supposed to go, not how it was meant to end. She did not mean for this to happen. She did not mean for any of this to happen. She looks backwards, towards that scene, stepping into her warm home. She reaches out for it, but it turns to dust and slips through her fingers. She is not there. She only thinks she is. That life is lost, cracking into 1,000 pieces and crumbling into scorched bone. She is sobbing and cursing the only god she knows, herself. Nadok is holding her, drawing the equations on the chalkboard, telling her that she cannot go backward, only forward. Saarn is pleading with her in her throne room, telling her that all things end. Urak is staring at her from across the battlefield, wide eyes demanding an answer as to why. She has been a slave, bloodied and bruised, working to the bone in the quarries of the old masters, utterly helpless to the whims of other men. She has been a king, lauded and honored, leading her people into a new tomorrow, beholden to no one but the gods. She has been a healer, praised and blessed, reaching into the maw of a fell god and stealing the secrets of life. Nothing beyond her powers save for death. She has been a death-bringer, reviled and cursed, raising her holocaust from the dead and unleashing them against her enemies. No one left to tell her no. She has been a heretic, tortured and martyred, subverting the teachings of gods and men. Throat cut and hanged from a tree, no soul to aid her except her dearest clavigars. She has been a god, worshipped and obeyed, her gaze stretching out across all existence. Everything under her control, except those most dear to her. Forward, forward, until it all ends, crumbling into black dust. She is standing on the hill, staring up at the stars as they twinkle and smear and change in night sky, pinpricks of light blinking out one by one. Nadok explains to her that even the fire of stars dies eventually. Hurtling forward in time, she barely hears him. Yeva stalks out in frustration as she watches the oxbone fragments burn in the flames. Ayun is watching all her futures collapse, the cracks retreating, drawing back to one point, back to the here and now. There is no past, there is no future, there is only now, her kneeling on the floor, sobbing alone. Louvatar is here, leaning against the wall, smile playing on his lips. Her eyes widen as he says that she cannot control everything. He gets to his feet, stretching, no older than when they met. Life cannot be corralled in and trained. Life just happens. But it'll end, she says. He steps forward, reaches a hand out, and kisses both her cheeks. He says that he knows, with a smile, and then he too is gone. Everything is silent. Soldiers are staring at her. She realizes with a start where she is, here and now, next to Xenophon. She looks backward. The past is inscribed bones, memories that have already happened and will never happen again. She looks forward. The future is clean bone. She is in the now. Xenophon is holding her, in defiance of what the doctor and the soldiers and everyone else will think. There is no place and no time else she would rather be. She wipes the tears off her face and smiles. She is ready to go now. They wander off, out of this dead place. This was her home once. She smiles fondly at the memory instead of falling into it, but that is the past. Now, it holds nothing for her. She can hear the doctor whispering to the soldiers and the clicking of guns. They do not trust either of them. Another thing that unites them. She can feel it, still, moving below this tomb city in the deep vault. But it does not scare her anymore. It has no power over her, and she will face her fate. They wander deeper, deeper, ever deeper, on the same path her feet have traced 10,000 times through winding ossuaries and charnel houses, bones crushed to dust underneath her feet. The trembling is closer and closer. She is sagging, leaning against Xenophon for support. After 4,000 years, she is exhausted, but there is still work to be done. Xenophon says her name, and she looks up to see two great stone doors lying before them. The same stone doors she has seen in her memory time and time again. She says that this is it, the heart of the city, the cornerstone all her empire is built on. Her sin, her betrayal, her apostasy. She can feel it beyond the door, waiting for her. She stumbles up eroded steps and presses a bloodied hand against the door. She looks to Xenophon and sees a glimmer she has never seen in its blue eye before. It nods, and she pushes, the door shifting easily, and they are in the heart. They are in a ritual chamber, tall, high, and roughly cylindrical, though it's impossible to tell from how thick the walls have been overgrown with flesh. It is thick, red-purple, uneven, rough, and skinless. Xenophon has seen this place before, in the memories of the one it cares for, but it is different now. The flesh is sickly, run through with black tendrils and sores oozing ugly pus. The 1,000 eyes scattered across the flesh are fluttering and swollen with blood. It runs down to the floor, where channels have been painstakingly carved into the stone, spiraling around in a complex, infinite dance before they flow to a single basin. The only light comes from a single dying campfire, embers burning low. Xenophon tilts its eye up and shines its floodlights on the thing in the wall. Something within Xenophon turns. It is a massive, gaping maw, 4 meters tall and lined with rough bone teeth. Darkness looms inside it as it widens and tightens, gasping desperate hot breaths. Saliva and blood pour from the mouth. Even without life, Xenophon can tell this thing is on the outermost edges of it. It twitches slightly, and Xenophon senses something shift within the darkness of its gullet. The lips move again, and Xenophon prepares for the voice it has heard the beast speak with. It does not come, and instead there is a voice double layered over itself. Partly the beast, deep and thrumming and impossibly old and tortured, but overtop it, subsuming it, the cruel, cutting voice it has heard from the mouth of a scarred prophet, the Ayun of old. Yaldaboth speaks, welcoming the seed home. If Xenophon had blood, it would have gone cold, and it sees the others shiver in place, although Ayun does not move. The voice is deeply wrong on every level, incompatible with life. It says that she was always to return. It knew it, here, in this heart of hearts, womb of wombs. It burned the bones and read the futures, and all the cracks led here. It has waited, and has been hungry, so hungry. It gurgles, and blood bubbles in the corner of its mouth. It takes Xenophon a moment to realize that it is laughing. It says that finally its rogue organ arrives. Xenophon looks to Ayun in confusion, and her face is as impassive as its is. Xenophon thought that this thing was exploited and taken advantage of. Then it hears the strangled, booming cries underneath that voice, and once again, something dark and implacable shifts inside Yaldaboth's maw, drawing itself out. The Ayun of old is crawling, clinging to life by sharpened teeth, dragging himself forward with bloodied stumps of fingers. He will not die here. He will lay his eyes on the great water. He screams as a bone catches in his open wound, shredding his flesh further. There is no one left to hear it. Far above, he can hear the engines of war. This city is a part of him, and he can feel his walls breaking, toppling under the pressure. He feels the vast, dead holocaust swarming on the streets as this great tomb begins to sink down, soil and peat and mud and earth falling in great heaps onto them. He can feel the terrifying, unfamiliar sensation of something far older and more terrible than himself hanging over him. He thought himself a god, life and death bent to his whim. But even here, he can feel the warping of the black moon hanging over this city. This is a true god. The shaded godling raises his hand up before his army, and through hundreds of lengths of dirt and stone, Ayun's eyes meet his. There is only world weariness in those eyes. And still his city continues to sink, the sun blotted out by this dark occlusion, the tendrils of light wrapping around the god he has come to hate. In the cracking of the bones, Ayun can see the black stars tomorrow. The seeds of apostasy are in his heart. His mind and soul has been forged on the battlefield. He is a god-slayer, a death-bringer, and he has seen the carnage his patron demands of him. He will not stop now. He will kill Ayun, and then he will march on his master to kill it too. Neither of them knows this, of course. They are cursed to live only in the present, in the now, and now he will kill him. Ayun drags himself up these stone steps and across the channels cut into the floor. His fresh blood mixes with the stale ichor as the dying voices of a god greet him with trepidation. They are both dying, he gasps. This city will be Ayun's tomb as well as its, if they do nothing. He reaches up, tattooed hands gripping the teeth, using the last of his strength to force them apart. He draws his knife from inside his belt loop. The beast begs, asking what else he will take from it, and he answers, everything. Xenophon realizes that this is not a tomb for the beast, but for Ayun. Ayun nods, still staring at Yaldaboth. They watch as it widens, and the thing inside emerges into the cold white light. It is a tongue, huge and prehensile, purplish and swollen as it extrudes forth out of the maw. There, embedded into the purple flesh of the tongue muscle, is a man, his legs trapped inside while his upper half reaches forward. Familiar tattoos spread across his arms and torso, circling a gaping, collapsed wound on his chest. It is old, rotting, gangrenous. His face is the one they've seen before. A sharp nose, straight dark hair, stark gray eyes. No hair out of place, and no blemish on his skin. A tall crown, formed of twisted and sharpened bones, sits atop his head. This being is utterly perfect in construction, but something about it all still screams wrongness. It takes Xenophon a moment to register, but the light and the warmth it has come to expect behind those eyes is gone. When he speaks, he does not open his mouth. He only smiles as the god maw behind him flaps instead. He states that she was stolen away by traitors, scum, heretics, and apostates. The statement is undercut by a soft, deep screaming, two voices wrapped around one another. It is hard to tell where one stops and the other begins. He says that she returns back to her spawning ground, and he has been so hungry for so long, but he is to be full soon. The tongue draws a few meters closer, the Ayun crucified on it extending a clawed hand. The other Ayun shakes her head, and her voice does not quiver, nor her feet tremble. Xenophon wishes it could tell her how proud of her it is. She replies that she is not him, but he says that she is what he cut out of his chest. She is what has been inside him, festering and rotting. He had to remove her to make room for more. Xenophon asks him more of what, and for a moment his attention turns to it. It looks into his eyes, and it is clear to it that it is not the only thing in this room that is not truly alive. Ayun refers to Xenophon as an abortion of humanity and a perversion of flesh. It is impressive insofar as it is disgusting. He casts a hand out, and one of the tendrils of flesh springs forward, toothed vine wrapping around the base of Xenophon's feet, preventing it from moving. He says that there's always more, as the hunger does not stop. He teeters on the verge of godhood, and will become Yaldaboth, the world maker, the devourer. All he requires is one last meal. The soldiers shout, raising their guns and firing wildly into the wall of flesh. The bullets rip through it, tearing flesh from hidden bone, shredding the meat, and blood gushes from every bullet hole freely. The gunfire is deafening, until Yaldaboth goes limp, and the gunfire ceases. As they watch, the flesh knits itself back together again from congealed blood, bone restructuring itself, skin growing over the patches. The devourer straightens, and a wet, hacking noise erupts from his lungs. Xenophon realizes that he is laughing. He remarks on the vermin that she allies herself with, and says that these are the vermin they were born to eat and devour. He raises a finger, and more tendrils erupt from the floors and wall. They tear rifles from hands and force the group to the floor, dragging soldiers to the ground. Katsaros manages to choke one of the tendrils to death, swelling with black blood, but it is replaced by two more. The devourer says that he is insatiate, and has waited here for so long. Ayun asks him how he's even alive, as he should have long since starved, but he replies that he has been hiding in the darkness for 3,000 years, and there was nothing to do but eat. So he ate, and ate, and ate, satiated for a moment, and then the hunger returns. It always returns, so he ate more, until there was nothing left. Ayun's eyes widen, and for the first time, Xenophon sees Yaldaboth in full, not two presences intertwined, but one entirely contained, consumed by the other. This Ayun is not inside the Devourer. The Devourer is his mouth. He has eaten the entire old beast, flesh, bone, tooth, blood, and all. Ayun calls him a cancer, spreading through this city, consuming and consuming, endlessly devouring the very thing he lives in. He replies that she is the last meal he needs, his runaway piece of divinity. The heretics stole her away, but finally she arrives, like a lamb to her slaughter. Ayun raises a hand and bites into her own flesh, letting her blood gush freely into the channels. She mutters something, and the dozen tendrils growing on the floor are joined by a dozen more, these being red, pink, young flesh and fresh blood. They snatch and twist at the others, the flesh wrestling with itself long enough to free the soldiers. They scramble backwards, and under their feet the god groans in agony. He shouts that she fights, and she says that they were one once, many, many years ago. That was an old life, a different life. She is not his anymore, and he is not hers. Yaldaboth makes that same hacking laugh, and says that everything he lays his eyes on is his. He alone sets the boundaries of his domain. She was a part of him, once, and she can have this power to reshape the world and align it with their image and desires. Ayun does not speak, so he continues, saying that he sees that she has been so alone for so long, a wolf living among the sheep. She has come to think of herself as prey. He tells her to look, and Xenophon watches as one of the tentacles digs under a soldier's helmet. It does not see what happens under his visor, but a second later he goes limp, blood gushing freely from underneath. Hussein screams. Yaldaboth says that they have been destroyed 10 times over, reduced to naught but scorched bone, and his face bubbles, scorches, and drips into nothingness, revealing rotting muscle. For a moment, Xenophon sees it for what it is: rot, papered over into a beautiful ampule. And then the flesh reforms, melting back into a smiling face. He says that still they reform. He asks if she thinks this thing is related to them any more than a calf is related to its butcher. Ayun replies that they lost their way when they forgot why they did this, when they decided that controlling them was more important than letting them make their own fates. She says that he knows this, and she knows this. The Devourer says that he knows that Adatum would have burned to nothingness 10 times over were it not for him. He was the guide, the godhead. Men are stupid sheep that panic and stampede. They need the wolves to keep them in their place. He smiles that false smile again, and says that he is the wolf. Ayun, however, says that they lied to the ones they love, and deceived them. They preached all their ideals, while they did this dark work beneath their feet. Yaldaboth says that they were weak, and they didn't have the strength to do what needed to be done. Ayun smiles, sadly, and says that no, they had the strength not to do it. His and her mistake was not seeking power, but bleeding an innocent thing for their benefit. He says that it was not of the flesh, and it was in its nature to kill and dominate. Ayun counters that it spoke, it thought, and it wanted freedom like they did. Yaldaboth corrects her to say, like him, as she is not him. She is a shred of divinity that he sawed away. A tendril reaches forth, and he says that when he cut her out, he cast them into this deathless hell. Neither of them are human anymore. Neither of them ages or dies. But every single waking moment, all he feels is hunger and starvation, a bottomless hole he cannot fill, even after devouring a god. She taints his promised immortality. She says that he is not human anymore, and he smiles a twisted, foul, rotting smile, saying that he is far, far beyond human. She tells him that he has given up everything for power, and he is the one holding the whip, just another slave master. His beautiful face abruptly contorts with hatred, and he shrieks. He yells that there are the Nälkä and there are the prey. They were given this power, and they can remake this diseased world. He sees it in the cracks, and she sees it too. The Black Star lives again, and the Black Moon is dragging itself out of the sea once more. The Nälkä will spread again, as they were always meant to. Ayun stares at him, and Zenapon can see her thinking. It knows that she is smarter than this. She replies that there is no Nälkä with him. He does not eat how they eat. He eats because it is all he knows how to do, because he is trying to fill a bottomless hole. There is a perversion of life here, and it's him. Whatever he was once, he is not her anymore. They did not begin this to dominate and assimilate. They began this to live as they wished, and this is not how she wished to live. She pauses before saying that this is not how Louvatar wished to live. For a moment, silence hangs in the air of the chamber. Then Yaldaboth gurgles again in laughter. He says that Louvatar craved imperfection and loved them only when they were weak. Once they improved, he grew jealous of their perfection. They are perfect now, and he simply could not see that. He smiles and says that Louvatar was a fool to his end. Zenapon does not even see Ayun lunge, but in a moment she is on the thing, clawing, screaming, and tearing at his skin. There are no words, only animal rage, and the tendrils loosen for a moment. The devourer is screeching in pain as she claws at it, and her flesh rots away, huge chunks becoming gangrenous before being replaced just as quickly. Her face is twisted with fury. The soldiers are getting up and trying to rush for the door, but it is sealed shut. Katsaros is trying to rip it open as the floor rumbles again. Xenophon turns just in time to see Ayun being raised and flung into the far wall. It hears something crack and sees that her skull is caved in. In a moment, her bone and flesh knit itself back together, and she scrambles to her feet, blood pouring down her face. Those gray eyes are lit in a way that it has never seen before. Yaldaboth says that she was never a person, but a stray shard of his divinity, a chick that flew the nest, and parts do not have the right to secede the whole and rob him of his rightful meal. Nadok did not. Saarn did not. Urak did not. Louvatar did not. And she does not. She asks if he thinks himself a person, as he has cut out everything that made them who they were. He is not Ayun. He is a hollow shell, the cocoon left behind. She pauses and says that she made herself, forming this flesh into shape. She made herself a person and has dug her past up with her bare hands, finding nothing of worth. She is Ayun, and he is the sum of her mistakes. Yaldaboth replies that he has foreseen this moment for thousands of years, laying here, dying and dreaming. He saw this would go differently, but he only needs to consume her flesh, not her mind. Ayun smiles and says no. He forgets that he speaks to himself. She knows as well as he does that this cannot be done without a willing prophet. Yaldaboth smiles back and says that he has one. Whatever Ayun was going to say next is cut off by her knife being put through her lungs. Yeva eases her to the floor, face impassive, moving like she is dreaming. Xenophon sees that she is hurt and needs to help her, but the tendrils stop it from moving. Its outstretched hands meet only air, and it shouts her name, but she simply twitches and gurgles from the floor, unable to believe her eyes. Yeva slowly walks forward, ignoring the screams behind her, ignoring the rotten blood pooling around her snake feet, and approaches the maw. Yaldaboth gurgles in pleasure as she approaches, and says that this one has seen it, the weakness of humanity, the myriad failures of her mother. This one has felt the hunger he feels. Ayun's face contorts with pain, and she tries to drag herself up, but a tendril slaps her back down. Yeva draws closer to the devourer, and it widens in preparation. The rumbling is growing louder, and somewhere Xenophon can feel something shifting. Yaldaboth says that this one knows the purpose of flesh, to consume and grow. They are a superior people, and their blessings are not gifted from the gods. They rip them out themselves, and make their own gods. Yeva's face twitches as the maw begins to open wide. He says that she sees it, sees what could be. Them at the seat of a new empire, with no one outside their grasp. Never helpless again, never to be controlled, no one to hurt them anymore. The hunger can stop. Ayun gasps that it never stops, but Yeva replies softly that Ayun failed. She had all this at the tip of her fingers, and she cast it away. She sees now that this is her purpose. The security personnel are shooting at Yeva now, and the gunfire is deafening. It shreds her robes, her skin, her snake-like legs, but the flesh just reforms. She never slows her approach, and a smile begins to spread on her face. She says that this is what she was meant to do. This is what Ayun was preparing her for. Yaldaboth opens, flesh parting and revealing the endless abyss. The others turn away, their eyes blinded momentarily, as human minds are not meant to see this. Xenophon is not human, however, and it sees it all. Flesh. A seed of flesh, an unborn fetus hanging in the womb. Multiplying, growing, spreading, changing, and becoming something else entirely. Then mangled, stabbed, and tortured by its brethren, buried underneath a city, stretched across vast catacombs. Wailing in pain, in agony that would shred a mortal mind like soft flesh put to the sword. Unspeakable power, but trapped. A war in heaven, 3 gods cast to earth, and a 4th. A black moon rising out of the sea, endless entropy given physical form.
matter and light warping around it with sheer hatred for the continued existence of the universe. A father, a son, a man of no note or consequence, imparted with the instructions in his mind, an army, and all the power of a fell god. A nameless boy in the galley of a slave ship, carried by dog-headed demons to a new world, stumbling across a vein of flesh and drinking the vigor deep, stealing the control of life. A living martyr, preaching liberation even as he hangs by the neck from a poplar tree, healing the ill slaves as they wage war on masters, praised for his power. A vast city in the desert, besieged by this three-pronged army, its walls crumbling and its gleaming towers collapsing into fire while a black moon blots out the sun. A massive wall defended by sorcerer nawabs and spirit beasts. The very earth beneath it crumbling and giving way as a black moon raises the tides higher, drowning a continent. A mausoleum city, abandoned by all but the dead and the mad, sinking into the ground itself, buried like a tomb by a godling, his black moon hanging over him. The dissatisfaction growing in his heart alongside his power. A scarred prophet looking over a city he does not wish to rule, wishing himself free of this place, of its pressures, of the terror of what will happen when he dies. A wounded god beneath his feet, becoming the source of his undeath. His friends grow worried, scared. The purest of intentions warping and twisting, not under the influence of the divine, but the creeping desire for control, for authority, for power. A godling in black armor, raising his army and marching to an island at the edge of the known world, here where his god resides, raising the power his patron installed in him, but still unable to kill a god, sealing it away, sealing the island away from the world. But the creeping tendrils of the black moon still slip out, dying spirals winding into the minds of those without faces. A forgotten, cancerous organ of the Foundation, an insurgency over whom they no longer have any power. A mad witch king sitting alone, his clavigars learning of his sin and his betrayal, his torture of an innocent creature, the suffering their city is built on, slipping away in the night. The godling laying waste to the raised dead. Immortality is but a song away, but he has sought out a part of himself he needs. He is in agony. As his city falls, he drags himself into his torture chamber, binding himself to a dying god, waiting for his apotheosis, for his power. Yeva sees it all too, the unimaginable weight of the divine singing to her. She reaches out into this tortured womb. Ayun finally drags herself up, as the bone knife has cut through to her chest, and something about it has injured her where other wounds failed. Her eyes flutter, and she speaks in a weak, trembling voice, saying how proud she is of Yeva, causing her hand to falter. She has been a coward, and should have said this many times. Yeva is so beautiful, and Ayun has known her since she was a babe, seen her grow, change, and adapt. She could have never foreseen what Yeva would become, and she shocks her every day. Yeva's hand quivers, inches from the maw of a god, and Ayun continues. She says that she should have trusted her, and she is cursed this way, to live life unforgetting and unforgiving. She is cursed to fear what would happen were she to draw her hand away and hunger for control. She should have let Yeva become who she was meant to be, as others have for her.
She is already so much smarter and wiser than she was at her years. She is her daughter. She has made so many mistakes in her lifetime, making errors that have killed thousands and ended civilizations. She has come to learn how many mistakes she made, but they do not make her who she is. Her past does not make her who she is. There is temptation to live in the past, but it has no answers for them, only memories and dead men. She has countless regrets. Yeva's face turns towards Ayun as she speaks between gasps, and she has an expression that Zenapon has never seen before. Ayun says that she is not one of them, and has never been one of them. She can do as she wills, as she's earned that, but all she asks is that she consider who they are and what it is. She is her beloved child, Yeva, but she is also Hatak, who lived with his wife and tended to his crops, and had a son who he would die for. She is Puik, who died far too young, but enjoyed the time he spent as part of them. She is Joik, who is only glad that her children were not alive to see her like this. Yeva continues, saying that she is Ula, whose desperate wish for children was granted at the cost of her own life. Kunik, who carried so much wisdom in her old bones. Ayun says that Adatum is not a place, a set of ruins filled with sins and mistakes. They carry Adatum with them, and she carries Adatum with her. She asks Yeva why she consumes them, as she struggles to hold herself up as the tendrils push her back down. Yeva, speaking uncharacteristically soft, like a child, says it's because they make her who she is, and because she loves them. Blood drips from Ayun's mouth, and she tells her to ask Yaldaboth why it eats. The haze is gone from Yeva's eyes, now clouded with uncertainty, and she looks back into the endless well, asking him why. Yaldaboth responds that it eats because all those beneath them are made to be devoured. Yeva's face contorts with sudden understanding, then disgust, then rage. She raises the bone knife and stabs at the heart of a god. There is a deafening wailing, and then Xenophon sees her, thrown backward into the far wall with a snap. She slumps and does not move again. Ayun screams as the floor begins to rumble, and the devourer is writhing and screeching in agony. The whole chamber shakes, and Xenophon knows that the rest of Adatum is shaking with it. The rocks begin to fall from high overhead, crashing down and barely missing a few bodies. One strikes the door, and the stone crumbles. Katsaros pushes it, and the rest falls to pieces. She shouts, and the soldiers begin to rush through, dragging the researchers with them. Ayun has dragged herself over to Yeva's body, and her screams mix with Yaldaboth's. The tendrils are loose now, enough for Xenophon to shake them off. It approaches her as the city comes apart around them, and it puts a hand on her shoulder. A simple act that terrified it once, but things change. Yeva is not dead, not yet. Her eyes are wide, flickering, and her neck is twisted on itself. She takes sucking, gasping breaths, and blood dribbles from a corner of her mouth. Ayun is laying her hands on her, cutting her palms and whispering a prayer. Xenophon can see her neck setting itself, but it's not fast enough. Yaldaboth is already recovering, and the ichor gushes freely, but the screams have turned from ones of pain to ones of rage. The crippled, twitching tendrils of muscle on the floor are beginning to swell again. Xenophon shakes Ayun's shoulder, but she does not stop her prayers, even as chunks of rock and bone and muscle come crashing down from the ceiling. It shakes her again, and she whips around.
Her face has an expression it has seen once before, when she held Louvatar, dying, in her arms. She says that she will not leave her, and it can see that she is not lying. She will not leave her daughter, even if it kills her and buries her here with this abortive half-god. Xenophon does not want her to die. It doesn't want either of them to die, and they cannot help being human. It is not, however, and it does not fear death. It tells Ayun to take her, and her eyes widen as it forces her to her feet, lifting Yeva's crumpled body carefully. It shoves her into Ayun's arms, as she is stronger than she looks, and it has come to appreciate that about her. Ayun says that this is her fate, she has to do this, but Xenophon replies that they make their own fate. It asks if she wants to die, but she says no, not anymore, and she doesn't want it to die. Xenophon says that it is not alive, and it does not die. Ayun tries to argue, but Xenophon says that she is weak and cannot hold it back. She has given up enough of herself already. Ayun stares at it, and it can see that her body has been through incredible agony and pain. It doesn't understand why it is only now that her gray eyes are welling with tears. Xenophon says that she gave it a life, and to let it return the favor. She gives it that lopsided smile, even with the tears making tracks through the blood on her cheeks. It takes an image of the sight, as it would like to keep that with it. She says that she was about to say the same, and it replies that it wishes they had more time together. She agrees. The tendrils are rising up again, and they are out of time. They were already out of time, and it should have pushed her away minutes ago. This is irrational, but it still waits for her to lean forward, standing on the tips of her toes, and press her lips against its shell, leaving a bloody imprint. And then it wraps its hand around her neck and throws her backward, as gently as it can, through the doorway before the rockfall above it collapses, blocking her off. It cannot see her and cannot hear her. She is gone. Standing there, it learns what loss feels like. The Devourer is in pain, but the rage has overpowered it. It is looking at Xenophon now, hateful and condescending. This is not Ayun, not in any way that matters. It says that it has reduced legions of automata to shattered golden metal, but Xenophon asks it if it is like them, speaking slowly to buy time for the others to get away. It pauses for a moment, just like Xenophon does when it ponders something. It says that no, as those were the Eastern machines' creations, with no mind of their own. They were just wind-up mechanisms, marching forward, but it is different. Xenophon asks how, and Yaldaboth says that it can see it in it, and it has felt it, felt the hunger for more and more power and knowledge, hunger that cannot be extinguished, hunger that drives it. Xenophon agrees, for more knowledge, but not for more power. Yaldaboth says that it's more than that, a hunger to feel as they feel, to desire as they desire, to know them completely. Xenophon feels a twinge of surprise and of camaraderie. This thing understands, and Xenophon agrees. Yaldaboth says that it understands that it is not human, and it sees them as it does, rutting, half-formed animals that reach towards impossible desires. Xenophon replies that this is what defines them. They try to be greater than they are. It can feel the heat in its chest, the hunger that Ayun talked about. Yaldaboth says that they fail, but Xenophon replies that there is nobility in their failings. It and Yaldaboth have not had to struggle to make themselves. It looks out at them and it wants them to succeed, to become something greater than what they are. Yaldaboth asks why, and Zenapon cocks its head, saying that it does not know. It focuses on the picture in its mind of Ayun, smiling and crying. Yaldaboth tells it that it is as flawed as any human, a mimicry of a mind. It bids it goodbye, calling it an automaton, and the tendrils rise up. Zenapon replies that its name is Zenapon, and also bids it goodbye. The last thought it has is that it finally made a mistake, forgetting to tell Ayun something important. And then, as the tendrils wrap around its metal frame, the excess heat from the reactor in its torso rises far past safe levels, and everything turns white. Ayun drags Yeva along, feet bleeding, back through the catacombs. She digs through her memory while Yeva gasps in her arms. She is trying to keep her alive along with herself, the burning wound in her chest sapping her energy. Her thoughts are buzzing and racing. This place is collapsing, the walls caving in on themselves. Lifetimes on lifetimes being buried once more. She will not be trapped here again. He died for her, and he may not call it that, but she has seen enough death to know what it is. She will make it mean something, and will make it worth something. Adatum, the city she built, the city she destroyed, falls apart as her bloody feet carry her up the staircase as the temples and towers collapse, returning to the dust they were carved from. There's sunlight overhead, and she slips out, falling onto the grass. Yeva rolls ahead of her, and she sees the moon overhead in the dark sky. She looks up in terror for a split second, but no, this moon is silver and glowing. The soldiers are swarming, shouting orders, and she hears deafening noises as a dozen trucks roll down the hills. Helicopters approach from the distance, as they were prepared for this. She hears scattered words exchanged over static. She is not prepared for when the hole into Adatum bursts upward with a torrent of white-hot flame. It sears her skin as quickly as she heals it again, and she shoves Yeva further away. The inferno rises high into the air, forced upward by the pipe. It casts an orange burning glow over this valley, and Ayun stares into the fire. She sees no future, only herself. She hears a click to her left, and she turns. Hussein is standing over Yeva, holding a gun, but at once it is not Hussein. His face twists, contorts, swirls into nothingness. A mask falling off, a painting being ripped to shreds. Underneath, there is someone, something else entirely. The absence of name, of identity, a hole where a person should be. And all that lies inside is a shifting shadow of something dark and impossibly old. The thing squeezes the trigger, and Yeva's body slumps. The creature then turns and aims at Ayun, and she sees down the barrel of his gun, a perfect dark circle, a little black moon. She raises her hand and lets out a strangled cry before she hears the gunshot. The thing's head bursts into a bouquet of red, flesh popping and blood spraying outward. Its gun drops and its body crumples. Behind it, the woman with the metal arm, rifle aimed at where the thing was standing. There is no time to thank her, and she drags herself to Yeva, her daughter. There is an ugly, gaping wound in her forehead, and her eyes are cold, gray, and dead. There is only one thing she can do. Her hands scramble into her robes for the knife, and she brings it down across her wrist. The blood gushes forth, more blood than she has ever given in this life. It rushes like an endless spring, and it is all she can do to hold Yeva to her arm, letting it fill her mouth, forcing it down her throat even as her body weakens and her vision darkens. She has given too much. She sees sparks of life appearing in Yeva's eyes, and she sees the woman with the metal arm cradling her head, shouting for aid. And then she sees nothing at all. We're then given another update from Delta Zero, reporting that the package was successfully activated at Locust investigation site. Director Hussein was eliminated, along with 43 additional personnel. The site was not located in Kabul, and the investigation was misled. The attempt to eliminate Grand Carcist Ayun failed, and Secretary Katsaros terminated the embedded agent. Site 7 security is too tight to attempt elimination of Xenophon.aic, but observation should be maintained for any irregularities. Further instructions to follow. In the present, Xenophon says that it detonated its reactor, destroying itself for her. It asks why is it still here then, and where Ayun is. The individual messaging it says that she is alive, and Xenophon asks for them to show it. Another individual chimes in to say that Xenophon is right, as Hidara and them cannot delay for much longer. They tell the individual to download the automaton's mind as they must leave. Xenophon says that its name is Xenophon, and asks what the individual's name is. The individual replies that their name is Pandora, and to give them a second so they can introduce themselves properly. Xenophon then says that it is not dead, and the sound of distant waves and muffled voices can be heard in the next room. It says that it cannot see, and an unknown voice apologizes, saying that this is an older shell. Xenophon's cameras then activate, and it can see that it is standing in a small, dusty room with cables, terminals, and technical equipment littered around it. There are open balcony doors leading to a tranquil blue sea. Inside the room, an older researcher is standing by a laptop, looking over the shell with a nervous smile. Xenophon turns to them and cocks its head, saying that they are Dr. Pandora Galanis. Their transport craft crashed in the Indian Ocean 40 years ago. There were no survivors, and they are supposed to be dead. Galanis laughs, and there are wrinkles on their face and gray creeping at the roots of their curly hair. They say that that makes two of them, as Xenophon takes a slow, experimental step towards the door. Gingerly it walks to the balcony, overlooking a crystal blue sea. A tall, pale woman with blonde hair and skin covered in golden prosthesis is also on the balcony. A pair of ornate wings are folded behind her back. Xenophon recognizes her as Dr. Hedvig Nussbaum, wanted for questioning by the Foundation Internal Security. She asks if it's going to turn her in, and it says no, and that it's nice to meet her. The two shake metal hands. From outside, it's clear that this balcony is on the side of some fortress or castle. A dozen meters below, a dock juts into the water, with a small freighter moored to it. A woman with a metal arm and a man with an eye patch sit on crates, playing cards, their rifles close at hand. Xenophon asks where they are, and Ayun calls out to him, slowly limping through the door. Her robes are in tatters, and she is dragging an IV pole with her, tubes leading into her veins. She is smiling weakly, and before she can approach, Xenophon steps forward and wraps its arms around her. She leans forward and presses her lips against the new, unmarked shell, and Xenophon eventually releases her, cocking its head. It says that it saw her die trying to save Yeva, and saw itself die. None of this should be possible. Ayun explains that she pushed all her cursed blood into her. She would have died were it not for a timely intervention by their new friends, a blood transfusion. Xenophon says that she spent all her blood, so does that mean she can die now? Ayun replies that she doesn't know, but she smiles and says it's something for them to discover together. Xenophon says that it has a GPS uplink, showing them to be in the middle of the Aegean Sea. There should not be an island here. Another voice says that that's perceptive, and Xenophon turns to the far end of the room, where an older man in a suit is standing and facing the group. He appears to be in his 50s, with a short beard and close-cropped gray hair. He speaks in an unidentifiable accent, introducing himself as the administrator, Franz Williams. Xenophon was going to say that he is the Black Star, but the man smiles and says that that's a name he has long since abandoned. Xenophon then says that it has discovered a new emotion, frustration. It is tired of being pulled back and forth without knowing what is going on. It is tired of playing someone else's games, and it would like answers. The administrator says that after what it's been through, he thinks that's more than fair. Xenophon asks how it is alive, and Galanis replies that every 48 hours, its personality matrix was backed up by satellite uplink to Site-7's servers. It was a precautionary measure in case it ever went native. Xenophon says that it wasn't aware of that, as it thought it was destroying itself to save the others. Galanis explains that that's part of what they wanted to figure out, whether it was human enough to be trusted. Xenophon asks if it is, and Galanis says for it to tell them. Xenophon pauses and then nods. It then asks if they all knew about everything that happened in Adytum then, but Galanis says no. That's the other half of what they needed to determine, what happened in the last moments down there. They've been trying to get at Xenophon for about a month now, but Site-7's locked down even harder than normal, along with every other Foundation facility on the planet. While it was down there, an explosion was set off in the location the Locust team was investigating. 33 personnel were killed, including Dr. Hussein. Xenophon says that that's not possible, as Hussein was with them the entire time in Black Adatum. Galanis, however, explains that that wasn't Dr. Hussein. Over the past month, there have been 85 strikes against high-security Foundation facilities. 16 directors have been killed, at least 100 personnel, before the communication blackout orders came down. Critical operations sabotaged, and high-value anomalies stolen, all of it done with insider knowledge and training, all of it performed by Foundation personnel whose bodies they found later having been dead for days. Their identities were stolen. Katsaros tells Xenophon that they're at war, with an enemy that they can't see and allies they can't trust. Delta Wave, the insurgency. From their fractured understanding, they're a rogue cell of the Foundation intended for deniable operations started in the early 20th century to extract secrets of weaponized memetics from occupied Europe. They were decommissioned after World War II and secretly re-established by 0511, shortly after the Amani Ram incident, for control over his enemies, allies, and the Foundation at large. Their members were trained in memetic espionage and had their own identities memetically erased. When Old Man Kondraki died, something else flowed into the hole where their identities used to be. They're taking orders from something else now, the Black Moon. The administrator says that it has held as many names as he has. The Abominate, the Wretch, the Apostate, the Fourth God in the Triarchy, banished and forgotten. Technology, nature, life, entropy, the inevitable tendency of any system to decay into disorder and chaos. It lays its eggs into your mind, giving you invented purpose. Kill him, take that city, destroy that kingdom, set fire to the entire world just to watch the embers die. He turns and stares out at the calm blue sea and says, like he did. Xenophon asks where they are now, and the administrator explains that it's a forgotten Foundation installation on the island of Eastern Samothrace. 3,000 years ago, he tried to kill a god here, his god, and failed. His only recourse was to bury the island he trapped it on, burn all the divine power it pushed on him, and erase this place from humanity's collective memory. Xenophon then asks why it is here, along with the rest of them. The administrator says that it's because the insurgency has given the Black Moon a ready-made army and a way out of its watery tomb. Because all of them have come face to face with the unbridled power of a god and managed to resist it, something even he failed to do centuries ago. Because many of them saw this storm brewing on the horizon, and because he needs their assistance to right his wrongs. A 3,000-year-old armistice has come to an end. This occult war has begun again, and it will not end until the gods and their prophets are dead. Thus ends the Nälkä arc of this story. Let's do a quick recap of everything here. Over the past few decades, the Foundation has discovered a couple of ancient cities that belong to some lost Bronze Age civilizations, anomalous civilizations that were eventually wiped out by some other force led by the Black Star. Through a series of events, these civilizations became active in the present day, and now the Foundation wanted to find the last of these cities, Adytum, which belonged to the flesh-worshipping Nälkä. In order to prevent their lead agents from becoming too intertwined with their research subjects, they tasked an artificial intelligence construct, Xenophon, with leading the research into the Nälkä. Xenophon ended up becoming fast friends with Grand Carcist Ayun of the Sarcic, a group descendant from the Nälkä, but with no memory beyond being a simple tribe. Through Xenophon's interactions with Ayun, they learned the locations of the burial sites of her 4 clavigars, her seconds in command, and through these burial sites, she learned more and more of what happened to Adytum. Ayun, millennia ago, was a slave of the Deva, but managed to lead a revolt against them thanks to consuming part of a fallen god, the Old Beast. The Old Beast was once Yaldaboth, part of a pantheon of deities alongside Mechane, the Scarlet King, and the Black Moon. With his newfound divine powers over flesh, Ayun was able to build the Nälkäan Empire, but became corrupted by his own power. He continued to feed on the Old Beast, his mind warping and pushing everyone else away. He began to do things that none of his people, including his clavigars, agreed with, including raising the dead to fight for him and attacking innocents. Eventually, he sought to perform a ritual to remove the last of his humanity, granting himself immortality. As part of the ritual, he ripped out his humanity in the form of a small child. This child was stolen away by the clavigars as they fled the city, and she was raised as Ayun. The power-obsessed Ayun eventually went back to Black Adytum alone, and sequestered himself down in the tomb, knowing that his stolen piece of divinity would eventually return to him. While waiting, he eventually consumed all of the Old Beast, becoming Yaldaboth. The new Ayun, along with Xenophon, eventually make their way back to Adytum, burying the 4 clavigars there. She experiences a sweeping assortment of memories as they descend underground, until they eventually reach the Old Beast's tomb. Yaldaboth is confident that he will consume Ayun, finally achieving true immortality and godhood, but Ayun rejects him. Unfortunately, Yeva, Ayun's second-in-command and adopted daughter, has been unsure of her place in their community, and falls to Yaldaboth's sway. she stabs Ayun in a way that Ayun cannot heal from, and moves to be absorbed by Yaldaboth. Ayun, however, manages to convince her that Yaldaboth doesn't stand for anything the Sarcic do, and is just a fell god seeking to consume all of humanity. Yeva realizes her folly, and stabs Yaldaboth in a similar way, resulting in the god smashing her body. Ayun heals Yeva, but the place begins to crumble apart, forcing Zenapon to tell them to flee while it stays behind. After they depart, Zenapon overheats its own reactor, resulting in a massive explosion that destroys the entire city. Ayun barely survives getting out, only for Dr. Hussein to pull a gun and shoot Yeva, before being promptly killed himself by Katsaros. Xenopon's mind is downloaded into another shell, and it is introduced to Dr. Hedvig Nussbaum from the Amani Ram Initiative and Dr. Pandora Galanis from the Mamjul and Karar Initiative, along with the administrator of the Foundation. Ayun managed to survive the ordeal thanks to a blood transfusion, rendering her possibly mortal now. The administrator has gathered them together as they are now at war against the Black Moon, a deity that creeps into people's minds and gives them invented purpose to cause chaos and destruction. It is using the Insurgency, a splinter group of the Foundation designed for mimetic espionage, with their own identities mimetically erased. They're now capable of infiltrating the Foundation unseen, masquerading as practically anyone to gather information, sabotage operations, and carry out the Black Moon's will. With Dr. Aram now taking over the city of Amani Ram as Robert Bumaro, and the Davik Empire in a formal covenant with the Foundation, the first occult war has ended its ceasefire. Where the story goes from here is anyone's guess, but it's certainly not going to be pleasant. The Black Moon, acting through the Administrator, then known as the Black Star, managed to wipe out all three of the Bronze Age civilizations. In the modern day, with access to modern weapons and an army of faceless soldiers, there's no telling the level of chaos it can spread. The Administrator doesn't have many allies he trusts by his side at the moment, but Nussbaum, Galanis, Ayun, and Xenophon have all been through their own drastic ordeals and lived to tell the tale. Does the Black Moon howl? I guess we'll find out.